an estate in the mountains, the great Qin Empire. The apprentice angrily asks why his master cannot be buried with his clan. There was a sword thrust into the ground in front of this disciple. Does he really want to bury him with the clan? The young man looked back. A girl appeared in front of the guy and said, "Then he should take this sword. If he could defeat her, then she would allow him to do so." It was Ran Yukshu, the inner gate elder. The people present asked, how would someone like Chen Feng, who has blocked meridians and cannot cultivate, be able to defeat Elder Ran? It was simply unfeasible for him. If his dead master wasn't here, would he be able to even qualify for a meeting with an elder? One of the people present said that if he were Chen Feng, he would have taken away the useless master's corpse long ago. Why is he humiliating himself? Outer Gate Elder Hankong said that Yukshu had gone too far. Yukshu asked, "Why is Hankong here?" The woman added, "He must remember that he is only an elder of the Outer Gate. He must remember who he really is, and not to break the chain of command." Hankong said that he would remember it back to her. Brother Yanqin became a useless person to save them. He died because of depression and they won't let him be buried in the clan. Have they forgotten all feelings? Yukshui said that while Yang Qingyu was alive, he helped her. Plus, she could play a couple of funny tricks with him. Yukshu added that he was dead now. His corpse won't be able to help her, but when others look at him, it reminds her of the destruction of her reputation. The woman looked intently at this disciple. Having become so useless, why can't he just calm down? Why is he in the way? In any case, it's a waste of time. His death would save the clan's food supply. We should throw his corpse into the common grave. The young man was angry. How dare they insult his master? Yuksue laughed in response. She said that he had always been trash. A man tells a child to use it only on the brink of life and death. Feng believed that a master's reputation was more important than his life. Chen Feng didn't hold back. He had a powerful release of energy into the atmosphere. The surrounding people, and the elders including, thought it was an incredible strength. What happened to this guy? Chen Feng shouted that anyone who grieved his master would die. The young man's eyes burned furiously. In his hands, he held a sharp sword. The outer gate elder shouted for the guy not to do that. After all, Yukshu, the elder of the inner gate. If he dealt with her, he wouldn't live. Han Kong added, "If a guy dies here, will he be worthy of his master?" Chen Feng calmed down a bit. He thought that it was true. He couldn't die here. After all, he had promised the master. The belligerent Chen Feng told the inner gate elder that he would spare her today. The people present thought, how could this be possible? Chen Feng, a trash who couldn't even develop Dantian, had actually defeated Elder Rain. He must be using a secret technique. But how could someone like him have a secret technique? Could it have been left to him by Master? Yukshu asked indignantly. How was Chen Feng able to attack her? After all, he should be in awe of her. Han Kong once again told Chen Feng to be more careful. Elder Ran lost. She must keep her word. We should let Chen Feng bury her master in the clan. Han Kong added that all the disciples had seen this. She must not break her words as an inner gate elder. Everyone present agreed that even though Chen Feng had used a secret technique, he had still defeated Elder Ran. Now she must keep her word. Yukshu said that as an inner gate elder, she would not recant. The woman added that he was just a loser, however. Qian Yuanzong, not a bad place to be buried. The woman thought that she should find out how many secrets the master was putting on this guy. Chen Feng told Elder Ran that she could keep this place for herself because she would use it soon. Yukshu was indignant. How could he bully her? Chen Feng lifted the master's body and said, "They are leaving. This filthy place is not suitable for him, and he will find a better one." Everyone was surprised. Chen Feng refused to bury his master here. This is a slap to Elder Ran. He wants to anger her. How did this guy have so much courage? The Ran elder thought that she would take away Chen Feng's life and his secrets. Chen Feng buried his master in the forest under a huge tree. The young man said before the master rested, he would guard his grave for 5 years, while adhering to the Golden Sutra of Beloida. Time passed, the seasons changed. Chen Feng guarded the tomb of the master. The summer heat and winter cold could not drive the young man away. 5 years passed. The young man said that the master asked to dig his grave after 5 years. He apologizes for this rudeness. The young man began to dig up the grave. What he saw inside stunned him. What is going on here, the boy thought. He hadn't left the grave for 5 years and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Why had his master's body disappeared? In place of the body was a small tripod. The tripod ignited and flew upward. The young man watched him in surprise. A huge green dragon appeared from the tripod. What is this, Chen Feng thought. The young man guessed. This vessel contained the dragon's blood. Why such a valuable item in the tomb of a master? The boy felt again, as he had 5 years ago, a powerful charge of energy surging out of his body. Xiaoqian turned to her master, Yuxu. Eldest Ran asked, "What's the matter?" The girl said that the elder ordered her to follow Chen Feng to find out his secret, but it has been 5 years and he is still sitting in front of the grave. Nothing has changed. Yukshu said that guy has no secrets. He can be destroyed. It was a waste of time. Elder Ran thought that that guy might not blame her for his death. He should blame himself for humiliating her back then. After the excitement subsided, Chen Feng thought that he could now practice. In 5 years of practicing, he had reached the 5th level of Celestial. This little tripod and the dragon blood were amazing. The guy realized that he had become stronger. Chen Feng felt a strange sound and dodged and intercepted the dart. This deadly object flew straight at him. Chen Feng looked around and saw the stranger. She said that she wanted to do it quickly. She didn't expect a trash like him to have any cultivation skills. Chen Feng asked, "Why is Xiaoqin here? Was she really sent by Yukshui?" The girl said that he didn't need to know that. Xiaoqin added that he was about to die and decided to organize another attack on her opponent. Chen Feng grinned and said if she wanted to straighten him out, she could try to do so. Unexpectedly, a stranger appeared and after repelling Xiaoqing's attack, told them to stop immediately. Xiaoqing angrily asked, "Who is she? How dare she mock her?" The young man recognized the girl. It was Han Yuer. She told Chen Feng to leave immediately and find her father. Han Yuer thought that Xiaoqing, the inner gate disciple in front of her, her level was higher, and she wouldn't be able to restrain her for long. The angry Xiaoqin said that none of them would leave this place. The girl spewed out a huge stream of the negative energy. Han Yuer activated the Sword of Light. Her opponent thought, is she really going to fight? Han Yuer said that her opponent was lucky. She was about to be killed by her Sword of Light. Han Yuer thought that Chen Feng had managed to get quite far away, and he would be able to find her father. However, the young man wasn't going anywhere. He thanked the girl for protecting him, and for taking care of him for these 5 years. Chen Feng added that he wanted to protect Big Sister by himself now. The girl was surprised because he didn't even know the basics of cultivation. Chen Feng decided to show what he was now capable of. The young man repelled Xiaoqing's powerful energy attack. Xiaoqing said that destroying trash like them was a mockery to her skills. Chen Feng, smiling, asked why, if she was so strong, couldn't she hurt a weakling like him? Both girls saw that Chen Feng was unharmed. They were astonished. Xiaoqing thought that this guy used a secret technique back then and was able to defeat her master. Now he had withstood her most powerful blow. Did he really have that secret ability on him? Chen Feng asked. Would his rival say anything last? Xiaoqing thought that he still had that artifact and told him to give it back. Chen Feng gave his rival a ringing slap. She was surprised. How could it be possible? The young man said, "It seems like she has nothing to say." Losing a tooth, Xiaoqing fell to the ground. Han Yuer thought that Chen Feng's aura was stronger than hers. The guy defeated his opponent with just one move. Han Yuer thought, is this really the Chen Feng she knew? Chen Feng asked Han Yuer if she was okay. Is she hurt? The girl asked, how was Chen Feng able to become so strong? It's not like he couldn't cultivate before. Chen Feng replied that he himself did not know why, but his Dantian had suddenly unlocked and somehow he had reached the 5th level of the Celestial. Chen Feng mentally apologized to the girl for lying to her. After all, this was his master's secret. No one should know about it for now. Han Yuer said that it was not surprising. After all, his teacher was incredible. She was sure that Chen Feng had always been a genius. The young man said that without his sister's protection all these years, he wouldn't be standing here now. And he thanked the girl for being willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. Han Yuer blushed with embarrassment and said that she wasn't going to sacrifice herself. He might not flatter himself. The girl replied that her father had asked her to look after the young man. She didn't want to do it herself. Han Yuer said that Chen Feng now had strength, and there would be a great tournament in the outer gate in a month. Will he participate? Chen Feng replied that he would not participate. After all, in previous years, the clan didn't care if he was there or not, and he was no longer going to rely on them. He would train on his own. Han Yuer said that the favorite for this tournament is Ran Yuxu's nephew, Ran Changlin. The girl added, if they meet, Chen Feng will be his target. Chen Feng thought with anger, Yuxui's nephews again. The young man said he had changed his mind. He asked her to register him for the tournament, and he would participate. Han Yuer wondered if he wanted to beat Ran Changlin to get back at his aunt. Chen Feng said that's right, he wants to defeat Changlin. The more Yuxui wants, the less he will let her achieve. Han Yuer said that guy is a 9th level Celestial, while Chen Feng only has a 5th level. Chen Feng wondered if the girl was worried about him. Han Yuer replied that she wasn't worried about him, but her father would be furious if he found out. Chen Feng told the girl not to worry about him. He wouldn't die. He would definitely be stronger than Changlin in a month. Han Yuer said she had to go. She has to report to her father about her safety. Chen Feng thought that he was able to defeat Ran Yuxu this time, but she might attack him again. He needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Chen Feng looked at the defeated victim and decided to see if she still had any items that could be of use to him. After making a thorough inspection, the young man found 18 mid-grade spiritual stones and a lot of low-grade spiritual stones. Chen Feng put all the stones into a bag and thought that it was not bad for Ran Yuxu's disciple. After all, their family was rich. The young man found a scroll in front of the girl. He unrolled it and familiarized himself with it. It was a level 3 yellow technique. There was a great seal of light, a fragment. The great seal of light allows you to transform energy into a golden hand seal. In the initial stage, it is as intimidating as a scorching sun, glittering like a golden raven. Destroying trees and rocks in the late stage, the wielder will become as powerful as a golden raven. Chen Feng thought that his opponent was only able to use the sword of light that comes from this technique, because for her to master this technique, it is very difficult. She now belongs to him. Even though it is a fragment, it will be enough to reach the first level of the divine gate. Chen Feng thought that Jade Snow had sent him such a gift. He would thank him in the future. In a month at the tournament, he would make his master proud. A servant came to the elder and said that Sister Xiao's life sign was missing. Yuxu wondered, was her locket really broken? It must be some kind of mistake. How could she lose to that loser's disciple? The woman said she should send someone else there. The servant said that Chen Feng was no longer guarding the tomb. He had entered the mountains of the Green Forest. Also, he signed up for the great tournament of all clans. Yuxu said, "Does this trash dare to participate in a great tournament just because of a couple secrets that Master left him? He really doesn't know how to live his life." Inner gate. Elder Yuxu decided in that case to destroy this fellow in a great tournament. Yuxu asked her to tell Changlin that if he met Chen Feng, let him not hold back. Elder Ran Yuxu said that she has been preparing for 100 years. If Changlin wins the tournament, she will be able to enter the secret place. The elder of the inner gate decided it was time to reap the benefits. In the mountains of Aomori, a young boy is running with great speed, making his way through the forest. The boy is holding a plant in his hands. He tells his pursuer that he has been running after him all day and all night. Why hasn't he given up yet? If only he could devour this white jade flower, he would fight to the death with a 6th level celestial, a black blood snake. The guy keeps running away. He's being chased by a huge snake. He thinks he has little chance now. Without giving up or slowing down, the young man got into the other monster's territory. It seemed to the boy that this might be his chance. Wiggling from side to side, he thought he could get away from the snake. A huge wolf blocked the fugitive's path. It was finally here. The cunning fugitive realized that the 6th level storm wolf demon in front of him had the same level as the black blood snake. So they will fight each other, and he has a chance to escape. The wolf and the snake clung to each other. The guy realized that this was his chance to devour the white jade flower. No wonder the black blood snake is chasing it at such a crazy pace. There's a lot of energy in this white jade flower. Seizing the moment, the guy hid and behind a huge stone and assumed the lotus pose. He told the Golden Sutra to purify this flower for him. Experiencing extreme overloads, he brought it up to 4,000 pounds. Eventually, he reached the 6th level of Celestial. The demonic wolf, bleeding, continued to fight with the snake. The young warrior thanked the wolf for giving him time and said he would have his revenge. The boy rolled up his sleeves and said it was time to even the score, and the snake, mouth open, was about to attack this warrior. This time, the young man decided that he was using 10,000 pounds of energy and applied a palm of light. The snakes did not expect such an onslaught. When the smoke cleared, there was a huge trench in front of the warrior. It was the trail the serpent had left behind. Chen Feng decided that the Great Seal of Light was indeed incredible. He was very angry at the serpent that had been chasing him for 3 days. He decided to beat everything out of this serpent and fight it to the last drop of blood. The terrible and horrible blood serpent was afraid of the consequences and decided to retreat. The warrior asked where he was going. Chen Feng said that there was no way he would let this warrior go. He had not run away from him for 3 days for nothing. To the serpent was again applied a blow, a palm of light, and a powerful energy charge struck the reptile. The serpent was emphatically destroyed. He fell beside his first opponent, the white wolf. It was bleeding as well. The warrior thought that the scales of the 6th level monster were very thick and strong. It took more than one blow to destroy it. The guy walked over to the wolf and stroked his head. He said he had avenged him and he could rest in peace. The young man noticed that the wolf was still alive. He was struggling, but he was holding on. The young man looked around and saw a cave. He thought it was the lair of the white wolf monster. Looking into the cave, the boy saw that there was a whole litter of wolves, and they've been hiding here all this time. The lizards were small but aggressive. Glaring with their eyes, they roared at the stranger. Chen Feng thought that they considered him an enemy. Chen Feng came out of the cave and said that their mother died because of him, so now they'll be with him. Suddenly, the guy felt that a stealth attack had been organized on him. Something hit him on the cheek and flew past him. His cheek was covered in blood. It was an arrow that had stuck into the rock nearby. Chen Feng saw two people not far away on a hillock, he asked. Were they really the ones who attacked him? One of them replied that this guy had dodged quite nimbly. The hunter was Li Tianyu from the Aoki clan. He was with his servant. The hunter said that if the guy gave them the wolves, they would spare him. Chen Feng was not going to part with the wolf cubs and asked, what would happen if he refused? Would he really be robbed? The servant smilingly said that his master gets whatever he wants. Does the opponent not know who his master is? The servant continued, his master is Li Tianyu, the only son of an inner-gate elder of the Qinmu clan with 6th-level cultivation. Chen Feng wondered, is this really one of the 3 clans of the Ayamori Mountains? The servant confirmed and said that he now knew how good his master was. Guy lowered the wolves to the ground. The servant said, now the opponent understands the position he is in. Releasing his hands from the wolves, Chen Feng flew over to his opponents and said that they could fuck off. Immediately, he slammed his fist into that servant's jaw. Li Tianyu indignantly asked, how dare he touch his man? After that blow, his man was not feeling well at all. Chen Feng said that it was their own fault. Mr. Li almost hit him with an arrow, and then wanted to take what was his. And they're going to teach him what to do? Li Tianyu said that he had planned not to touch this guy, but since he doesn't know how to behave, we'll have to give him a good lesson. Chen Feng asked, did his opponent really think that he could defeat him? Li Tianyu said that they were both 6th-level celestial. However, he was invulnerable and attacked Chen Feng while using his iron fist. However, Chen Feng had only used one finger to hold back this powerful punch. Mr. Li thought, how is this possible? Chen Feng asked. Did his opponent really call it invulnerability? Chen Feng counterattacked the opponent, and the opponent flew far back. Chen Feng said that the opponent was not worthy of going up against him. Li Tianyu jumped to his feet and thought, how is this possible? Chen Feng continued to attack his opponent, and asking him how dare he call himself invulnerable with such skills. Li Tianyu stood with a swollen hand. He shouted that his hand was injured. A doctor's diagnosis was needed. Chen Feng inquired, what did the opponent want to tell him last? Mr. Li shouted that if his opponent touched him with even one more finger, the entire Aoki clan would hunt him down. Chen Feng grinned and said that he was about to touch 5 fingers, and the opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. By chance, Li Tianyu's father walked by. When he noticed something wrong, the man asked how this rascal dared to harm his son. He shouted that he was about to destroy him. Mr. Li shouted for Uncle Qian to help him. Li Tianyu shouted that Uncle Qian had appeared here for a reason. Now the rival should immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. He might be released. Chen Feng gave a staggering blow to his opponent. He said that he hated being threatened. The opponent fell down, bleeding. Uncle Qian, seeing this injustice, clashed with Chen Feng. A bloody battle ensued. Uncle Qian of the Aoki clan struck a strong blow with his whip. His opponent flew backwards. Uncle Qian said that a 6th-level celestial could barely resist his 8th level. The man with the whip asked what kind of equipment his opponents had. If he gave it to him, he might suffer less. Chen Feng said that if his opponent wanted to know the secret, he should pay for it with his life. Uncle Qian said that in that case, he would make that rascal tell everything. If he still hasn't died, it doesn't mean he can stop him. Chen Feng said that he certainly couldn't stop his opponent now. However, had he ever heard of a palm falling from the sky? Uncle Qian asked, what kind of technique is this? Chen Feng shouted loudly that this was a technique that would destroy the opponent. The young man activated an energy discharge. A great palm of light was activated. The guy also used an instant of gravity and masterfully executed the seal of the Still King. Uncle Qian from the Aoki sect was discouraged. How could this guy be so powerful? After a series of crushing blows, our hero's opponent was deactivated. Chen Feng said, Uncle Qian should now realize that it was a palm that fell from the sky. The deed was done. Chen Feng took the wolves and went about his business. He realized that the Aoki clan would soon know about it. Therefore, after grabbing the trophy, he fled from there. The people from the Aoki clan did indeed appear at this place soon. The warrior asked who dared to destroy his son. It was Gao Xuan. The warrior thought that even Uncle Qian with an 8th-level celestial was a dead man who dared to go against the Aoki clan. The elder of the Aoki clan has sworn that he will avenge his son, and no one will go unpunished. The elder turned to Gao Xuan. He said that besides them, only the King Kong clan and the Qian Yuanzong clan could enter the Aomori Mountains. The one who destroyed his son must be in one of those sects. He needs the names of those who trained in the Amori Mountains. The elder said, he doesn't care who the rascal is. He will find him and break all his bones. Chenfeng took a break in the cave. He fed the wolves and told them to eat more slowly. Eating fast is unseemly and bad for digestion. The young man himself was looking at and analyzing the treasures. The guy thought that these little wolves were incredibly voracious. They ate almost half of the entire black blood snake. Good thing there's a lot of meat this time. The guy thought that there were dozens of medium-quality spiritual stones in front of him, hundreds of lower-quality spirit stones, and a mountain of gold tickets. The son of an Aoki clan elder is incredibly rich. Studying the confiscated literature, the guy thought that the whip technique was useless for him, but he remembered how his older sister lacked a suitable whip technique, so he decided to give this literature to her when he returned. Chenfeng thought that now that he had enough resources, he could level up. First, he would absorb the Black Snake Crystal Core. Devouring the Black Snake Crystal Core, our hero thought that Ran Changlin might be preparing and waiting for him. 1 month has passed. Same region, the great tournament of all clans begins. Today is the day every warrior will make themselves known. This guy's been waiting for this opportunity for 3 years. The young man said that he has been hiding many things from his sister, but from today, he will no longer hide anything. A young man noticed the girl walking by. He recognized her and said that she was Han Yuer, the flower of the Chen Yuan clan. The girl was waiting for someone. People wondered if she was waiting for her lover. Everyone wondered, who is the lucky man? Girls passed by, and one of them asked who Sister Yuer was waiting for. Yuer was silent in response. The girl did not relent and said that her interlocutor was very modest. She must be waiting for Chanlin? After all, Changlin's brother only has eyes for her. They all admire Changlin's brother. The young men said that they had no chance against Changling's wounds. Changling's brother has a 9th level celestial. He is from a famous clan and is very handsome. Sister Yuer and brother Changlin, a perfect match. The tournament is about to start. I wonder who will be the winner. Ran Changlin's brother suddenly appeared. Everyone parted, some of them were even scared. The interlocutors told the girl that her lover Changlin was already here. She could go to him. The girl in the center of the circle stared intently at Ran Changlin. The surrounding people silently watched this scene, some commenting. Ran Changlin thought he had been courting her for a long time, but the girl kept avoiding him. Now that she knew he would be the best in the tournament, she was willing to come to him. He wondered how he would act around her once he got her. The surrounding people thought that Changlin wanted to hug her. It must be fate. He's definitely the best in the tournament. He's definitely the lucky one in life. The girl walked past Ran Changlin. It turns out she wasn't walking towards him. The young man was very upset. Chenfeng came out from the crowd and apologized for being late. He was so engrossed in the training that he lost track of time. The surrounding people sighed. It turns out Han Yuer wasn't waiting for Changlin. She was waiting for that loser, Chenfeng. The girl reproachfully said that he would miss the tournament if he was late. Didn't he want to go to the tournament right away? Han Yuer said her father asked her to come and get the young man. She didn't want to come. Her father is waiting for him. He wants to talk. Everyone thought that this girl was really waiting for Chenfeng, and they even openly flirted with each other. Now, Brother Changlin is standing alone, embarrassed. Ran Changlin was angry at this girl. He thought that she had embarrassed him. When he got her, he would play with her until the end. Changlin was approached by a colleague of his. He was also a fearless warrior. A co-worker asks why Changlin let this loser steal his girlfriend. His first fight would be with him. He was willing to destroy him to save his brother's face. It was Kui Zhenshan. Changlin said that would be too easy a demise. Kui replied that he admired Changlin's brother for his generosity. Changlin said that he would break that guy's bones and only then destroy him. Kui remarked that Brother Changling's cruel attitude towards his enemies was like a harsh winter. He would learn a lesson from this. Kui thought that Ran Changlin was very cruel. I'll have to grovel before him, since he shouldn't be offended. The young men approached the elder of the outer gate. The girl greeted her father. The man said that Chenfeng had finally returned. The young man greeted Uncle Han. The elder asked the boy how his training was going. He could see that he had gotten stronger. The boy thanked Uncle Han for being concerned and said he hadn't gotten that far. Right now, he's only at the 6th level of the Celestial. The guy thought that he had been able to raise his level quickly before, but this time, he was trying to lay a solid foundation. His true strength was comparable to a 9th level Celestial. Mr. Han said that with a level 6, it would be difficult to get into the top 10, and offered the young man a technique with a martial skill he borrowed from the Martial Skill Pavilion. But since the guy came back late, it looked like he wouldn't be able to use it in the tournament. The young man declared with admiration that this was a 3rd rank yellow-ranked, hovering sword-wielding technique. He had long dreamed of this technique. Mr. Han thought that the rain and soaring blossom sword technique specialized in destroying enemies using sword energy that condensed falling flowers. If one practiced it a lot, it would start to rain. Flowers will fall from the sky, and the power will be incredible. If the young man understood this technique, he would be able to last in the tournament, but it was already too little time. Chen Feng said that he would then waste no time and start practicing right now. The Seal of Light is mainly used for defense, plus it lacks attacking techniques. This rain-soaring flowering sword technique is perfect. He said that there were 15 minutes left before the tournament started. Can a guy learn a technique in such a short time? The Beloit Sutra could stimulate the flow of real energy. Thus, he could learn a martial technique very quickly. 15 minutes would be enough. The confident Chen Feng said he could do it. Elder Han thought, this guy's so young and determined. No one can learn this sword technique in such a short time. The girl said, maybe Chen Feng is the kind of genius who can create such a thing. The serious-minded Han said that the rain and soaring blossom sword technique was incredibly powerful, but it was very difficult to control. Even the most talented people, it took decades to learn this technique. Regardless of how talented Chen Feng is, it is impossible. The guy put the book aside and said that was it. It looked like he had nothing more to study. Chen Feng said that he was returning Uncle Han-'s book. The technique is indeed unusual. It took a long time to understand it. Uncle Han said it was normal. It was difficult to master it in such a short period of time. Elder Han was surprised. Did the young man really say that he was able to master it? The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he would like to achieve mastery, but he had no time at all. Chen Feng suggested that the girl try to use this book too. Han Yuer was delighted. After all, this is a yellow rank technique. She just lacked a proper whip technique. She thanked the guy for this book. Chen Feng replied that he was happy to help his sister. The girl made a dissatisfied look. She felt like the guy was not thinking about her at all. Chen Feng said to Uncle Han and Yuer to wish him good luck. His first fight would start soon. Mr. Han thought that this guy had mastered the sword technique in 15 minutes. Just how talented was he? He thought that Mr. Yang had an incredibly talented student. Yuer told her father, after all, she warned him that Chen Feng is a real genius. She has good taste. Her father said that her daughter has an eye for guys. Yuer was indignant. What is her father talking about? After all, this Chen Feng is like a younger brother to her. Han Yuer said she would go watch the tournament. Her father explained that the fight would be on the other side. Many spectators shouted, Changlin is the champion. The warrior said that the road to victory would be long, but he would become the champion. The host announced that the first battle of the 15th Great Tournament was starting right now. Kui Zhenshan and Chen Feng were invited into the arena. Our hero's opponent crumbled the tiles with a single kick of his foot. His gaze was stern. Everyone said that this Chen Feng would definitely be a dead man after the fight. His opponent has copper skin, iron bones, and his entire body is invulnerable. Chen Feng will either die or be seriously injured. Chen Feng looked up to the sky and said that the master would be watching him. Elder San asked his interlocutor, Elder Han, had he also come to watch the fight? He regretfully said that Chen Feng's opponent was one of his disciples. The first round would be over quickly. He was really unlucky. Master Han said his interlocutor is getting ahead of himself. Elder Han said, everyone in their clan knows that Chen Feng is as useless as his master. Mr. San stated if Chen Feng defeated his disciple, he would immediately agree to eat a cow flatbread. Elder Han, smiling, told his opponent not to eat for the time being, and don't forget to empty his stomach. The tournament was officially declared open. The opponents entered the arena against each other. Kui said that Chen Feng was definitely unlucky today because his opponent, and added, you shouldn't have hurt Changlin. Kui added, if his opponent fell to his knees now and begged, he would suffer less when his bones were broken. Chen Feng inquired, is Changling's doggy in front of him right now? And he said that in that case, he would practice on the doggy first so that he could switch to Changling later on. Kui shouted that Chen Feng dare not call him a dog and rushed forward to attack. The spectators were excited. Finally, they will finally see the famous technique of Kui. Once this warrior used the technique, and no one level below him can defeat him, he has a killer punch. Chen Feng thought that it was time to clear his master's name. Mr. San said that the round would be over very quickly now, and he wouldn't have to eat the cow flatbread. Chen Feng successfully evaded his opponent's attacks. He said that Kui had iron mountains of muscles. He was very strong, but too slow. After another failed attack by Kui, our hero counterattacked his opponent. Kui was defeated. Elder San was surprised. Chen Feng had deactivated his disciple with one punch. The referee declared the round over. Chen Feng raised his head to the sky and told the master that he had become stronger. The audience was shocked. Chen Feng had defeated the famous Kui with one punch. After all, he was an ordinary loser. How did this happen? Innergate Elder Yuxi, who was watching this fight, said that this guy had a bold look. A small ant suddenly grew up. Elder San couldn't understand. How did this happen? After all, Chen Feng, an ordinary trash. How could he defeat Kui, the Iron Rock? Mr. Khan said his opponent turned out to be prescient. After all, he foresaw that the fight would end in this round. Han Yuer said that all of this guy's opponents are trash. Elder San said that Chen Feng was just lucky, and this victory over his disciple was just a mistake. It wouldn't be so lucky next time. The interlocutor said for Elder San to stay. Mr. Khan reminded his opponent that he had not yet consumed a cow flatbread. Is he really going to publicly break his promise? Yuer told her father to forget about it. If Elder San did it on a bagel, how would he look people in the eye afterward? Mr. Han didn't calm down. He said the most important thing is to keep your word. Otherwise, it might be bad in the future. He is doing it for Elder San's sake. Mr. Han said he couldn't find a yellow-level tech recently, and he's a little concerned. If he had one such technique on his hands, he could pretend he hadn't heard anything. Elder San threw a book with this technique under his feet and said that this book was a third yellow-level martial arts book. And now he was leaving. The man told his daughter that they had gotten the martial arts book literally for nothing. The girl replied that she was willing to cooperate with her father. Han Yuer said that it was her turn now. She was ready and couldn't lose. Her father thought that he had never seen such a competitive spirit in his daughter before. The referee announced the second round of the 37th Great Tournament. The opponents are Chen Feng and Pan Qian. Elder San looked at his opponent. If that guy won, then he would definitely have to eat a cow tortilla. The referee has announced that Chen Feng has won, and he is through to the next round. Elder San had to give his opponent a yellow-level pill to pay him off. Mr. Han thanked Mr. San for his cooperation. Chen Feng thought that he had never met a worthy opponent today. The people around him were saying that this Chen Feng was simply incredible. He had won both rounds with a single move. This is the brightest star of the tournament. Chen Feng thought that he wasn't used to this kind of attention yet. Girls appeared on our hero's path. They said that Brother Chen had enthralled them. The girls suggested that Chen Feng meet tonight and get advice on cultivation skills from him. For some reason, the young man fought them off as best he could. He said next time or another day. And he had more important things to do now. The girls offered the young master to come to his senses and agreed to their favorable offers. The boy thought that these girls were causing more trouble than his opponents. The young man saw Yuer's stare, who was asking what was he doing. Chen Feng realized that he was finished. Han Yuer, offended by Chen Feng, turned around and walked away. The guy yelled for her to wait for him, and, breaking free, he ran after her. Han Yuer told the guy she hoped he couldn't stand those girls. The young man excused himself and said that there was a misunderstanding. He was the one who was looking for her. Those girls were blocking his way. Han Yuer said that he looked happy. Chen Feng excused himself and said that it wasn't true. He didn't even look at them, maybe just a little. Chen Feng declared that he would only look at Han Yuer from now on. The girls shouted that he shouldn't be peeping at her. The guy, excusing himself, said that he didn't mean it. Han Yuer said the guy was panicking. Is it true that he won the second round? Chen Feng said that he even had witnesses. Yuer told her interlocutor that her whip couldn't take it anymore and would break soon. She asked for the guy to do something for the next round. Chen Feng suggested going to the store and settle the matter there. Chen Feng thought that he could buy a suitable new whip. Han Yuer thought that a new one would be expensive. The young man told her to rely on him. The young men came to the White Stone City. There were many sellers in the central square. Someone was offering a dragon blade. Someone was offering an umbrella of 1,000 chances. There was also a silver scale breastplate on sale. Han Yuer liked the fact that there were a lot of people around. It turns out she was a public person. Chen Feng asked the girl to look around while he had to step back for a while. The girl turned her attention to the pearls on sale. Chen Feng thought that this girl liked shopping. He decided to exchange the materials he found in the monster forest for now and buy more things for the girl. The sales manager asked the young man how he could help him. Chen Feng asked if this place accepted monster materials. Han Yuer chose a piece of jewelry that she liked, but she couldn't afford it. After all, it was too expensive. A stranger approached the girl and said if she wanted it, he could buy it for her. It was Zhao Jinggang Meng. The girl replied that she didn't know him and was about to leave. The guy blocked the girl's way, he asked. Didn't she like these things? If she accompanied him, he would buy her anything. After all, he has a lot of money. Han Yuer told him not to block her way. Otherwise, she would hurt him. Mr. Zhao said that he liked it. The young man tried to tell the girl how he felt and that he was attracted to such young women. The girl felt like she couldn't move. An irresistible force was acting on her. Mr. Zhao came closer and told her to follow him shopping, and she must remain a good girl. Chen Feng appeared at the right moment. He menacingly told that guy to take his hands off the girl. Mr. Zhao wondered, why didn't he feel when he was approached from behind? What kind of strength does this person possess? Chen Feng walked over to Han Yue and hugged her. He said that if this young man had no questions, he could leave. Xia thought, how dare he chase him away? Chen Feng told Han Yue that they were leaving. The girl was fine with it. Zhao wanted to push our hero away, however. Chen Feng stayed on his feet and pushed his opponent, who flew far back. Zhao Meng shouted for his warriors to destroy this guy. Right now, he wants his opponent to be destroyed. The young master's bodyguard said that destroying that guy in front of everyone wouldn't be easy, but he wouldn't come out of a White Stone City alive. The girl wondered if Chen Feng was okay. After all, he ran into that guy. The young man replied that he was fine. Han Yue thought he was overconfident. She was just worried about him. She didn't want if he was maimed and had to take care of him for the rest of his life. Chen Feng asked, so if he got hurt after some battle, he could rely on her? Young people were moving around the square and figuring things out. They chatted nonstop about all sorts of insignificant things. Our heroes approached a rare item in the store. Han Yue asked what it was. Chen Feng replied that it is a 500-year-old aconite. It is harder than iron and very flexible. It is an excellent choice for a whip. Chen Feng asked the sales assistant, how much is this vine worth? The master said that it is worth 300 mid-level spiritual stones, but he only accepts in exchange for items. If he is offered an item that is worth more than the price of this vine, then he will accept it. Han Yue decided to clarify and said that 300 mid-level spiritual stones, it was too expensive. The sales consultant was unwavering. He said that if it was expensive for them, they could leave. Chen Feng said that they buy this item. Suddenly, Zhao Meng appeared in this mall. He said that he was exchanging the crystal for this vine. The sales assistant, after examining all the parameters of the crystal provided, said that it was a 5-level monster crystal. He would agree to this deal. Zhao Meng told this guy that he would not allow him to acquire what he wanted. Chen Feng said that it shouldn't be like this. The one who came first should be served first. He liked this vine first. The seller said that it all depended on who offered the most. The man hinted if the first buyer could offer something more valuable than this crystal core, then the goods would belong to him. Zhao Meng laughed, for his opponent had nothing to offer. He didn't even look like someone who could defeat a level 5 beast. Zhao Meng said that Chen Feng wouldn't be able to get this vine anyway. But if he let his sister keep him company, then he would concede the item. Chen Feng told his opponent that he felt sorry for him the first time, but he was still looking for trouble, so he shouldn't blame the people around him for this. Zhao Meng asked, what does this guy want? If the other guy's against it, then he is willing to leave. He doesn't want any trouble. Han Yue said that she didn't need this vine. The girl didn't want Chen Feng to look like a laughingstock because of her. Chen Feng took out a black blood snake fang from his pocket and asked, would this be enough to purchase a whip? Zhao Meng asked, isn't this just a broken fang? Could it compare to his crystal core? The seller said it's a black blood snake, a 6-level monster, and its fang is very strong, but the most valuable thing is the poison in that fang. Also, the fang itself can be used to carve bone weapons. Zhao Meng thought, how did this guy have such a precious material? After all, there were no such materials in their territory. Chen Feng asked the sales assistant, is this poison fang more than enough for the black vine? The sales assistant said that he had already packed the item for this buyer. The seller said that if this was not enough for the honorable gentleman, he could choose any other item. The young man chose another piece of ancient iron. The salesman said the boy had excellent taste. When the young man left, the sales assistant thought that this guy didn't know anything at all. He had chosen a useless piece of iron, and he could make a lot of money on this snake tooth. Zhao Meng was once again furious. How dare this person slap his face twice? The assistant told the master not to worry. This man would be eliminated as soon as he left the city. Zhao Meng said we should let him live, so that guy could see him having fun with that girl. Chen Feng thought that when he saw this iron, the dragon blood in his body started to boil. He doesn't know what it is, but it's something unusual. It was able to affect his dragon blood. When the young people were outside the White Stone City, Han Yue asked if her companion was all right. Chen Feng replied that he was fine. The guy added that they had made some very useful purchases. Han Yue thanked Chen Feng for the gift. The young man told the girl to put things aside. They had guests. Zhao Meng appeared in the path of the young men and said that he had finally caught up with them. Chen Feng said that he was just waiting for them. Zhao Meng laughed and said that he wanted to see his bones broken now, and ordered his assistant to deal with this guy. The assistant said that no one dare insult their young master. They'd have to avenge him. The old man used a technique, a powerful wajar palm. Zhao Meng said that this technique was the best skill of the Jigang clan. This technique cannot be stopped or destroyed. The opponent will be killed by it. Chen Feng blocked his opponent's punch. The old man was once again surprised. How was this possible? This guy had broken his Wajara palm. Zhao Meng didn't understand. How could this guy be so strong? Chen Feng applied the light from the firefly that was worth the moon itself. Chen Feng asked his opponent, "Is he afraid of him now?" He had provoked so many times before it was already worth a death sentence. Zhao Meng said that the enemy dare not destroy him, because his older brother is the best martial artist of the Outer Gate, and his name is Zhao Sanshan. Zhao Meng added, if his opponent massacred him, he wouldn't live for long. Chen Feng and Han Yuer looked at him silently. The girl said that his brother was someone who had reached the 9th level of Celestial. Zhao Meng confirmed that his brother was invincible, and now that his opponents are in fear, they should kneel down and ask him for forgiveness. Chen Feng asked, why do people in this situation always lose control of themselves? He grabbed his opponent's head. Han Yuer said that this guy's brother could cause them a lot of trouble. Chen Feng told the girl not to worry. He was going to meet this brother anyway. Han Yuer asked, had Chen Feng already reached the 9th level of Celestial? The girl felt that her friend's strength had increased a lot. She felt safe with him. Han Yuer said to stash this body and return to the clan. Chen Feng appreciated this plan and agreed. Han Yuer, smiling, thought that the best martial artist of the Jinggang clan must have many good things. Jigang Gate. A warrior meditating in his room noticed that one token was cracked. The warrior thought that this person's life map had broken. Had that guy really been destroyed? In any case, this is disrespectful to him, Zhao Sanshan. The warrior picked up the broken token and said that the guy was his brother after all. He would like to see the one who dared to destroy the people of his clan. In the glow of the broken token, the image of Chen Feng appeared. Zhao Sanshan realized who was responsible for his younger brother's death. The guy tossed the token shards aside and said that when he finished his work at Zhushang Fudi, that day would be the day that Guy died. Zhao Sanshan was determined and wanted to avenge her brother. Han Yuer told the interlocutor that she was going home and warned him to practice harder. Chen Feng thought, as I expected, the younger brother of the Jinggang clan's best master has many things. Of the more valuable ones, there are 2 books, Yellow Level Kung Fu and Drachma, and Golden Body Technique and Piercing Thunder Sword. It seems like they were given to him by his elder brother, but he didn't even practice them. Chen Feng didn't have any techniques to defend himself. So this was just what he needed. Chen Feng thought that now was not the time to learn this technique. Now was the time to learn what was wrong with the black piece of iron that resonated with the dragon's blood. Chen Feng held this piece of iron in his hand, and a golden tripod appeared in front of him. What kind of item is this? Thought the young man. He decided to take this opportunity. Chen Feng took the lotus posture and started meditating. The piece of black iron resonated with the golden tripod. The 2 of them docked. The next day came. Many people came to watch Chen Feng's performance. It was interesting to see how far this year's dark horse would go. 2 more rounds, and he would be in the top 10. Elder Khan was approached by a colleague and said that his nephew was really impressive. Mr. Khan said he didn't expect either. Elder Han expressed his hope that this fellow would be able to fly into the sky just like his master back then. Elder San said that this guy would be crushed today just like his masters were crushed in his time. Mr. Khan wondered, wasn't he hearing the same San who always cheats and cheats? Elder San said that he is willing to bet on Chu Shui's sword today. He is betting that Chen Feng will lose. Does the opponent accept this challenge? A witness to this wager said that Elder San has lost his mind. After all, half of his power lies in this sword. It is famous, and many masters admire it. Mr. Han asked, is his opponent really willing to put up the sword of autumn water? Is he really that confident? Elder San said that Chen Feng would fight Su Xiaoyu today, Supreme Elder's grandson. Elder Han accepted the challenge and said that he is putting his ring of the universe. Mr. San said that soon that ring would belong to him. Elder Han remembered what Han Yuer had said about Chen Feng having a strength equal to the 9th level of Celestial, and he wouldn't lose. Elder San said that he had given Su Xiaoyu a talisman whose strength was equal to a 9-fold strike. Chen Feng will die today. The referee announced the 3rd fight of the great tournament. Chen Feng versus Su Xiaoyu. The opponent told our hero that he only has a level 6 Celestial, and he's not very good. Therefore, suggested that he should fight at full strength. Chen Feng agreed and thought that the grandson of the Supreme Elder was very polite. The warriors began to get closer together. Su Xiaoyu drew his sword and said that he did not want to lose. Chen Feng decided to strike the sword with his hand and counterattack him when his opponent dodged. The opponents were about equal in strength and skill. The battle has not yet revealed a clear leader. However, Su Xiaoyu used the talisman. There was a huge explosion. Elder San shouted that it was unfair. You couldn't use the talisman? Mr. Han decided that he had to save Chen Feng and jumped up from his seat. Elder San blocked his way. Elder San said, "Is his opponent really going to break the clan rules and interfere in the tournament?" Mr. Han asked. Wasn't it Elder San who gave Su Xiaoyu the talisman? If his clan uses talismans, it's cheating. Elder San said that the tournament rules don't say that using talismans is forbidden. If Chen Feng has a talisman, he can use it too. The fight isn't over yet, they can't interfere. Besides, they haven't seen Chen Feng lose yet. He's probably fine. Mr. Han thought, even if Chen Feng has the ability to resist the 9th level Celestial, but avoiding the explosive talisman is almost impossible. Han hoped that his nephew was alright. Su Xiaoyu said that even a loser dares to fight him. But that is only in dreams. Losers should be down. One can only dream of fighting him in the next life. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Chen Feng in burnt clothes standing on his feet alive and unharmed. He said that waiting for the next life was too long. Everyone saw the guy and thought, how is this possible? Chen Feng said he was still in one piece. And this world is ruled by the law of the jungle. Su Xiaoyu wondered, how could he survive? After all, it was a 9th level celestial 9th level strike. Chen Feng said that he would explain everything to his opponent now. The guy struck a series of staggering blows to the arrogant opponent. Su Xiaoyu did not stay on his feet and fell to his knees. He said that he was hurt. Chen Feng said to his opponent, does he now realize that he is fine? After all, he is quite strong. Chen Feng stepped on his opponent's head and said, didn't he say that he didn't dare to step on him because he was strong? But that was exactly what he did now. Does Su Xiaoyu have anything to say against it? Su Xiaoyu begged his opponent not to destroy him. Chen Feng said that he was now doing the same thing as his opponent. Chen Feng didn't spare his opponent and destroyed him. None of the people around him could stop him. The judge asked, how dare he destroy the grandson of the Supreme Elder? After all, he had been warned that he shouldn't do that. Chen Feng asked why he was not stopped when he used the talisman. Chen Feng asked, so it turns out that his rival's life is meaningful? But his life means nothing? Because he is the grandson of a Supreme Elder? Is that why the judge ignored the rules? Everyone said that the judge was dishonest. He broke the rules of the tournament. But who would go against the Supreme Elder? Origin is also a kind of power. The Elder wondered, how dare this guy cross him? Does he not respect him as a division commander? Chen Feng said that his interlocutor is someone who abuses power. The Elder was surprised and said that this guy dare not tell him off. The division commander told the guy to prepare to die and rushed to attack him. Elder Han shouted for Chen Feng to be more careful. Elder San said that guy dare not provoke the judge. He was asking for his doom. After all, this judge is at the peak of the 9th level. He is half a step away from the God's Gate. The Elder gave a powerful, striking blow to this guy. The blow was very strong. However, Chen Feng was able to stay on his feet. Everyone was surprised at how this guy repelled the Elder's attack. What is he capable of? He is so fierce that he even fights with the judge. Chen Feng was himself surprised at his own abilities. Was he really able to block the Elder's strike? The Elder wondered, how old is this guy? How is he able to withstand his strength? This guy shouldn't be able to survive. Elder Han asked if the judge was afraid that the clan would condemn him. After all, he had openly attacked a participant in the tournament. Everyone began to discuss that the judge wanted to destroy Chen Feng because of Su Xiaoyu. This turns out to be revenge. There should be no regrets in the arena. The judge said he would spare this guy today. Turning around, he headed for the exit. The old man thought that when the Supreme Elder returned, this guy would be finished. Chen Feng called out to the judge and said that he had tried so hard to please the Supreme Elder that he had even forgotten his job. After all, he hadn't announced the result of the fight yet. The referee says that Chen Feng has won and goes through to the next round. Everyone shouted that this warrior, the pride of young disciples, he should keep winning. The 3 great masters from the dais were watching this guy. Was this really Yang Qingyu's disciple? Previously, he was unable to practice because of the blocked Dantian. One of the masters said he didn't expect that guy to raise his level to inner gate in a couple years. He's very talented. It was Chen Guoyun, an inner gate elder. Zhao Bufan, the clan head, asked, is this warrior's strength really related to Yang Qingyu? In any case, his path lies to Changling. Zhao Bufan said that he had a case and was leaving them. This guy destroyed Su, the grandson of the elder, and when he comes back, the guy will be in trouble. He added that this guy is an excellent student. We should try to protect him. After the battle, Uncle Han asked Chen Feng if he was badly injured. The guy replied that he was slightly scratched. Fortunately, he had reached the 7th level of the celestial level yesterday. And thanks to that black piece of iron, he wasn't hurt. Otherwise, things would have been much sadder. Mr. Han said that the next fight is about to start. And if the guy needs a sword for the rain-blooming flower technique, he has a great offer. Chen Feng was surprised that his uncle was using a sword. How did he get such a good sword? Elder Han said he doesn't have a sword, but he knows someone who does. Uncle was alluding to Elder San, who lost. Mr. Han wondered why Elder San was withdrawing. Although it doesn't matter. After all, he wouldn't retract his words, would he? Mr. San asked, what kind of words are we talking about? If the talk is about cow flatbread, he is ready to fulfill the agreement and will go now to prepare. Mr. Khan said he was impressed that his opponent wanted to consume a cow flatbread, and that's all to keep his sword. Chen Feng noticed that Elder San is not a person who does not keep his word, the elder said angrily, admitting defeat, and this sword now belonged to his opponent. Mr. Khan thanked his colleague for his help these days. In his hands, he held the long-awaited sword. After seeing the old man off with a glance, Mr. Han said that if his nephew made it to the top 10, he would have a share of the credit. The young man said that he would like to thank Elder San. Uncle Han gave the sword to his nephew and said that he should help him in the next fight. Chen Feng replied that he would try to live up to his uncle's expectations. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the young man said that for the sake of Uncle Han and his sister Yuer, as well as his master, he would definitely win in this tournament. Chen Feng already knew that his next opponent would be Changlin. The guy pointed his sword at his opponent and asked if he had time to wash his neck. Changlin said that it was very unexpected. A little worm like his rival was able to get to this level. Now we'll have to personally bring him back to the bottom. Each of the opponents said that they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Han Yuer ran up to our hero and said in fright, "Is he hurt? Is he okay?" Chen Feng replied that he was fine, and his scratches would not affect the next fight. The girl said that he didn't look unharmed. He had blood on his lip. Han Yuer said that she would rather he quit this tournament. Chen Feng looked at the girl with a steady gaze and asked, was he really that important to her? The girl, blushing, turned away and said, she wouldn't want him to die in this tournament? Our hero replied that he would be fine. After all, he doesn't want to see her sad. The young man climbed the steps following to the arena and told his sister to expect good news about him. He would return with victory. The girl reached out to her companion and kissed him on the cheek. The audience was surprised. They thought it was amazing. Many had tears in their eyes. Han Yuer said that she would wait for him and walked down from the arena to the bleachers. Chen Feng thought that it was very romantic to kiss in public. Changlin was furious. This girl had kissed his rival in front of everyone. When he destroyed Chen Feng, he would destroy this girl too. The referee announced the beginning of the 5th round. Everyone holding their breath was waiting for this moment. The audience thought that Chen Feng was in danger. Ran Changlin will hit with full force. Changlin is completely furious. He started to use his full strength from the beginning. The fight will probably be over soon. Chen Feng, while fending off his opponent's attacks, thought, is this really strength? I wonder who will prove to be stronger. Changlin resented. How could his opponent fight him? Chen Feng unleashed a series of powerful punches. His opponent flew far back. He could barely stay on his feet. Changlin thought, how could he lose to this guy in terms of strength? How could this kind of trash be stronger than him? Changlin said that his punch was stronger than 10,000 pounds. How was a 7th-level Celestial able to block it? What martial art did his opponent use? Chen Feng grinned and said that it was not a new martial art. Our hero added that it's a regular punch, he would call it Ping-a. Changlin thought, how could this be possible if his opponent wasn't using a new martial art? How was the opponent able to achieve a 10,000-pound punch by mere physical strength? Chen Feng thought that the dragon blood had been washing over his meridians the entire time. The strength of tens of thousands of pounds. This is just the beginning. This is unbelievable. The audience said it was frightening to gain such strength without using a martial art. In terms of strength, no one can match him. What will happen to him when he reaches the 9th level? Ran Changlin thought that something had happened to his opponent. It was unusual for him to have developed such strength with cultivation. An elder of the inner gate, watching the fight, said that in physical strength, no one from the outer gate could compare with this guy. He asked his colleague for his opinion, and his colleague said that not only physical strength was important in the fight. All 3 elder grandmasters continued to watch the duel. It looked like Changlin still had some strength. Changlin said that he had really underestimated his opponent, but he didn't think he could defeat him by force alone, did he? The most important thing in battle is martial art. He added that he would be more serious now. Chen Feng said that it was time for a real fight. Changlin waved his arms around, projecting his inner energy onto his opponent. The spectators said that this was a terrifying technique. Even from a distance, one could feel the fury of this wind technique. Chen Feng had no chance at all. He would now be beaten to a pulp. Master asked Elder Ran, "Isn't that her glorious nephew?" He was surprised that the one had a small level of perception of the snow cloud palm. Elder Ran pointed out that the most important thing in battle is not just strength. Elder Ran thought that it had already been 5 years since Master Yang Qingyu died, but people still kept comparing them. Today, her nephew would crush his disciple and show everyone that he was only the clan's past. The great masters agreed that one could not win a battle with only physical strength. They thought that Chen Feng had absolutely no chance. Elder Ran said that this guy deserved to be just a stepping stone on the path of her nephew Changlin. During another attack, Changlin asked his opponent, "Isn't he strong? He can't even defend himself using his martial arts. But he not only has martial arts, but he has also reached an incredible level of perception." Changlin said, "Scum is scum. He's just like his master. He will always be a loser." Changlin used his palm strike again and said that now his opponent would turn into mud. While fending off another attack from his opponent, Changlin was wounded. His hand was bleeding. Changlin was furious. How could his opponent overpower his snow-piercing palm? After all, his attack had reached its target. Chen Feng answered his opponent's question because his martial art level had reached a perfect state. Changlin thought that it was impossible. Auntie Changlin, Elder Ran, also thought that it was impossible. That guy must be bluffing. How did he get such a kick? Our hero decided to show his opponent a rainstorm. He also used the heaven and earth technique. Everyone thought, how is this possible? The warrior recognized the rain-soaring flower technique. Chen Feng had truly mastered this technique. Everyone saw that it had started to rain over the arena. How could Chen Feng do that? The guy applied a formation, a flying flower. The spectators noted that the rain stopped on one side of the arena, however, petals appeared. Han Yue remarked that it was very beautiful. What kind of sword technique was this? She had never seen it before. That was because no one had practiced the rain-floating flower technique yet. Han Yue asked her father, could it be that he was the one who taught Chen Feng such a technique? Mr. Han said that he had nothing to do with it. Chen Feng had only learned it yesterday. He had only practiced it for 15 minutes. Changlin asked in amazement, how was his opponent able to master such martial arts? It's unbelievable. Ran Changlin said that he would destroy that floating flower with a single blow. Auntie shouted for him not to do that. Changlin didn't stand a chance. He found himself defeated and on his knees. The warrior couldn't believe he had been defeated. Chen Feng said that his martial art technique was one of the great techniques. The spectators began to say that Chen Feng had won. Just looking at Changlin alone makes one feel pain. Chen Feng is unbelievable. One of the great masters said that in hundreds of years, only 2 people could cultivate to master the heaven and earth rain-soaring flower technique. They didn't expect that this guy is not only physically strong compared to the sword Dao. It's unbelievable. He's talented. Elder Ran shouted with anger, how dare he ruin her plans? She rushed from above right into the arena. The woman wanted to massacre Chen Feng. The inner gate elder said that Chen Feng had a bright future and needed to be protected. Ran Changlin was on his knees. Chen Feng pointed his sword in his direction and said that it seemed that only his death would calm people down. The onlookers shouted for Chen Feng to pull the weed from the root. Suddenly, in front of our hero, appeared the judge, who with his hand held up his sword, he told the guy to stop. He had already won. It is not worth it to destroy the opponent. You should not be so ruthless at such a young age, Chen Feng said at the referee. Since he won, the referee should hurry up and announce it, or he will do so, since the fight is not over yet. Elder Ran appeared above the arena. The woman shouted that she was about to destroy Chen Feng. Chen Feng said he knew she wouldn't hold back, and added that he wanted to see the difference between him and her. The young man executed the immortal king's kick, however. His body was blocked. He couldn't even move. Elder Ran said that she would not allow him to resist. The woman wanted to attack the unruly Chen Feng, however. Her powerful energy shattered from behind the protective dome. She couldn't understand what was going on. Chen Feng replied from behind the protective dome that he was not a good person. Elder Ran wondered, where did this guy get the golden body technique from? How did he learn the Zhao clan's martial art? Moreover, he cultivated the technique without a master. Chen Feng said that she should kneel down and bow to his master. Then he would be able to answer her questions. Elder Ran disagreed and said that his master was a loser and he should instead worship her. The woman intended to destroy Chen Feng. Between Ran Yuxu and Chen Feng became an inner gate elder he managed to. Elder Ran said that she must destroy that guy. After all, he was disregarding the rules. The opponent asked what she was talking about. After all, her nephew had disregarded the rules himself by interfering in the fight. Ran Yuxue wondered if Chen Guoyun thought he could stop her. Chen Guoyun said he admits that Elder Ran is stronger than him, but he might well be able to hold her off for a little while. But will her nephew be able to withstand it? He has lost quite a bit of blood. Ran Yuxiu said that she was not the only one who wanted to destroy Chen Feng. Would he really be able to stop everyone? Suddenly, another player appeared in the arena. He shouted menacingly for Chen Feng to return his grandson to him. Supreme Elder Su Jiaodong appeared in the arena. The old man wanted to strike Chen Feng. However, the guy dodged and put Ran Changling in front of him. The elder's strike went straight to Ran Changling's chest. The elder shouted, "How dare this rascal destroy Changlin?" Chen Feng was surprised. After all, everyone here had seen that this guy had been destroyed by a Supreme Elder. Ran Yuxiu shouted in rage that, "Now this guy will definitely die." She pounced on Chen Feng. Our hero thought, "Do they all want his death so badly?" Chen Guiyun said to his colleague, "If Elder Ran wants to touch this guy, you have to go through him first." Ran Yuxiu replied that this guy destroyed her nephew. He should die. Chen Feng said to Elder Ran to open her eyes. Can she not see whose hands are in her nephew's blood? The Supreme Elder asked angrily. How dare this guy sow discord? He said he would rid the clan of evil. Suddenly, the Supreme Master shouted for everyone to stop. Everyone immediately noticed that they couldn't move. Chen Feng thought that this was an incredibly powerful aura. Chen Feng said that in his life, he had always only bowed down to those he wanted to bow down to. No one would force him to do so. The Grand Master thought that with a 7th level Celestial, this guy was able to resist his aura. He really isn't bad. Grand Master, the clan head, said that fighting was not an option. We should stop here. The Supreme Elder asked, is the clan head really protecting this man? The clan head said, that was his decision. Elder Su stated that he needed an explanation. After all, this guy destroyed his grandson. Therefore, he, Su Jiaodong, refuses to obey. The clan head said that this guy is gifted. He has a very rare talent for their clan. Su Jiaodong wondered, what talent could this scum have? After all, he was just an ordinary student. He was just lucky enough to win a few rounds. The clan head said that this guy has an excellent technique. Elder Su was surprised. There are 2 skills of the soaring rainflower technique. This is only the beginning, so he can't be called gifted. When it comes to the soaring rainflower technique, he, Su Jiaodong, who has trained this technique for 3 years, has only succeeded a little bit in 10 years. That guy has no talent. Those watching were surprised. Had the Supreme Elder not seen what had happened in the arena? He should be ashamed of his words. The Elder was surprised. Usually at a moment like this, he would be supported. Why were they looking at him so strangely? The clan head said that this guy's technique involved using the power of heaven and earth. Elder Su thought, how is this possible? Master said that there are tens of thousands of disciples here who have seen it with their own eyes. Why does he say it is impossible? Elder Su asked the clan head, if this guy used the powers of heaven and earth at the celestial level, did that mean they had a new genius? The clan head said, this means that there is a new disciple of the Tianhe realm in their clan. The clan head repeated to Elder Su that this guy was very talented. Could there really be any more questions? Elder Su said that he had no more questions. The clan head asked another question. Would the elders insist on destroying this guy, Chen Feng, who is the future of their clan? Elder Ran asked, did her nephew die in vain? The clan head said that Changlin as well as Xiaoyu were weak. No wonder they died. Entering the path of cultivation, they should have been morally prepared. The clan head continued, if Changlin was the one who destroyed Chen Feng in the arena, would Elder Ran destroy Changlin to avenge Chen Feng? The clan head added, they all saw and know why Master Chen Feng was badly injured, and why his opponent was killed. The clan head said that the woman didn't have an ounce of regret for the loss of her brother Yang Qingyu. With such an attitude, their clan has no future. Ran Yuxiu said that she agreed. The clan head said that Yang Qingyu had taught her good manners. The referee declared Chen Feng the winner of the 5th round of the great tournament. The audience once again shouted that Chen Feng was the best. He was already in the top 10. It was very difficult for him, but he defeated everyone. The elder said that Chen Feng was good. He did not dishonor his master. Chen Feng thanked Elder Chen for protecting him. Elder Chen asked, if he stopped protecting, would Chen Feng have a life card? Chen Feng asked, how did Elder Chen know about this? The interlocutor replied that he knows this guy and knows his master. The master never had enough cards. Elder Chen said that he would be looking forward to seeing this fellow emerge on the blessed land of the Bamboo Mountain. The young man replied that Chen Feng would make every effort. Elder Su wanted to ask this guy questions, and he wanted to get close to him, but the elder feared that he might humiliate himself in this way. Elder Su thought that this guy was a rascal. Chen Feng saw the expression on the old man's face and thought that he looked arrogant. Ran Yuxiu asked, does Chen Feng really think he is so gifted if he studied under a master? She is still much more talented than him. The woman added that after all, his master was long gone anyway. Chen Feng wondered if his master's death had something to do with her. Ran Yuxu said that if this guy was interested in the answer to that question, she could reunite him with his master, and he would tell him everything. Chen Feng said if his interlocutor was involved in the master's death, he would personally destroy her in front of his beloved master's grave. Han Yue shouted that Chen Feng was invincible, and he entered the top 10. He is allowed to enter the blessed land of the Bamboo Mountain. The girl told her father that they should meet Chen Feng. Why did the father only take a few steps? The father noticed that his daughter was very excited. The girl thought that she is not happy. She should calm down. Chen Feng should not think about her worrying about him. Chen Feng returned and told his uncle and sister that he had won. He was allowed to enter the blessed land of the Bamboo Mountain. Han Yue saw this guy running towards her. She thought that she should be restrained. The young man tripped and fell down. A young lady approached our hero and sat down beside him. Han Yue was second and watched from the side. The girl said that he had recently used the golden body technique. Is it possible to be completely solid? Little sister would like to learn from the young man. Chen Feng said that we should choose another day. The girl hugging Chen Feng asked, why didn't he come then? After all, she had been waiting for him all day. The other beauty told Chen Feng that he didn't train with her either. He was so strong, and they could do 300 rounds. The girls didn't stop. One of them offered to give him a relaxing massage. After all, he was probably tired after the battle. The annoying beauties thought they had a lot of time ahead of them. Han Yue appeared on the horizon. The girl thought that this group of goblins was once again seducing Chen Feng right in front of her. Han Yue said for Chen Feng to come over to her immediately. The guy jumped to his feet and walked over to the girl. At the same second, he said he came to his sister's house as soon as she called him. Elder Han thought it was good to be young. It reminded him of the times when he had 3 meals a day. Chen Feng offered to give Han Yue a relaxing massage. The girl said that she hated it and would never forgive him for anything. Han Yue couldn't calm down. She said that these girls were inviting Chen Feng to join them. Isn't he excited? Chen Feng said that his heart is only occupied by one person. He only thinks of his little sister. The girl took offense and said it was too much. She was leaving. Chen Feng asked her to stay because he had a lot to tell her. A stranger appeared not far away. He said that he had been sneaking into this Chen clan for so long, and finally found the person who destroyed Elder Li's son, Li Tianyu. Chen Feng had dared to contact their clan in vain. He would be buried in the blessed land of the Bamboo Mountain. Elder Han appeared in front of the young men and said that he apologized for the long wait. In his hands, he was carrying a roasted chicken. Chen Feng and Han Yue were indeed waiting. Chen Feng said it was a great dish and thanked Uncle Han for making it himself. The girl said she loves chicken and noodles. It is an incredible combination of flavor. Chen Feng promised his sister to make noodles in the future. Han Yue revealed that she won't eat his noodles. Mr. Han said that his daughter is just stubborn. In fact, she can't wait for Chen Feng to feed her. The girl blushed and said that her father was talking unnecessary. Mr. Han said it was a great day, and to celebrate it with wine, he invited Chen Feng to keep him company. The young man replied that he had never drunk wine. He didn't know how much he could drink. It would be embarrassing if he felt bad after just one glass. Mr. Khan said the young man can drink as much as he can. He will not try to get the young man drunk. Uncle Han poured the young man a full bowl and said that today was a great day. Today, Chen Feng and his daughter were among the top 10 disciples of the clan. Chen Feng almost dropped the bowl from his hands in surprise. Had Han Yue also entered the top 10? The girl's gaze became serious. She broke her chopstick and said that this matter had better be cleared up now. The girl asked angrily, "Can't she be in the top 10? Why is he looking down on her? Does he really think she's weak?" Chen Feng said he did not mean such a thing, but there is a slight difference. Han Yue said, "It is not about the difference. It is obvious that he despises her. Is the fact that she entered the top 10 so unexpected?" Mr. Han asked his daughter to leave the young man alone, and she should thank Chen Feng for being able to enter the top 10. The girl said she wouldn't thank the guy because she won the fight with her own strength. Mr. Han said that almost all the strong opponents were defeated by Chen Feng, and her opponents weren't that strong. That's why everything went smoothly. The disgruntled daughter said her father was too straightforward. Why doesn't he think about her reputation? Chen Feng said that sister was very lucky. The girl thought that this was a scalding answer from a straightforward person. Was it really about her luck? Chen Feng said that luck, it was also part of strength, and it was very important. Sister Yue was able to enter the top 10 because of her strength, and it had nothing to do with him. Han Yue, smiling, asked, "Does Chen Feng really think so?" His praise made her a little embarrassed. The guy replied that his words are sincere, and there are no half-truths in them. Mr. Han said that the young man is spoiling his daughter. Chen Feng didn't expect Han Yue to be so strong when they were on the Bamboo Mountain. He hoped that she would be able to protect him. The girl smiled and said that she wouldn't let anyone hurt her little brother. Chen Feng proposed a toast to his sister and said that he was grateful to her. The girl smiled and said that he should follow her from now on. Elder Han thought that the relationship between these kids was getting better and better. Han Yuer noticed that the boy drank too much today. Chen Feng hugged the girl and stated that he had something to tell her. Mr. Han, observing Chen Feng's behavior, decided that he didn't belong here. With the words that he was no longer here, he quickly ran out of this room. However, after leaving the room, he still began to peep. Han Yuer blushed with embarrassment and asked, "What does the young man want to tell her?" Chen Feng said that since his master died, only she and Uncle Han have been good to him. He only wants to say one thing. The guy pressed Han Yuer even harder against him. The girl froze in anticipation. The young lady dreamed and thought that Chen Feng would tell her that he loved her. The silence dragged on. The young man could not continue his sentence. The girl lowered her head and saw that the rascal had simply fallen asleep. The alcohol was too much. Mr. Khan, watching from ambush, thought this guy had missed a very important point. He won't be pouring him anymore. The girl tried to wake up and bring the beau to his senses. She said he was completely unable to drink. He had to finish what he had to say. Before going to sleep, he had important words to say. Even after such a violent shaking, the young man didn't react. Han Yuer thought that he must be very tired and decided that he should get some sleep. The girl thought that she will definitely protect him in the future. She is not joking now and is very serious. After all, he has suffered a lot in the past. She doesn't want him to go through that again. The next day came. Returning home, the young man thought he had drunk a lot the night before. Now he doesn't remember anything. His head still hurt. The boy felt as if his face was numb. On the way, the young man met Han Yuer. She asked if the guy slept well last night. The girl's father said this guy passed out from one glass of wine last night. He needs to learn how to drink. Han Yuer added that he needs to at least learn how to finish a sentence before he falls asleep. Chen Feng said that he had traces of her lips on his face. The girl immediately started slapping the guy and saying that there were mosquitoes on him now. Injured in the unequal hand-to-hand combat, Chen Feng asked his sister, "Did he say something wrong again?" The girl told him not to worry. She was just chasing away mosquitoes, he wondered. Why was it necessary to hit them so violently? Han Yuer asked if Chen Feng remembered what he had said to her last night. The young man tried to remember. He must have said that he would successfully pass the blessed land of the bamboo mountain and bring glory to uncle and sister. The girl took offense. Chen Feng thought that he had said something wrong again. The young man turned to his uncle. He didn't understand what was going on. The uncle told him not to worry about it. It was time for them to go to Broken Arrow Peak. The clan had said that if he was late, he would not be allowed to enter the next stage of the tournament. Chen Feng told Uncle Han that he wanted to pay his respects to his master first. Elder Han requested that the young man tell his master the good news. He is participating in the tournament on behalf of the entire clan. Saying goodbye, the young man said that he understood everything and would do as Uncle Khan advised him. The mercenaries watching the young man realized he was alone. They figured this was their chance. Chen Feng came to the big tree where his master was buried and said that a disciple had come to visit him. The young man told all the news to the master that he was among the top 10 disciples of the sect and would represent the sect at the tournament. Chen Feng conveyed the information to the master that his disciple had not dishonored his master, and he had already reached the 7th level of the Celestial. No one would dare to bully him anymore. It seemed to the young man that the foreman answered him and said it was all pretty good. At some point, the guy realized he wasn't alone here. He said they could stop hiding and come out. The mercenaries came out and said he had indeed discovered them. Turns out this loser is stronger than they thought. The guy thought that there were 2 Inner Gate clan disciples in front of him. He wondered if it was Ran Yuxu who sent them. The mercenaries said that they were paid by the elders to detain the guy so that he wouldn't be allowed to enter the tournament. Their goal, not to let him get to Broken Arrow Peak. Chen Feng told the master that he didn't bring wine or food today, but the blood of these 2 people would be a tribute to the master. The mercenaries approached our hero with a leisurely gait and asked him if he wasn't ashamed. Why does this guy think he's strong enough to go out the outer door? In the eyes of their inner disciples, the outer disciples are all like ants. Another mercenary asked, does the guy still want to use their blood to avenge his master? Does he really think the worthless master is worthy of that? When they finish the guy off, they'll take the master's grave and dig up the bones so people can look at that waste after they die. Chen Feng angrily said that they didn't seem to know that those who humiliated his master only had one end left, and that was doom. The mercenaries rushed at our hero and told him that his doom was inevitable. Now he will pay for everything with his life. The young man dodged their attack and said that they were moving too slowly. The boy made 2 quick sword movements and the opponent's heads rolled on the ground. The boy said that not everyone was worthy to kneel before his master. Chen Feng said that his disciples would return victoriously to honor their master. Broken Arrow Peak. The clan head was told that Chen Feng hadn't arrived yet. This guy must have such a high opinion of himself that he made the clan head and elders wait for him. The participants wondered, how dare this guy not show up on time? After all, the tournament is a battle of life and death, so he must have been scared. Han Yuer stood up for our hero. She said that Chen Feng had gone to honor the master and he would definitely be on time. One of the participants told the girl that even if he comes up on time, it's useless. Can't she see that the elders are impatient? Chen Feng will definitely be disqualified. Elder San said to the clan head, "This Chen Feng is young, arrogant, and haughty. He despises the clan. How could he be late at such an important moment?" Elder San said, suggesting that he immediately cancel Chen Feng's preparations to participate in the tournament. Elder Han objected and said that Guy still had time. There was no need to cancel his participation. San said, "It would be wrong for Chen Feng to make the clan head wait. The clan head will find a reasonable solution." The clan head asked what the others thought of this. The young warrior said, asking him to wait for Chen Feng. Other tournament participants also stood up for our hero. Elder Han thought that the young man should be able to make it to the tournament in time. Ran Yuxu thought that those two inner disciples should apprehend this rascal. She doesn't believe that he will make it in time. The clan head said that in that case, he would ask everyone to wait for a while. Elder San said that he would obey in that case as well. Old Man San said that once the incense stick was finished, if Chen Feng did not arrive on time, he would jump off the top of the broken arrow. Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared on the horizon and said that Elder San, in that case, could jump right away. Everyone was surprised. Mr. Han thought, finally this guy shows up. What's the interesting thing he's holding? Are they really human heads? Chen Feng was indeed holding human heads with blood dripping from them. Ran Yuxu thought, did he really make it in time? How could he have done this? After all, the two inner disciples, they were rank 9 masters. How did he do it? Chen Feng thought that he had made it in time. The young man apologized for being late and said that he had to destroy those two on the way. That was why he was delayed. The young man bowed to the clan head and elders. He said that these two had insulted his teacher, but that wasn't enough for them, and they decided to destroy him. So he took it upon himself to execute them. One of the warriors asked, whose disciples are these? Had they insulted the deceased clan master? It was a great sin. Who dared to do such a thing? The tournament participants realized that these were Elder San's outer disciples. How could Elder San send someone to destroy Chen Feng? The warrior thought, could there really be a conspiracy in the sect? Could someone have sent someone to destroy one of the sect members? The young man asked Elder Ran Yuxuo if she could say anything. Elder Ran said that these two were undoubtedly her disciples. Chen Feng interrupted her and said that he would explain it himself now. The guy said that these two attacked him. He had a guess as to why it happened. Ran Yuxu said, if that little rascal dared to accuse her, she would destroy him with one hand. Chen Feng said, he assumes that those two did it without authorization. It was their own initiative. Because if the elder had decided to destroy him, he wouldn't be here now. Elder Ran thought that this Chen Feng had definitely insulted her. The clan had thought that this young man knew how to take care of his face. Everyone thought, what is this Chen Feng doing? Wouldn't it have been easier to file a complaint? Chen Feng said no matter how. But 2 disciples have broken the clan rules. They have dishonored the clan by their actions. These disciples dishonored themselves by acting without the master's permission. He hoped that the elders would not blame him. Elder Ran said that in that case, she should thank him. Chen Feng said, you don't have to be grateful. It is the duty of every clan disciple to get rid of the rascals who try to harm the clan. If the elders know any more such rascals, he is willing to help to get rid of them. The guy said that he was ready to destroy all scoundrels. Such words stirred up the people. Elder Ran Yuxue said that this young man made her lose face. In the tournament, he should die. The clan head thought that this was a great talent, not only taking care of his dignity, but also mercilessly carrying a blow to his opponent. He was worthy of being called Master Qing Yu's disciple. Ranier said well done. That elder was definitely pissed off. Elder Han decided that he would be happy for this guy while standing on the sidelines. Chen Feng turned to Elder San. Someone recently said that he was willing to jump off the top of the broken arrow if he returned on time. Elder San said that the wind is very strong here in the mountains. He can't hear what the young man is saying to him. The old man thought that he certainly didn't intend to fly today, so he decided to play dumb until the end. Chen Feng said that his mind was wounded. The clan should be a haven for disciples. Disciples should take care of each other and learn the warmth of the clan. Chen Feng said that some of the elders previously used the disciples' lateness as a condition for betting. Without knowing it, the disciple is very upset. He hopes that the clan master will solve the disciple's grief. Mr. Han said that Elder San is not getting along with the clan. His position as elder should be reviewed immediately. The young master said that he agreed with Elder Han's words. The old man objected, how could he not get along with the clan? San told the clan head that he was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Feng said that he was greatly traumatized by this joke. If he performed poorly in the tournament, the sect might lose because of him. Elder San thought that this guy was playing too much in this performance. He told Chen Feng not to spur him on, and didn't dare to underestimate him. How dare the disciples spur on the respected elders? It's just that discipline has suffered a serious blow today, and he needs a pill to cure it. Elder San told his opponent not to run away after talking for a long time. Otherwise, he would break up again. Chen Feng stated that he was so traumatized that such a simple pill couldn't heal his injuries. Elder San said that this boy is too ruthless. Is he really tired of living? Chen Feng told the sect head that his heart was destroyed by grief. Elder San said that he gives the guy this pill, but it violates the boundaries. Mr. Han thanked his opponent for keeping his promise. Chen Feng thanked the old man for his help. Elder San said that it was only a pill, and thought that he had impoverished himself again, he would no longer make a bet. Chen Feng thought that when he reached the 9th stage, he would be able to use this broken realm pill to break through to the divine gate realm. This realm-breaking pill had come to him too early. Han Yue called out to her brother and said that they had to stand in line. The young man replied that he was almost there. One of the tournament participants said that trash remains trash. Another supported him and said that he had never seen disciples so shamelessly begging for a pill from an elder before. The girl told our hero who they were. They were from high-ranking families. Chen Feng suggested that these two use the back door to get into the tournament. Han Yue said that it was correctly said. Qin Moling told our hero that he didn't need to participate in the outer gate qualifying tournament to enter the inner gate. But this time, he went there solely to gain sect fame. Chen Feng said he really doesn't know everything, but he understands that they are going through a dirty path. Moling said he has a level 9 Houghton. Chen Feng said that his opponent used dirty methods. Moling stated that he has been an inner disciple since birth. The clan head called for silence and told everyone to get ready to depart. Moling said that Chen Feng dared to insult him. Therefore, he will pray that he dies in the tournament. The guy said that he wouldn't wait. Chen Feng slurred out some incomprehensible expression. The surrounding people thought that the young man was thus delicately swearing. The guy thought no matter what they wanted to do in the tournament, he would give them a chance to succeed. The clan leader said that Mount Tiantai was ahead. That's their destination. The tournament participants thought that they had arrived very quickly. The sect head's flying ship was too good. One could go anywhere with such an artifact. Artifacts are only worthy of being held by the strongest martial artists, such as the clan leader. The clan head said that there are 3 sects in the Amori Mountains. A few months ago, they had almost simultaneously discovered a small world on top of the Tiantai, and they named it Sacred Bamboo Mountain. Everyone wondered, is the Sacred Bamboo Mountain really a small world? The small world is born from the aura of heaven and earth. It is very rich in various heavenly treasures. Elder Ran thought, no matter what it looks like, they just have to send people to the blessed land of Bamboo Mountain. We have to worry about the treasures. The sect head continued. Since the Sacred Bamboo Mountain was found by the 3 sects at the same time, each sect insisted on their own. It was decided that each sect would send 10 followers. Therefore, they are now going to the Sacred Bamboo Mountain. The winner will receive this small world and incorporate it into the sect's possession. The sect leader said that they are the 10 candidates, the representatives of the sect in this battle. One of the participants asked if this meant that they would be fighting to the death with disciples of other sects. They thought it would be an ordinary tournament and did not realize that they might die. The clan head said that the Sacred Bamboo Mountain is very important to their sect. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the members, because according to the rules, all the treasures they get there will belong only to them. All the participants were excited. They thought it was the perfect opportunity to change their lives for the better. Chen Feng thought that these were words worthy of a leader. Just a few words greatly motivated the participants. Anyway, the leader promised such a benefit, which completely shows the danger of this tournament. One must protect Han Yue heir. Han Yue shouted that she wanted to take all the treasures. Chen Feng thought he had a bad feeling. The clan head told the members to do their best for their sect. One of the participants stated that his sword was already in anticipation. They couldn't just die. The participants got to Tiantai Peak. It was so flat, as if it had been cut by a sword. Someone had heard that during the battle between ancient immortals and demons, a powerful sword had been thrust here. One of the participants couldn't wait to get to the Bamboo Mountain, but the other clans hadn't arrived yet. A little time passed, and members of the other clans began to pull up. The clan heads greeted each other. They started complimenting each other. Chen Feng thought, There's that meaningless chatter between the adults again. One of the elders asked the young man, "Is it true that he is Chen Feng?" The young man confirmed. The old man, flashing his eyes, pounced on our hero and said, "At last they have met." Chen Feng thought, why do all elders like to attack stealthily? He would have to respond in kind. Chen Feng counterattacked this elder, and he was forced to retreat after receiving a massive blow. The sect head asked Elder Li Yuntian, for what reason did he intend to hit his disciple? Does the elder ignore the existence of the sect head? Chen Feng thought that the sect leader had helped him block the blow. It turns out that he also has a supporter. However, that person, the Greenwood sect elder, Li Yuntian. This old man seems to be the father of that guy he destroyed in the Aomori Mountains. Revenge is at hand. Elder Li thought that Zhou Bufan had blocked his attack quite easily, however. The force of that guy's counterpunch almost broke his finger bones. His strength is already so terrifying. The counselor told Elder Li that they were no match for Zhou Bufan. They shouldn't get into a conflict. However, after entering the Blessed Land, Zhou Bufan would not be able to keep track of his disciple. Then they will have the opportunity to avenge the elder's son. Elder Li thought that what Gao Xuan said made sense, but now he would have to suffer the consequences of what he had done. If this would give him the opportunity to avenge his son, then it would be worth it. Sect head Zhu Bufan said that the elder still had to explain himself. Elder Li replied to the sect head. He had heard that this Chen Feng had gained a prominent position in their outer sect competition. He only wanted to test this fellow. Sect head Zhu Bufan asked, "Since when did the Greenwood sect test the strength of Chen Yuan's sect disciples?" If they were so eager to test the strength, then he would also like to test the strength of Greenwood sect disciples. Zhou Bufan exerted energy pressure on the Greenwood sect members. Even Elder Li sensed the enormous power of his opponent. The warriors felt that it was hard for them to breathe. Chen Feng realized what the main strength of the Tianhe realm was. The young man thought that he too would soon reach such a level. Sect Elder Greenwood asked the sect leader Zhou Bufan to remove his power. There was a misunderstanding. All three sects should be at peace with each other. Chen Feng told his patriarch, "Since all the disciples are already here, we can leave it to the disciples themselves to solve this problem. They cannot allow a disciple to personally influence the great events of the sect." The sect head agreed, and added that everything would now depend on young master Chen Feng. Zhou Bufan thought that in a situation where Chen Feng was being threatened, he would put the interests of the sect first. Chen Feng walked up to Elder Li and asked if he really wanted to test him. Elder Li asked, "What does the guy mean by that?" Chen Feng stated that his opponent already knew about his abilities. After all, Li Tianliu had been destroyed by him. The elder got angry at our hero and called him a scoundrel. Now he knows why his son died. He shouted at this scoundrel he is ready to destroy here and now. The counselor told Elder Li that he was being provoked. He shouldn't react to it. They will deal with this guy when they get to the sacred bamboo mountain. Elder Li immediately issued an order to the disciples of Greenwood sect. He said for everyone to memorize this young man's face. When the Greenwood sect gets to the bamboo mountain, the elder wants everyone to open a hunt for this guy. We need to destroy him at all costs. The head of the sect, Zhou Bufan, asked Chen Feng if he was afraid. Our hero replied that in his eyes, they were just a bunch of disgruntled chickens. The sect head was satisfied. He said that this was the impetus the young man needed. He should remember that the sect head was watching him. Han Yuer said to let the brother deal with the enemies. She supports him. The warrior said that this guy had the ability to provoke the Vajra sect. I wonder if he'll dare to do it. One of the rivals said that Chen Feng was the one who destroyed his brother. The guy knows how to make enemies. The opponent said that he couldn't wait to meet this rascal. It was Zhao Sanshan of the Vajra sect. The warrior said that Zhao Sanshan was the first in rank from the outer gate of the Vajra sect. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th Hoqian layer. Chen Feng is really looking for doom. It's better to stay away from Zhao Sanshan as much as possible. Han Yuer said that it was amazing they actually ran into Zhao Sanshan. However, the girl decided that she would protect Chen Feng anyway. Zhao Sanshan asked, "Why is Chen Feng silent? Doesn't he know who his brother was?" Chen Feng replied, "If his brother was that rogue Zhao Qi who molested his sister and tried to destroy them, then he was indeed the one who destroyed that guy." The warriors were surprised and frightened. Is this guy, Chen Feng, really out of his mind? He not only confessed, but also called his brother a scoundrel. He is making a bunch of enemies and escalating the conflict. Zhao Sanshan said that his opponent was very interesting. However, he was not here for revenge. His brother was only dishonoring him. It is good that he died. Chen Feng said, "No need to be grateful, destroying bad guys for spreading their hands. This is just his job." Zhao Sanshan said that this kind of opponent is interesting to him. He came here to challenge Chen Feng. Win or lose, this fight will be to the victorious end. Chen Feng said that he agreed. He too was eager to face such an opponent. Zhao Sanshan bare his torso and started warming up. He was worried that the trek to the bamboo mountain would be boring. However, he met an interesting opponent. The weakened muscles and bones would finally be able to stretch out. Chen Feng, looking at his opponent's back, thought that he was very strong, and he is incomparable to his previous opponents. This was just in time to test the limits of his current strength. The elder thought that this Chen Feng was good at making enemies, but that was a good thing. If the two sects had already decided to eliminate this guy, it seems like he wouldn't even have to do anything. The task would be completed anyway. The counselor told Elder Li that Chen Feng is now also threatening Zhao Sanshan. This is just to their advantage. The likelihood of Chen Feng getting killed increases many times over. The elder disagreed. He said that Chen Feng should not die at the hands of Zhao Sanshan. They should do it themselves. Elder added that this is the only way to get rid of his hatred. The counselor said that he understood everything. Elder Li said that when they enter the Blessed Land, his disciple should immediately find that guy and destroy him. Everything has already been prepared for that. Elder Li gave his disciple a pill and said that it would help make Chen Feng's demise imminent. It was a blood-burning pill, the disciple said. However, in exchange for burning blood, this pill gave a brief burst of immense power. Elder Li said that if his disciple didn't complete the task, he would break his bones and wipe him into powder. Elder Li said that the hour of that rascal's death was near. He would be buried with his son. Han Yuer thought that perhaps Chen Feng was very tense right now. After all, his opponent would be Zhao Sanshan, so maybe he should cheer him up. Chen Feng thought that his opponent was half a step away from the divine gate. He was in anticipation. His fist had already hardened. Han Yuer walked over to Chen Feng and told him not to be afraid. After all, she would protect him. The boy asked if she had ever seen him afraid. The girl said she still remembers him crying in her arms. As a child, the boy had thrown himself into the girl's arms and told her to save him from the monster. Yuer then explained to him that it wasn't a monster, but a caterpillar. Chen Feng said he was sure that he did not rush into the girl's arms because he was scared. The young man added that he was just a child in those years, but now he had grown considerably. The girl said that no matter how much he grew, he would still be her little brother. Sect head Zhu Bufan watched from the side as the young man figured out the relationship with Han Yuer. He thought that there was no effect on the mind. This guy is stubborn, poised, determined, and strong in posture. The sect head was becoming more and more interested in this guy's future. A colleague approached the sect head and told Patriarch Zhou that it was already getting dark. He suggested that they prepare to open the gate to the Blessed Lands. Zhou Bufan said for Elders Li and Wan to follow his strength. After magical transformations and abundant hand spinning, the entrance to the Bamboo Mountain opened in front of the elders. Elder Zhou Bufan said that the aura coming from the entrance is very thick. He can already smell the treasure. The sect leader Zhu Bufan said that the gate to the blessed land of Bamboo Mountain has been opened. The task now is to search for an ink jade ice lotus on a small bamboo peak in the center of the land, which will take 10 days. The sect that meets the deadline and delivers the lotus will win. The head of the sect added that that was the end of it. He expects good results from his wards. The head of the Aoki sect said for his wards to prepare to enter the blessed land of the Bamboo Mountain. Elder Li's disciple put his finger forward and said that Chen Feng had destroyed his elder's son. Because of this, he should pay with his life. All the warriors of the sect shouted that this guy should die. Chen Feng thought that the strength of this group was small. However, they were prepared and able to act at the same time. Zhao Sanshan smiled and said, he can't believe that Chen Feng has so many enemies. He should not die anytime soon, because it is Sanshan who intends to take his head. The guy continued to flaunt his torso. Chen Feng smirked and said that, in that case, his opponent would have to try harder. Since this head is very strong, sect head Zhou Bufan said that his Chen clan could advance. The dozen warriors said that they obeyed their patriarch. The warrior told our hero that some of their sect had received orders too, not to let the young man go back. Everyone involved moved to the blessed lands. Someone shouted that they were waiting for Chen Feng inside. The young man stood with his sister, holding hands. The boy asked if the sister was afraid. The girl replied that as long as they were together, she had nothing to be afraid of. It was a romantic moment. The young man asked if she would mind if he asked her to destroy someone. Han Yue replied, if need be, she would do it. The young people moved to the blessed lands. Elder Ran Yukshu thought that this guy didn't have long to live. So many people are eager to destroy him. It's not believable that he can survive. Patriarch Zhou Bufan thought, if Chen Feng could survive this life and death situation, he would surely soar to the heavens. Zhou Bufan used his unique abilities to create a surveillance screen with good resolution. He urged everyone else to watch the battle from here. Colleagues, the heads of other sects, thought it was a spatial martial art. Zhou Bufan was even able to master even such a skill. So how much difference was there between them and Zhou Bufan? Ran Yuxiu thought it was about time. She would be able to see Chen Feng's demise with her own eyes, on a screen with good resolution. Chen Feng and Han Yuer made a soft landing. The girl wondered if this was the blessed land of Jushan. No wonder it was nicknamed Blessed. The aura here is very rich. Cultivation here is 3 times faster than outside this world. Something unexpected happened. The brother and sister realized they weren't together. It must be an accidental teleportation in space. They must each be in different places, need to find each other soon. Han Yuer saw that the fruit of the gods was in front of her. It is a spirit fruit that nourishes the soul and enhances spiritual power. The girl rejoiced. She had in her hand a precious treasure for the growth of spiritual power. It looked like this fruit was at least 5,000 years old, and it looks like it's from this year's harvest. The girl decided that it was wonderful. While continuing to search for her brother, Han Yuer came across a root. It was Yuehua ginseng root, a very valuable find. Han Yuer immediately extracted this root from the ground. She realized that it had grown by absorbing the essence of the moon and contained a lot of spiritual energy. It could even directly enhance one's combat power after consuming it. To the girl, this root seemed large and rare. Han Yuer thought that this was directly a magical place. She had only taken a few steps and had already found an array of rare plants. She decided to start harvesting. Under our heroine's feet, the royal bloodgrass grew. The girl also found a heavenly mountain ash. This should all be useful to her in the future. Han Yuer collected more and more plants. She wanted to become as rich as possible. She was so engrossed in harvesting that she forgot what her goal was just now. Han Yuer came to her senses and decided that there was nothing more important than collecting these precious plants. Remembering the important thing, the girl began to look for her brother. She, even raising her voice, decided to call out to him. Chen Feng, jumping from branch to branch of the trees growing around him, thought that his sister must be worried about him. He had just heard a familiar voice. The young man thought that he would be there soon. The warrior on the rock said that the gods themselves favored them. The 4 of them were teleported to one point. The young man said that even the gods are on their side. Therefore, Chen Feng has no chance of survival. It is necessary to find him. One of the warriors told Brother Huan that there were many precious herbs here. He offered to collect them. Brother Huan said if they couldn't destroy Chen Feng in time, he himself would be destroyed. And he wouldn't need the herb, but in that case, he would take them all with him before doing so. The 3 warriors said they understood, and will follow Brother Huan. The precious grass will wait, and said that it was necessary to find Chen Feng or his girlfriend. That way, it would be easier for them to deal with this guy. Once they solved this matter, then all the treasures here would belong to them. Brother Zhao Sunshan told his colleagues that he won't go with them. They can do the tasks without him, because he's going in search of Chen Feng. At the offer to help him, the warrior replied that it was an insult. Sanshan said it would be a duel between the 2 of them. Between man and man, no one is allowed to interfere with them. The sect colleagues thought that Brother Zhao had already broken through to the Divine Gate Realm. His strength is terrifying. Chen Feng had provoked a huge disaster on his head. Chen Feng was busy searching for his sister. At some point, he realized that he had found his sister, because he heard her voice. The boy rushed towards the voice and thought that his sister was somewhere ahead of him. The young man heard the girl say that soon the baby would be in his sister's arms. The lad wondered, when did this sister become so bold? She had never said that before. The girl repeated the phrase. Chen Feng realized that he hadn't misheard. She was so worried about him that she couldn't wait to hold him in her arms and open her heart. The young man thought that he was about to drown in her love. Chen Feng saw the girl collecting plants. She set another rare plant in his hands. Chen Feng felt terribly upset. It turns out those words were about herbs and not him. Did the girl forget about her precious brother because of those plants? Han Yuer didn't pay attention to her brother. She said that all these precious herbs would belong to her. The girl was busy increasing her wealth. Chen Feng thought that she had indeed forgotten about her little brother. However, he had rarely seen his sister so happy. Therefore, he decided not to distract her. Suddenly, one of the warriors on the land pounced on the girl. He said that he had finally found her. The warrior thought that by capturing her, he would increase his chances of defeating Chen Feng. Feng was very angry that this idol had been broken. Our hero pounced on the intruder and deactivated him with quick, sharp blows. Han Yuer stopped what she was doing for a moment. She thought she heard some noise. The girl decided that she had heard it. However, she should continue to collect these little ones. Chen Feng held the insolent man by the throat. Leaning him against a tree, he asked him, didn't the man know about the ethics of surprise attacks? After all, as a man, He should know one thing. Chen Feng simply snapped the rogue's neck with a hand movement without letting him go. The warrior fell to the ground. The young man added that one should not make a woman unhappy. Chen Feng looked down at his destroyed opponent from above and added that otherwise, serious consequences would await him. Mr. Huan and two other warriors also appeared in the clearing with him. Huan said he did not expect Chen Feng to be so enthusiastic about his sister. Chen Feng said that Huang is very indifferent to his men. He sends them to certain death. Didn't even try to save this man. He was useless, but this way he was able to at least make himself useful before his demise. Han said that his task had been accomplished. And now it was their turn. These warriors tried to attack Chen Feng. They told Chen Feng to prepare to die. Chen Feng suddenly stopped those people. He said that he had one request. Huan, smiling, replied that there was no need to ask for their mercy. Chen Feng said he just asked them not to make too much noise or shout. He doesn't want to disturb his sister, Master Huan said angrily. On the brink of death, this guy still cares about others. He should have taken care of himself. He ordered his soldiers to bring his head. The two warriors, with their swords drawn, attacked our hero, saying that he was finished, and his sister will go to the grave with him. But before that, they will spend time with her. Chen Feng quickly resolved the issue with the attackers. After a short while, they were lying motionless in blood. The young man said he had warned them not to make any noise. Huang thought, how was this guy able to take out two people in the blink of an eye? It was an incredible speed. Chen Feng looked at his sister. She was engrossed in the plants and didn't pay attention to what was being done around her. Fortunately, he quickly dispersed the enemies and didn't bother his sister. Chen Feng told Huang that it was now his turn. Would he be able to keep from making a fuss? Huang told Chen Feng to show him a little respect. Why does Chen Feng think he is as weak as you two? Huang shouted that he was the best in the outer gate of the Aoki sect. Chen Feng dealt a crushing blow to this best outer gate warrior. Han thought, how is this possible? He didn't even have time to notice his opponent's movement. Chen Feng jumped closer to his enemy and said, he told him to be quiet. Chen Feng asked, why did most people in this world ignore his requests? Our hero showed the enemy the girl and said she was happy. Does he really want to ruin that view and hurt her heart? Han couldn't stand it and screamed. He must have screamed in pain. Chen Feng got angry and knocked his opponent down with a powerful punch. The girl continued to collect plants. Chen Feng said that since she was born, he had very rarely seen his sister so happy. It turns out that it was the jewelry that made her happy. Chen Feng added, he wants the girl to laugh as often as possible and feel happy. Continuing to press his rival, the young man said he would not let anyone take that smile away from his sister. The opponent thought that he didn't even have a chance to respond to the blows. He remembered the blood-burning pill and thought that he might still have a chance. Chen Feng said that it was too late and delivered his powerful crushing blow. The opponent was defeated. Chen Feng protected his sister's smile. Watching through the high-resolution screen, the clan head said that this guy had wiped out 4 Qingmumen disciples so easily. Just how great was his strength. Elder Li said that those 4 were lowlifes and added a few more bad words. Why didn't Huan immediately eat the pill when he met this rascal? Zhou Bufan said for Elder Li to watch his words, and he called everyone to order. If Elder Li spoke ill of his disciples again, it would be taken as a provocation. Elder Li immediately apologized for his harsh words. He said that he had said too much. Zhou Bufan urged everyone to continue watching the show. The clan head hoped that Chen Feng would not disappoint him. Elder Li thought that this Gao Huan was completely brainless. Once he returned, his entire family would be destroyed. Elder Li thought that Chen Feng might be happy for the time being, but he was not the only one eager for his destruction. The punishment would still fall on him. Elder Ran Yuxu thought that that guy's strength had reached a new level. He was growing too fast. This time, he must die, or else he would become an obstacle. Chen Feng thought that his sister was too focused on gathering herbs. No wonder if she didn't even pay attention to the screams. Chen Feng was holding the pill that he had obtained in the previous battle. It was a blood-burning pill. It would burn all the essence and blood for a powerful strike. The young man realized that he couldn't use it himself, but he would be able to get a decent amount of money. Chen Feng wanted to see what else he could loot from his defeated opponent. When Han Yue heard that there was more to be had, she immediately noticed that there was Chen Feng nearby. She immediately went to him. Han Yue immediately jumped on the guy and said that everything in this clearing belongs to her. She won't give it to anyone. The girl was convinced that Chen Feng didn't have any medicinal herbs and precious plants. She lost interest in him and headed back to harvesting again. The guy thought that she didn't pay attention to the battle cries, but as soon as it came to the jewels, she immediately reacted. After a while, Han Yue came to her senses and realized that her brother was nearby. She turned around and opened her arms to say that Chen Feng had finally been found. The girl ran up to her brother and grabbed the flower that happened to be on his head. Chen Feng, offended, asked, "Shouldn't his sister take care of him first? He must not be as precious to her as ginseng roots." Han Yuer heard these words and became upset. Could Chen Feng really think that these plants were more expensive than him? Han Yuer asked Chen Feng, why was there such confidence in his words? The girl, smiling, said he should have seen his face. After all, she was joking. Han Yuer hugged the boy and pressed him against her. She said he would always be her precious little brother. The young man, sobbing, said that she would always be his precious sister. Han Yuer thought that she had gotten away with it. He would be very sad if he found out that she had forgotten about him and was busy gathering herbs instead. Chen Feng thought that his sister cared about him. He didn't need anything more than that. Han Yuer coldly and prudently asked her brother if he had destroyed all the enemies. Chen Feng said that he seemed to be done with all of them. The girl was indignant. Why did he say that, as if there was nothing wrong with it? Her brother had said he was counting on her help. Why did he do it in secret without her? Chen Feng said that he saw how focused she was on gathering herbs. Therefore, he didn't want to disturb her and distract her from her important occupation. After all, he had handled them without any problems after all. The girl agreed that these guys were apparently wimps. The brother, smiling, remarked that that was why he didn't bother her. After all, she was busy with a very important matter. That's why he didn't distract her for nothing. Han Yuer said that Wu Yi had managed to gather a whole basket of valuable herbs. It's a fortune. She invited her brother to look at it. Chen Feng checked the contents of the basket and said that there were many valuable herbs from the outside world. The young man was surprised. It turns out there's even a living dead flesh and bone medicine, royal ginseng. The young man said his sister's awesome. Her younger brother is impressed. Han Yuer thanked her brother for his support. She told him not to forget. He could ask her for anything and his sister would do it. Chen Feng said that the girl takes care of him. He doesn't need anything else. Han Yuer turned away and said that she does not care about him, he can forget. She continues to pick herbs. It was hard for the girl to admit, but she was collecting all of this for her brother. At some point, our hero looked around. He felt a huge gust of power. The girl asked, what happened? Chen Feng replied that everything was fine. It was just that he suddenly remembered that he had come across mountains of precious herbs on his way here. The girl should go in that direction, while he would go in the other direction and look for more medicinal herbs. Afterwards, they would gather them together. Han Yuer wondered if he was telling the truth. Why doesn't he want to collect them for himself? The young man said because there is only one treasure in his heart, and that is his precious elder sister. He would like to meet his sister first, and only then gather herbs. Chen Feng said that enough talking. Sister must hurry up, otherwise the others would gather all the herbs and they would get nothing. Han Yuer said she's moving out on the designated route. She will wait for her brother at the destination point. The girl said she was going to get her plants. The young man mentally apologized to his sister. She had said she wanted to help him deal with his enemies. But not this time. He didn't want to put her at risk. Han Yuer realized that her brother had deliberately sent her away, and she obeyed him. The girl continued to think. If he faced danger on the verge of death, she would risk her life to protect him. Chen Feng saw an enemy flying towards him in an aggressive pose. He said that he was waiting for an opponent. The opponent turned out to be another foe. The upcoming battle was being watched by the clan heads and Elder Ran Yuxue. They could see it all thanks to the high-resolution screen. A sect elder said that Zhao Sanshan had found this guy after all. The two of them are the strongest fighters in Jushan Fudi. What a pity that they met so early. Elder Li said with a chuckle, Zhao Sanshan was half a step away from the divine realm. This guy's end has come. The elder said that Zhou Bufan could stop pointing his eyes at him uselessly. That scoundrel is destined to die, and he must pay for his son's life. Zhou Bufan said, if Chen Feng's opponent is half a step away from the divine gate, then his guy can handle it. Sanshan smiled and said that he missed this guy. Chen Feng said he knew that his opponent would find him first. Sanshan, after seeing the results of the previous battle, praised his opponent but added that they were all weaklings and didn't deserve his attention. Sanshan said the fact that they found Chen Feng first after all. Were these guys really worth wasting energy on? Sanshan said he was willing to wait for his opponent to rest. Chen Feng replied that there was no need for that. He didn't need much effort to deal with those guys. He didn't even have time to warm up. Sanshan smiled and said that Chen Feng was indeed a person to be admired. He had not made a mistake in choosing an opponent, and suggested to start the bout. Chen Feng suggested his opponent to attack first. Sanshan said that he didn't need to be asked twice. He was just finishing warming up. Sanshan declared that his first strike would be pure force, and with his fists clenched, he went on the attack. Chen Feng said that he wondered why the opponent was comparing their strength with each other. The sect elder said that even within the sect, there was no one who dared to face a blow for blow with Sanshan. What is happening on the screen is an attempt to break a rock against an egg. All three sects are aware of Sanshan's invincibility. Chen Feng is overestimating himself. Elder Li cheered and said that this rascal would die now. Just like Gao Xuan, he would be like being pulverized. He said that disciple Zhuo Bufan would not be saved by anything, and the sect head would mourn for him. Elder Li was surprised. Why is Zhou Bufan so calm? The spectators saw through the screen that Sanshan's punch had missed its target. The sect elder said that it was impossible. Sanshan's strike had actually been repelled. Zhou Bufan said that this guy didn't do anything special. He just used a little bit of power. It's strange that the two elders are so surprised because of this. Ran Yuxu was indignant and furious. Her worst fears were confirmed. It turned out that this guy was incredibly strong. So much so that even Sanshan, who specialized in body strengthening, couldn't handle him so easily. The woman thought his rate of growth was very terrifying. It looks like he can't be left alive any longer. Sanshan was surprised. Was his opponent's physical strength really that great? Chen Feng told his opponent that he should use all of his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting at all. Otherwise, he would lose before it was used. Sanshan continued to smile. He said that he really didn't make a mistake about Chen Feng. He was the first warrior that he was so interested in. Sanshan said that he would give his best effort, and it depended on that. Would his opponent be able to do anything in response? Chen Feng said that he would do his best. Sanshan, glowing like fire, said that they would now fight face to face. The rivals spared no effort and faced each other in a fierce battle. Han Yue secretly watched the clash from behind the tree and thought that it was clear why Chen Feng had sent her away. She was too weak for such a fierce battle. All she has to do is gather grass. After reflecting on what was happening, the rivals decided that they would still fight to the end. No one wanted to give in. Sanshan shouted that he was overwhelmed with joy. Chen Feng declared that men should sweat and glow in the sunlight. The clan head was surprised that such a fight had formed. A 7th-stage Houtian could match up with someone half a step away from the divine realm? What kind of talent does that guy have? Elder Li said that Zhao Sanshan is doing his best but still can't defeat his opponent. How is this possible? Sect head Zhu Bufan said that Chen Feng was invincible in the divine realm. Elder Ran Yuxu was, as always, the most surprised. This guy had grown to an impossible level. At some point, Zhao Sanshan began to suffer defeat. Chen Feng wondered, did his opponent really have a level half a step away from the divine realm? Sanshan asked his opponent, did he really learn this art from his brother? It's unexpected, but the martial art he chose just recently turns out to be something that can be achieved in such a short time. Sanshan stated that his opponent was very good. Chen Feng asked if Sanshan had achieved the satisfaction he wanted. Sanshan stated that before this fight, there was no one in the world that he could look at without contempt. Chen Feng is the first person he recognizes as worthy. His opponent thanked him for his praise, but said that he was breaking his promise. After all, his head is still in place. Zhao Sanshan said that he never says something he can't finish. Chen Feng calmly said that then the opponent should take his head, and he is at his service. Our hero added that most likely the opponent can't do it. Sanshan stated that he no longer wishes to destroy Chen Feng, but he is a man of his word, and so he is forced to take his opponent's head. Suddenly, Qin Moline and his men appeared in the clearing. He said that he didn't expect that they had already started. Moline stated he thought that Chen Feng had already fallen at the hands of Sanshan. Chen Feng wondered if Moline had come here to try his luck. Moline said that he was not here to match strength with the young man. He was here to destroy Chen Feng. The sectmaster asked his colleague Zhou Bufan, isn't this his disciple? Why do the disciples of his sect destroy each other? Ran Yuxu thought that, because of this blabbermouth, the sect leader now knows that she was the one who sent for Chen Feng. But she has no choice. Otherwise, that guy will be a big problem for her in the future. Elder Li laughed and said that he didn't expect such a thing. This guy is so hated that even his own sect disciples want to destroy him. Sanshan asked why Qin Moline had come at such a moment. Didn't he want to join the queue? Moline told Brother Sanshan that he didn't come here to help Chen Feng. Although they are from the same sect, but that guy has caused a lot of anger and resentment, he should be gotten rid of. Moline suggested that Brother Sanshan should team up and finish this guy off. One of Moline's men said that they shouldn't bother Sanshan. He could handle that guy himself. He added that it was Chen Feng's last hour. Moline said that they would help Brother Sanshan so that Chen Feng couldn't escape anywhere. Sanshan shouted in rage for them to get the hell out of here. Not needing any helpers, he unleashed his fury on the new arrivals. Sanshan asked since when did he need anyone's help? They were unworthy of helping him. Moline asked, what is Brother Sanshan doing? After all, it's not fair. They wanted to help him. They had seen how long he had been unable to deal with the enemy. Sanshan said that they underestimated his strength. Is Molin clearly looking for doom? Molin saw Sanshan trying to attack him. He realized that the attack was too fast and he wouldn't be able to dodge. He would have to take this blow. After Sanshan's attack, Molin received internal wounds, and he thought it was just from a single blow. Despite such an aggressive opponent, Chen Feng fights him as an equal. Has he really become that strong? Chen Feng thought that Molin was able to block Sanshan's punch. That's not bad. So his strength is at the right level. Zhao Sanshan said that he was very offended. Until now, no one could say that his strength was not enough. Molin was startled and said that Zhao Sanshan had misinterpreted everything. He didn't mean that. His concept meant something else. He meant to say that Chen Feng was too strong, not that Sanshan was too weak. Sanshan said that in all these years, anyone who insulted him could only expect to perish. He dealt a crushing blow to Molin. Molin flew far back. He fell under the tree that Han Yuer was hiding behind. Molin thought he had come here to destroy Chen Feng after all. Why did things turn out like this? Chen Feng thought that Qin Molin's arm was broken. One more strike, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Molin saw the enraged Sanshan approaching him again. Did this pressure continue? Molin shouted and called out to Chen Feng for help. He said that they were from the same sect. Would he really stand by and watch him get destroyed? Chen Feng asked. Why did Molin only now remember that they were from the same sect? Why should he worry about the person who came to destroy him? Molin said that Chen Feng was looking at this matter without any regret. He would make sure that Zunman would punish him and destroy his entire cultivation base so that his demise would seem like the best option for him. Chen Feng said that he agrees to wait for this punishment, but first, Molin must survive. Molin started swearing and calling our hero names. He realized he was in a desperate situation, and it was his own fault. Molin didn't understand what to do. He was surrounded by Sanshan's aura. Because of this, he couldn't escape. The young man felt that there was someone behind the tree. It seemed to him that this was his chance. Sanshan lunged at Molin and said it was his turn to die. Molin declared that he wasn't going to yet, and wrapped a chain around the girl standing behind the tree and pushed her out in front of him, and said she would help him now. She would sacrifice her life for him. Chen Feng, seeing such injustice, urgently rushed to his sister's aid. He freed her and repelled Sanshan's attack. Chen Feng inquired, was she all right, or was her sister? The girl thought that not only was she unable to help him, but he still had to put himself in harm's way because of her. He must be very angry with her. The young man, smiling, asked, did she really follow him? Was it probably because she was worried? Han Yuer realized that the brother was not angry with her. Chen Feng said, he knew that deep in his heart, his sister loved him. Sanshan asked angrily, how could Chen Feng show such excitement over a woman? Had he forgotten that this was a battle to the death, not life and death? To be so distracted, it is unforgivable. Chen Feng told his sister to hide behind his mighty back. The young man was glad that his sister was worried about him. Sanshan wondered, is Chen Feng really happy because a woman is worried about him? They are men, after all. Why do they need a woman's worries? Sanshan decided to lucidly explain to our hero that women only slow down the speed of his fist. Doesn't he realize that? Chen Feng smiled and said that his sister will not slow him down. With her, he feels that he will be able to advance even faster. The girl blushed with embarrassment. She thought that actually being fast was not good, and blushed even more from embarrassment. Sanshan got even more angry. He said he was wrong about his opponent. He thought they were made of the same iron. Suddenly, his opponent turned out to be a weakling, infected with love for a woman. Chen Feng replied that he was sorry for letting his opponent down. Sanshan said that he had changed his mind. He would not take Chen Feng's head for now. Chen Feng wondered why. Doesn't he deserve it anymore? Sanshan said that he was about to destroy this woman because she was making Chen Feng lose his heart. Sanshan stated that he wanted to destroy her and then bring the real man out of him outside. Chen Feng declared that he would not allow his opponent to do so, and the opponents clashed with a new fierce force. They continued to beat each other up. While beating each other, the opponents were also able to talk. Chen Feng said that he did not know the most important thing. When he defends his sister, he becomes the strongest. Sanshan said that Chen Feng is trapped in that case, and he can no longer save him. He must destroy this woman to awaken Chen Feng. Everyone saw the enraged Sanshan make a breakthrough. It was a breakthrough through the God realm. Even the sect leader saw the divine realm. His sect elder rejoiced. He said that Sanshan had been holding back from breaking through. Doing it now would strengthen his already incredible power. Elder Li was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chen Feng would definitely be forced to die now. Ran Yuxue thought that it would finally be over. Chen Feng told his sister to get out of here. He would delay this entrenched opponent. Han Yuer suggested that they retreat together. Chen Feng said that if they went together, the enemy would definitely catch up with them. He added that once he dealt with his opponent, he would immediately catch up with her. The girl said that it was a good promise. She warned that if Chen Feng died, she would follow him. Chen Feng replied that it was too early for them to die. Because they still had a lot to do in the future, he still had unrealized plans. The elder took a closer look and said that Sanshan had gotten 4 levels. Because everyone can see 4 yellow lights. This is simply wonderful. The divine realm can open the 4 levels of heaven and earth and utilize the spiritual energy of Xuanhuang. The elder said that in his King Kong sect, it had been 50 years since there had been a divine realm disciple above the 3rd level. Today could be considered the greatest day. Elder Li congratulated Elder Wang and said that the rise of the King Kong sect would be unstoppable. Zhou Bufan thought he would be interested to see the reaction after his congratulations to the King Kong sect. Zhou Bufan knocked his colleague down. Elder Li was completely misunderstood. He asked, "What does this mean?" Elder Li said that he was upset when he saw his opponent. "Is this really a problem?" Elder Li replied that there was no problem. He himself thought that his opponent was insulting him with his strength, but he would soon lose his pride along with his precious disciple. Zhou Bufan thought that his disciple should survive. Sanshan said that he was now at the divine realm level after the breakthrough. He also activated the blood trace of the Kanshan land. Sanshan added that now no one could stop him from destroying that woman. Chen Feng said that he didn't think so, and added that he was ready to feel the power of the divine realm. Our hero blocked his opponent's punch. His fist held back the attack of the advancing Sanshan. Sanshan turned around and started to move back to organize another attack. He said that he was already unstoppable, but the attack would no longer be on him, but on this woman. Once he returned with her body, Chen Feng could use all his rage to fight him. At the same moment, our hero was in close proximity to his opponent and executed a series of powerful punches to pierce Sanshan's body and head. Asked in surprise if his opponent was too cocky, Chen Feng replied that he would not allow his sister to be harmed. Chen Feng said that the taste of the blood-burning pill was not that bad. The young man swallowed this pill. His opponent immediately began to experience defeat. Elder Li thought that this guy had actually swallowed the blood-burning pill he had given to Gao Xuan. The elder thought that this was the end for that guy. If he even survived, he would remain useless. It's even much better than just dying. The colleague told the head of the Bufan sect he saw that his disciple had a girlfriend. Even if he couldn't overpower Sanshan, he could safely run away for her. No one thought he would eat a blood-burning pill for a girl. It was unwise to lose such a talent. Zhou Bufan thought, why did Chen Feng do this? Ran Yuxue thought that he would not be a hindrance to her now. Sanshan asked, did Chen Feng really eat the blood-burning pill? Sanshan shouted that this pill would burn his opponent's roots and bones. He closed the path to further cultivation. Chen Feng, smiling, said that he knew everything, but he thought it was worth it. Sanshan didn't understand, just for the sake of a woman. His opponent had robbed himself of his future with his hands. Was it really worth it? Sanshan laughed again and said his opponent disappointed him. Their man's journey is not for some women. It should be a sea of stars. Chen Feng agreed, but said that he wanted his sister to watch the sea with him. Sanshan said Chen Feng had just been destroyed by a woman, and he is now heartbroken. Chen Feng stated that in that case he would end his opponent's suffering, and hoped that he would succeed in doing so. Sanshan decided to use the power of the divine realm again. However, Chen Feng had become much stronger and faster. He couldn't do anything about it. He felt that he was now completely suppressed. The sect had shouted in rage, how could this be? Despite having 4 yellow divine realm levels, his disciple was depressed. Why can't he do anything but take blows? Elder Li didn't want to put up with what he saw. Had Chen Feng definitely taken the blood-burning pill? When did this pill become so powerful? Ran Yuxu thought that even with this pill, Chen Feng was able to bring the divine realm, but she hoped that this was the last moment of his radiance, and he was about to fall like a meteorite. Zhou Bufan thought that as long as Chen Feng didn't die, he would do his best to restore his cultivation. Our hero attacking his opponent asked, wasn't Sanshan trying to destroy him? Why is he fighting back so weakly? And doesn't attack at all? Is this really all the divine realm can do? He is disappointed. Sanshan didn't realize how long Chen Feng would be able to hold out. When the pill expired, the balance of power on the battlefield would change drastically. Chen Feng said that his opponent could keep waiting for him to finish. After all, he is going to go full out. Chen Feng felt that his time was running out. He hoped that his sister was far away from here, and so the next step could begin. They shouted that it was now his turn. Chen Feng replied that that wasn't all. After all, he still had his head with him. Sanshan saw Chen Feng fall from the cliff into the abyss. He said that his rival preferred to perish in the abyss than to be defeated. Our hero was surrounded by magical energy when he fell, which should not let him die. Elder Lee asked, "Did the guy really jump off the cliff?" In other words, he died. "That brat is finally dead." Another elder from the hostile clan said that in the future, Chen Feng's cultivation could cross the heavens and reach the God of War realm. Although he wasn't in competition with Sanshan, it was still a feat away from him. Elder Bufan thought, did Chen Feng really die? Did she die as easily as his teacher? Ran Yuxu thought that that guy's strength was truly terrifying, judging from what he had done to Sanshan. Just a little more and he would have become a threat to her. But now he was resting at the bottom of the abyss. Our hero turned out to be alive and unharmed, he calculated correctly. The dragon's blood moving to replace the burned one. If it wasn't for the dragon blood, he wouldn't have dared to eat the pill that burns out essence and blood. However, the dragon's blood was proving to be very overbearing. This was just the beginning, and his blood vessels were already ready to burst. The moment he almost reached the ground, Chen Feng applied the Fudomenwan seal. Our hero managed to land smoothly, he thought, everything going according to plan. Now, he had to endure the blood exchange. It wasn't easy. The young man noticed that he had dragon scales on his arm. Moreover, he had completely started to turn into a dragon, and he felt unbearable pain. Chen Feng began to lose consciousness. The dominance of the dragon blood was higher than his expectations. The young man was lying at the bottom of the abyss and was losing consciousness. He felt that his strength was leaving him. The boy heard his sister's voice. He thought it was a hallucination. Chen Feng woke up in an unfamiliar place. There was only water and sky around. He didn't understand what was going on. Our hero thought he was turning into a dragon, the kind of dragon that appeared beside him. The giant monster was breathing flames right at Chen Feng. The young man could feel the dragon's breath wrapping right around him. Chen Feng felt unbearable pain. He was turning into a dragon. The guy shouted loudly. Chen Feng felt a terrible gnawing pain and felt a sense of intense thirst. The dragon man had a thirst for blood. He said he needed blood. Han Yuer, his sister, appeared in front of him. The girl said if he wanted blood, she would give it to him. The sister cut the veins in his arm and the blood gushed out. She said he could drink it. Having had enough, the human dragon began to calm down. Han Yuer said that this was the first time he had taken the initiative to ask her for anything. The girl told him to drink the blood slowly and take his time. He could drink as much as he wanted. Chen Feng shouted that he needs more blood. Han Yuer said she wants her little brother to survive. She is willing to give him all the blood. After a while, the young man woke up. He was lying there at the bottom of the abyss among the trees. He realized that he was alive and had survived the process of being replaced with dragon blood. Chen Feng thought that this was very dangerous. If not for the blood replacement, he would have already died. Chen Feng thought that something was wrong here. He jumped to his feet and saw that there was a lot of blood around him. Where did it come from? Looking back, Chen Feng saw that his sister was beside him, she said. Finally, her little brother woke up. Chen Feng rushed over to the girl and asked, "Why is she here? What had happened to her?" The young man saw the wounds on her arm. He realized that he had drunk all the blood from his sister. Han Yusher told him not to blame himself for it. She was willing to do it for him. Chen Feng said he would always protect her, but she ended up protecting her brother. The girl said if her demise gave him a chance to survive, she would not regret it. The girl became silent and closed her eyes. Chen Feng shouted, "He doesn't want her to die. None of them will die. He will definitely save her." Chen Feng began to furiously sort through the basket of medicinal herbs. The basket was also nearby. He was looking for something specific. Finally, the young man shouted out what he had found. It was the root of the royal ginseng. Chen Feng told his sister to hold on, and he would help her. Squeezing the root as hard as he could, he squeezed out the juice that dripped onto the girl's lips. It was a miracle. It worked. Han Yuer opened her mouth and then her eyes. Chen Feng told his sister to hold on. She was about to get better. After a while, Chen Feng did a medical examination and realized that the girl's heart rate had stabilized. He said that she would be back to normal in a couple of days. Chen Feng thanked his sister for what she had done for him and said that he would do the rest himself. Suddenly, our hero was attacked by 9 unicorn crocodiles. They were attracted by the medicinal herb he had scattered. The young man said that all the grass belongs to his younger sister. Therefore, he cannot share. The crocodiles, flashing their eyes, decided to take the grass and headed straight for our hero. The guy said if they were hungry, he was ready to feed them, and clenching his fingers into a fist, swung around to strike. Chen Feng started throwing punches at the crocodiles left and right. Zhou Bufan tried to see through the fog what was happening in the abyss. His colleague said that it was not productive. Even if he adjusted the angle of view, he would still not be able to see anything. Elder Li said that it was better to save his energy and look at the other disciples. Even if Chen Feng was still found in the end, it would most likely only be a corpse. Sect leader Zhu Bufan once again slapped Elder Li's face. Bufan said, "If he doesn't see a body, he won't be sure for sure. If the opponents don't keep quiet, more corpses will appear here." Ran Yuxue thought that the sect master was still not giving up. After eating a blood-burning pill and falling from such a height, no one can survive. Our hero survived. He scattered unicorns, crocodiles in different directions, and realized that his pure physical strength was now many times greater, equal to the strength of 100 tigers. Chen Feng said that his cultivation had also increased, and now he was half a step away from the divine realm. He had pumped up his options quite nicely. The young man had one more pill. He thought that if he ate it now, he could make a breakthrough. However, it wasn't time yet. Chen Feng realized that his foundation was damaged. He still needed to fix it before he could grow any further. All the defeated 9 unicorn crocodiles were left lying on the lawn. Chen Feng saw that his sister had woken up and rushed towards her. He asked how she was feeling. "Does she want to eat? Is she hungry?" The girl clung to Chen Feng and said happily that they were still together. After all, this is not a dream, right? She was very happy. Chen Feng hugged his sister and said that he would always be by her side and thanked her for her help. Elder Zhou Bufan said, "This is all useless. He can't find that guy." Elder Li smirked and said, "Finally, his opponent has finally given up. Finally can take a look at the other disciples." Elder Li saw that all of his disciples had been annihilated. It was terrifying. Sanshan held one of Elder Li's disciples' head in his hand and said that they were pathetic lowlifes, unable to even stop his fist. Everyone realized that Sanshan was furious. He had dealt with the Qingmu sect. Now he's going to do the same to the Chen Yuanzun sect. The warrior shouted that Sanshan wanted to destroy everyone in the Blessed Land. Sanshan said that the warriors of the Qingmu sect had all been destroyed by him. Now it was the turn of the other sect. The warriors of the Chen sect asked in surprise, "Why did Sanshan decide to deal with them?" After all, they had done nothing wrong. Sanshan responded because Chen Feng had died. These weaklings aren't even worth a finger of his. If he's dead, there's no reason for them to live. The negotiator asked, "Why do they have to die? What do they have to do with Chen Feng? They are willing to surrender and want Sanshan to let them go. Why can't he calm down?" Sanshan said that they admit defeat. Therefore, they deserve to perish. Chen Feng didn't admit defeat until his very last second. Molin shouted for Sanshan not to mention this wretchedness. How could he even be compared to Chen Feng? Molin said that he wasn't easily intimidated, and Sanshan asked for it. Molin put the pill in his mouth and bit it open. The young man made a breakthrough of the divine realm. Elder Li thought, why couldn't this guy make a breakthrough earlier? Was he deliberately waiting for his men to be annihilated? Ran Yakshu thought that this guy had finally used the trump card she had given him. At least Chin Malin would be able to survive, and it wouldn't affect her future plans. The elder thought that 3 levels of the divine realm, it wasn't bad. Although it couldn't compare to the 4th level of Sanshan, but it was also very good. Zhou Bufan thought, if Chen Feng with his talent were alive, he could reach at least the 5th level. Molin said, if Sanshan hadn't pursued him, he wouldn't have made a breakthrough to the divine realm early, and would have been able to obtain the 4th level. Sanshan said that for a scum like Molin to have the 3rd level was already an achievement. Molin replied that now that he had reached the divine realm, Sanshan had no right to speak to him in such an arrogant tone. Molin decided to attack his opponent and told him to behold the power of Tianma Wuhun. The warrior, jumping from place to place, swinging his pendulum, began to approach Sanshan. The warriors watching Chin Malin's movements noticed that he was performing many residual silhouettes. Tianma Wuhong had actually given this warrior incredible speed. With such speed, one couldn't even see him clearly. Molin asked, where did Sanshan's arrogance go? Would Sanshan have the ability to even hit it? Molin added that one wrong move, and he could easily destroy his opponent. Molin swung around and tried to strike his opponent. He said that Sanshan is helpless against him here. Sanshan knocked his opponent down with a single left punch. Molin, bleeding, flew far back, he thought. How is this possible? Sanshan said that his opponent is still a scum, although he already had a lot of self-confidence in him. Chen Feng had already reached such speed at the pre-divine level. Molin didn't understand how he, who had reached the divine realm and possessed a 5th-ranked Tianma martial arts soul, could be compared to the lowly Chen Feng? Sanshan asked, does Molin really think that he can be compared to Chen Feng? He can't believe that Chen Feng is in a sect with such a narcissistic scum. He added that he would erase his existence from this earth in the name of Chen Feng. Chen Feng and his sister appeared in the clearing. The young man said, turning to Sanshan, that he had not asked for help. Sanshan wondered if Chen Feng was still alive. The sect head, Zhou Bufan, said that Chen Feng did not disappoint him. He had seen it all through the screen setup. Elder Li, who was also looking at the screen, thought that such a thing was impossible. After all, he had fallen off the cliff, How could he still be alive? Isn't this a zombie? The other elder thought that after eating the blood-burning pill and falling off the cliff, he was still alive. How could he do that? Is it really not a zombie? Elder Ran Yuxue was also left dissatisfied. How did this guy survive once again? Chen Feng said that he is still alive and well. Are the opponents disappointed? Sanshan said with a radiant smile. It was quite the opposite. He was directly excited. After all, this guy was seriously injured and fell off the cliff. Not only was he able to survive, but his breath became stronger. And even his breath has a hint of peppermint in it. Sanshan said that Chen Feng is a real man, and he has to admit it. Chen Feng said, no matter whether he admits it or not, he only managed to survive this time because of his sister, looked at Han Yuer with a gentle gaze. The girl reciprocated him. Sanshan was discouraged again. Did Chen Feng really depend on a woman to survive? How could he let a woman save him? Real men should lick their own wounds. Chen Feng said that Zhao Sanshan cannot determine who is a real man. Since, in his opinion, Sanshan is not, a real man must keep his word. And after all, he didn't take his opponent's head. Sanshan took offense. How dare Chen Feng say that he is not a real man? He would prove it right now. Sanshan pounced on Chen Feng to keep his word. Our hero told his sister to hide behind his back. Chen Feng delivered a strong, striking blow to the advancing opponent. Sanshan was stopped, and even under the impact force, he flew far back. On the way, he knocked Moline off his feet. Afterward, Chen Feng asked his opponent, what did Sanshan want to prove to him? That anger becomes power? Or incompetent anger? Sanshan, recovering from the blow and kneeling on his knees, thought, how was this possible? How did Chen Feng become so strong? This was obviously not the strength of the divine realm. The confident Chen Feng said that he had learned many new martial skills that he had not tried out yet. So he decided to try them one by one on his opponent. Sanshan was surprised that Chen Feng had such speed. Chen Feng kicked his opponent's foot, and it was a heavenly dragon kick. After that, there was the second stage of the bright seal, and a heaven wave slap. Our hero also used the second layer, rain sword technique. Sanshan couldn't respond to the blows. Molan traditionally thought, how is this possible? He has the speed of a Tianma Wuheng, but he is still not as fast as Chen Feng. Elderly also thought, how is this possible? Not only did this guy survive, but his strength had increased to the point where he had easily defeated Zhao Sanshan. Ran Yuxu was also deeply depressed. This guy could now destroy warriors who had reached the divine realm. Wouldn't he pose a threat to her when he broke through the divine realm? Zhao Sanshan stated that Chen Feng still hasn't defeated him. After all, he was still standing on his feet. The battle between them was not over yet. Chen Feng said, telling Sanshan not to overexert himself. After all, he was about to fall to the ground. Sanshan, losing his balance, started to roll on the ground and said that this guy could see right through him. Already lying on the ground, Zhao Sanshan thought that there were some women who had no effect on his learning speed. Maybe he should find a woman too. Elderly almost fell into depression. Sanshan had been defeated. Now what was there to do? What kind of monstrous talent was hidden in this Chen Feng? Even an experienced divine realm martial artist couldn't handle him. One of the sect heads said that he should thank his disciple Zhou Bufan for keeping Sanshan alive. He congratulated him for obtaining a talented disciple. This kind of disciple comes along once every millennium. Elder Zhou Bufan said that it was very polite of his colleague. The Chen Yuanzong sect had always been forgiving. Elderly thought that his colleague was lying to him. How many times had he been beaten up by Elder Bufan today? Ran Yuxu thought angrily, why doesn't this rascal boy die time after time? He was only getting stronger. Everyone present said that Chen Feng had indeed defeated the invincible Sanshan warrior. Then, they are saved. The future of their lives is in Chen Feng's hands. Mullen thought he should be the center of attention, and this glorious victory should also belong to him. After all, he considered himself the best in the outer sect. Chen Feng asked the injured warriors, was it true that they were from the King Kong sect? The warriors said that they surrendered to the mercy of the victor, and asked to be spared. They said it was all Zhao Sanshan's fault, and they had nothing to do with it. Chen Feng told the warriors to take Sashishan away when he woke up, and for them to tell him that Chen Feng would always be waiting for him for a new battle. The warriors were glad that Chen Feng would spare them, and even let them take Sanshan with them. Chen Feng, the most noble warrior. Chen Feng said that the relationship between the King Kong sect and Chen Yuanzong sect had always been good, and he had no hatred towards these warriors. The grateful warriors swept Zhao Sanshan under their arms and left with him before Chen Feng changed his mind. Chen Feng asked his sister if she thought that he was soft-hearted just because he'd let Sunshine live. Han Yue assumed that her brother wanted to use that guy as a sharpening stone to toughen himself up. The young man said that he can't hide anything from his little sister. She is really right. That guy only cares about martial arts. Pursuing him, he will always push forward to help him become stronger. Suddenly, our hero was addressed, calling him a wretch. Why did he let Zhao Sunshan go? Chen Feng turned around. The restless Qin Molin was once again standing in front of him. The warriors thought that Molin had a problem with his head. After all, he couldn't defeat Sanshan, but decided to prove his strength in front of Chen Feng. He was clearly not at home. Chen Feng calmly said that he was able to defeat Sanshan, so he has the right to decide the fate of this warrior. Molin said that Chen Feng didn't have an ounce of conscience. Molin added, Chen Feng may deceive others, but he sees the whole truth, and he cannot be deceived. The warriors wondered, what is this Molin saying? If one listens to him, in Chen Feng's victory, it is not that simple. Qin Molin is either stupid or crazy. Chen Feng asked the distraught interlocutor, if he didn't defeat Sanshan, then who did? Molin said that Chen Feng was only able to defeat Sanshan because he had injured him internally by the time Chen Feng appeared here. Otherwise, how could Chen Feng, who had not yet reached the divine realm, be able to defeat Sanshan? The warrior said Molin is crazy. He couldn't even touch his opponent's body during the whole fight with Sanshan. Yet he talks about internal organs. Chen Feng asked Molin, when he made the breakthrough to the divine realm, he was digesting his base. Could it be that he also digested his brain in the process? Molin, smiling, said that of course he had digested his brain, but in order to make a breakthrough to the divine realm, he had to think things through. Suddenly, Molin realized he was being laughed at. He asked angrily, did his opponent really think he had no brains? Chen Feng replied that given his slow reaction time, it only confirmed the assumption. Our hero told his sister that they were leaving as normal people, should stay away from unintelligent people, so they don't get infected with stupidity. Han Yue wondered, would her brother just let this person go like this? Chen Feng said that he doesn't want to let him go, but he won't let him die here. He wants that guy to die in front of Ran Yuxu. I want to see the helpless look on her face. The girl said she was sorry. Molin is annoying. At least I should have taught him a lesson. The brother noticed that they were from the same sect. In order not to be accused of anything, they should not be the first to get into a conflict. But the sister need not worry. Chen Feng reminded his sister that this Molin was a stupid person. He would make his move in 3 breaths. The young man clocked the time. Indeed, Molin shouted. Why did Chen Feng not only ridicule his recklessness, but also dare to ignore it? Chen Feng said to his sister, which was what he needed to prove. The girl agreed and added that he was really dumbfounded. Molin did not calm down and decided to attack our hero. He even managed to take a swing. Chen Feng easily dodged and retaliated by punching Molin in the jaw with his fist. The guy, bleeding, fell to the ground. Chen Feng declared that even with such a pathetic strength, he dared to show his ugliness in front of him. Molin, with a black eye, thought that he didn't even have time to notice when his opponent struck him. He really has the strength to resist divine realm reaches. Chen Feng, considering the fact that they were from the same sect, wanted to keep this guy alive, but was unwilling to tolerate his many provocations. Unfortunately, life had taught him nothing. Chen Feng added, since Molin himself is asking for death, today we'll have to end it. He hopes that Yuxue will understand this act. Molin was startled and said that he just wanted to test Chen Feng's strength. There was a misunderstanding. Chen Feng told his opponent not to worry, he would destroy him quickly, and when he returned to the sect, he would try to explain everything. He will say that there was a misunderstanding. Molin cried out in fear. If this happened, the elder would not forgive it, and this act would not go unpunished. Molin opened one eye, saw that Chen Feng had stopped. He thought that the elder's threat had forced his opponent to cancel his actions. Chen Feng turned around and said that for the sake of Patriarch Zhou Bufan, he would let Molin live a little longer. Chen Feng thought that later, when they left this land, he would destroy this guy in front of Elder Li. Molin realized that the danger was over for now. It was good that he had mentioned the elder. It had deterred Chen Feng. Everyone around laughed because Molin found himself with wet pants. One of the strongest achievers of the divine realm had wet his pants. Molin saw what had happened and was terribly ashamed. He was so frightened he couldn't help himself. The warriors continued to laugh, thinking that this hero was finished. He wouldn't act so arrogant now, and he wouldn't say that he was the best in the outer sect. Molin couldn't calm down and shouted that Chen Feng had embarrassed him in front of everyone. Han Yue asked Chen Feng, didn't they need to find an ice lotus? The brother replied that heavenly treasures such as the ice lotus must be guarded by powerful monsters. In order to accurately deal with the monsters, he must first make a breakthrough to the divine realm. Sister asked if brother was sure of this step. Chen Feng replied that after everything that had happened in a few days and the recent battle, His energy had stabilized. Now was the most appropriate time. The girl said if Chen Feng was confident in his strength, he should do it. She would protect him if necessary. Chen Feng thanked his sister, took the lotus posture, and swallowed the pill. He said that he was going to the divine realm. While meditating and moving to another level, our hero began to absorb the energy of the sky. Everyone around them saw a huge amount of lightning appearing in the sky and wondered what was going on. Knowledgeable people immediately reported that Chen Feng was making a breakthrough. The breakthrough had just begun, but already such a terrifying strength. What level would he be able to reach? They must be witnessing a new legend. Mullen thought that Chen Feng was able to crush him and Sanshan before even reaching the divine realm. It was impossible to allow him to successfully make a breakthrough. Elder Li, watching through the high-resolution screen, thought that it was all unexpected. It caused heaven and earth to shudder as it broke through the divine realm. This boy is a genius who is born once every millennium. Elder Zobufan said that the young man chose a good moment to make a breakthrough. Not too early and not too late. The sect leader said that the kid is several times stronger than Sanshan. This warrior's future is limitless. If nothing happens to him during the breakthrough, the sect will reap incredible benefits in the next 100 years. Ran Yuxiu couldn't calm down. It was obvious that this guy was a lowlife. Where did he get such a talent from? He must die. Even without a breakthrough, he's too strong. The warriors saw a yellow light appear. So the breakthrough process begins. Given his strength, they are sure he must get at least 3 yellow levels, or even as many as 5. Hanyue ran to her brother and told him that he would succeed. It's all about getting the right breakthrough. The warriors observing the breakthrough process were slightly discouraged. Why did only 1 yellow light appear? Was this really it? Zhou Bufan thought that it was impossible. Sect head King Kong thought that this guy only had a first level. Elderly said that he was choking with laughter. Such a big momentum only brought him to the first level. Elderly added that this was not a genius that appeared once in a millennium, but a lowlife that appeared once in a millennium. Yuxue, calmed down, said that a lowlife will always be a lowlife. The observers stated that this guy only got level 1. The shuddering was already disappearing, the tension subsiding. That was quite a surprise. The girl thought, why is this happening to Chen Feng? After all, he had traveled a hard road for this. And this is how he was rewarded. Didn't he suffer enough? Chen Feng was not discouraged, and with a smile on his face, he told his sister not to worry. After all, he had reached the divine realm after all, and had successfully made a breakthrough. Chen Feng asked his sister, so what if he only obtained the first level? After all, he was able to crush the masters of the divine realm when he himself had not yet reached it. Therefore, even so, he was able to rise to the top of the martial artists even with the first level. Suddenly, our hero felt a change inside him. He screamed loudly from the growing tension. It was difficult for him to hold back. Elder Li said with a laugh, is this guy really drunk? He dares to say that he will reach the pinnacle of martial arts with such talent? Does he really think that the peak of martial arts is like climbing a hill? The head of the King Kong sect told Elder Li not to laugh prematurely. It was better for him to continue to observe the events that were happening. Elder Li wondered what else could happen. Would he really get 2 more yellow lights? Our hero really did have a continued change. The number of rays of light increased. How could this be? Hadn't he just finished making a breakthrough? Sect head Zobu Fan said that he knew this. He knew that Chen Feng would never be a mediocre person. This guy, once again, did not disappoint him. Ran Yuxiu thought that still, that guy came out with 3 yellow lights. It's a little better than nothing, but it's still mediocre. Ran Yuxiu even jumped on the spot in surprise. Had 3 more yellow lights appeared? Hanyue counted a total of 6 yellow rays of light. This guy had reached the 6th level of the divine realm. The girl was very excited. This is what Chen Feng deserves. This is what he should be worthy of. None of the warriors had even heard that there could be 6 yellow rays of light. Because something like this happens once in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Everyone witnessed a historic moment. The young man wanted his martial spirit to appear. A multi-headed red spirit snake appeared above our hero. It was a huge monster with red eyes. Elder Li wondered, what kind of spirit is this? It's a snake with 9 heads. It's just a snake, a scum-fighting spirit. The head of the King Kong sect said it was Xian Liu, an ancient demon god from ancient times. Elder Li said that there was no need to worry about this ancient demon god. Sect head King Kong said that this demon had a body as big as a hydra, and wherever it went, it would start to rain, turning the land into a sea that would never dry up. Zhou Bufan said with a smile, it's a 9-headed snake. This is quite unexpected. Chen Feng had awakened such a powerful martial spirit. As a warrior's level increased, his martial spirit would become stronger, until it became a legendary spirit like in ancient times. Elderly realized the essence of what was happening. It turned out to be the spirit of an ancient demon god. When this guy came back, he would kneel down and beg for mercy, but it would probably be too late. Elder Ran Yukshui couldn't understand why things had turned out like this. Why did this scoundrel suddenly have unprecedented strength? There's no way this guy should successfully complete a breakout. Can't this Moline guy do anything? Chinmolin stumbled into a cave in search of an ice lotus. Molin saw 6 yellow rays of light piercing the sky from afar. Wow, he thought. Molin realized that Chenfeng had finally reached the 6th level of the divine realm. This is a great rarity. He cannot be allowed to survive. Molin rushed into the cave. He expected to find the ice lotus about to be found. There was a lake in the cave. Molin thought that a monstrous beast guardian lives in this lake. We should direct it against Chen Feng, and then take advantage of the situation. As he went deeper into the cave, Molin noticed that it was getting hotter and hotter. There was indeed a lake of lava here, and it was incredibly hot. Molin saw a flower growing in the middle of a lake of lava. It was what he was looking for. It was an ice lotus. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. It looked extraordinary. Molin decided to deal with the flower later. Right now, it was necessary to somehow provoke the monster into attacking Chenfeng. Molin decided to take the diplomatic route. He summoned Mr. Red Zhao and said that he needed to talk. A huge red dragon emerged from the hot lake. The dragon asked, who dared to invade his territory? Molin continued his diplomacy. He asked the Red Zhao to calm down and said that he came here with no malicious intent. He wanted to inform something very important. Molin said that he had information that someone wanted to destroy the Red Zhao. The warrior realized that the lizard in front of him was a giant dragon-class lizard. Its strength should be equal to the 3rd level of the divine realm. Red Zhao wondered, did someone really want to destroy him? Could these tiny people destroy him? Even 100 people wouldn't be able to handle him. Molin said that Red Zhao was right. Even thousands of people wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But one person might soon be able to do it. Molin said that that person is summoned, shaking heaven and earth. Besides, he is making a breakthrough now. If he is allowed to make a breakthrough, he will pose a threat to Red Zhao. The dragon wondered, could any human really cause the heavens and earth to shudder? Molin said that's the way it is. It's pouring like a bucket outside right now. That's what happens when the sky and earth are planing. The dragon himself will know it when he sees it. Before that man started his breakthrough, he said when his breakthrough was complete, he would strip the Red Zhao and skin him. The dragon got angry and said that in that case, he would destroy that man right now. Molin thought he had it all worked out. The dragon stopped and asked, why should he believe what this stranger said? After all, many people are damned liars. He must want to distract him and steal the ice lotus. Molin raised his hand and said that he could make a sacred oath. If what he says is half a lie, he will perish and his body will turn to ashes, and his soul will never reincarnate. The dragon believed it, he said. It was a battle oath related to the heavens. Moreover, the dragon said that he had too high an opinion of this guy. How would he be able to take the ice lotus with such a low cultivation? If he took a couple of steps, he would be burned alive. The dragon came out of the cave and told this guy to wait for him here. He went to strip that arrogant man. Molin grinned. What's this about oaths being linked to the heavens? These monsters are so stupid. They believe whatever they're told. Molin thought that he had lied to this dragon. But not only would he not die, but he would take the ice lotus with him. The guy decided to jump over the lava lake, but he realized that his cultivation really wasn't enough. But since Yukshu had asked him to bring this flower, he prepared beforehand. The young man had a special artifact that was created to cross the lava lake. Chen Feng would be destroyed by the Red Zhao, and the ice lotus would soon belong to him. The boy believed that no matter what, he was the winner in the end. The people observing kept saying that Chen Feng had a 6th level divine realm. The ancient god of martial arts will soar to the heavens. One must follow Chen Feng all the time. He will not teach badly. Han Yuer thought that there had been countless cold stares and ridicule for many years. Tolerance and perseverance had finally paid off. Chen Feng deserved it. The girl thought that Zhen Qi will transform into Gan Qi. Once the transformation is complete, Chen Feng will fully enter the divine realm. Chen Feng had reached the final stage. She must protect and prevent his breakthrough from failing. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and a Red Zhao appeared. Everyone saw it and was frightened. They realized that it was a red dragon that had evolved from a giant snake. Are there really dragons in these lands? The coercion coming from this dragon is stronger than the 3 outer sect elders. The strength of the red Zhao is equal to the divine realm. We must escape immediately. Han Yuer wondered, why did this dragon come here? Does it really want to prevent the breakthrough? The dragon saw our hero and decided that he had reached his goal. The red Jiaoge opened his mouth in anticipation. Han Yuer's assumptions were confirmed. The dragon had come for Chen Feng. Yuxue thought that Qin Malin didn't waste any time. It's about time. Elder Ran Yuxue thought that Red Zhao, this is a good monster. Even if it doesn't destroy the guy, it will prevent him from breaking through, and on top of that, he would lose some of his skills. Elderly said that Chen Feng's breakthrough had attracted the attention of the Red Zhao. If the dragon disturbed Chen Feng during the breakthrough, it would affect him in the future. The sect head said that he didn't believe in pure coincidence. During Sanshin and Qin Malin's breakthroughs, the dragon did not appear, but decided to do so at Chen Feng's breakthrough. Zhou Bufen said that someone set it up. Ran Yuxue said that the patriarch is overly worried about it. Maybe it's because Chen Feng is too good, and that attracted the Red Zhao. Zhou Bufan said he was just thinking too much, but if he suddenly found out that someone was secretly targeting this genius disciple, he could only blame himself for the subsequent consequences. Elder Ran thought that the sect master was radiating killing intent towards her. Yuxu thought it was too late. Her plan had succeeded. Even if this guy was immortal, he would no longer be a hindrance to her. Elderly thought that the sect master was warning him. But after all, he hadn't done anything. It was the boy who slapped him again and again. How dare he do anything? Malin, sitting on a tree branch, watched the events and said that his plan had worked. The Red Zhao was actually targeting Chen Feng. Molin was glad that he had obtained the Ice Lotus. Now all that was left to do was to see if Red Zhao would deal with Chen Feng. The dragon, looking at the meditating warrior, thought that this little bug was able to cause the sky and earth to shake. It turns out that he is very talented. The dragon said that this guy wouldn't have a chance to make a breakthrough and opened its huge maw. Everyone thought that this dragon was threatening Chen Feng. Perhaps they should help the warrior. He had saved their lives after all. Molin said that their strength would not be enough. Everyone decided to retreat in a friendly manner. Molin, satisfied, said that he had won. No one would help Chen Feng. Today is the day of his death. Han Yuer came to our hero's defense. She shouted threateningly for the dragon not to touch Chen Feng. If he wanted to take out this guy, he would have to fight her first. The dragon thought that this realm-level girl, though, and dares to provoke him. Doesn't she fear doom? The brave girl said that she was afraid, but she was even more afraid that Chen Feng might die. After all, he is her younger brother, who has saved her many times. The girl screamed that she had to protect him in that case, even if it cost her life. Everyone saw the girl and realized that she was willing to sacrifice her life to protect Chen Feng. Dragon asked, "Does such a lowly ant dare to talk about protecting that guy in his presence?" Dragon added, in that case, he would first destroy her, and then that guy would have no one to protect him. The sense of justice won out, and the warriors who were saved by Chen Feng decided to protect the girl and her brother. They said that they would not allow Red Zhao to interrupt Chen Feng's breakthrough. Molin realized that these warriors were ruining his plan. After all, they were usually so cowardly and afraid of everything. Why would they suddenly decide to risk their lives for someone? The dragon said that all those little flies and ants had finally pissed him off. Han Yuer and the warriors tried their best to contain the dragon. The girl thought that Chen Feng should make a breakthrough. One of the warriors shouted that they must resist, because Chen Feng was behind them. One breath of theirs was a breath for Chen Feng. Molin didn't understand what was wrong with living like a coward. I mean, they could die for someone right now. If that's what they wanted, he would turn them to ash with his flames right now. Molin organized the flames. The warriors did not retreat and continued to hold on. Molin was no obstacle to them. The next moment, Chen Feng woke up and finished the breakthrough. The guy said that they all did a good job. Now, he would take care of this dragon. The guy rushed to attack, and the dragon screamed in pain. Everyone rejoiced that Chen Feng had made a breakthrough. They were able to protect Chen Feng. Molin wondered, how is this possible? Had Chen Feng really made a breakthrough and sent the Red Zhao into flight with a single strike? Han Yuer approached her brother and happily said that he had reached the divine realm. The young man took the girl's hand and said that he had finally made it, and he thanked his sister for saving him at the risk of her life. The girl said she wasn't the only one who did it, and the brother should thank those people. Chen Feng turned to the warriors and bowed to them. He thanked his brothers for risking their lives for him. If they needed help in the future, he would do his best. The warriors said that Chen Feng was too polite. After all, they are disciples of the same sect and should help each other. Before he saved their lives, they did the same. Chen Feng said that he would deal with this red dragon now. He just had some free time. The red dragon said that this person dare not insult him. Chen Feng said that the dragon suddenly attacked him, and now he thought he was someone else. The dragon said that it wasn't a surprise attack, and added that he was at the third divine level. Chen Feng warned that he didn't like to talk much in such cases, and was now attacking his opponent head-on for convincing. Both opponents prepared to attack, and Chen Feng swung his weapon and used a raining sword. The dragon wondered, what kind of trick was this? It caused the sky and earth to shudder. This was something he had never seen before. The dragon felt an incredible intent to destroy coming from his opponent. Did this warrior really have the power to massacre him? Red Zhao made the right decision. He said that he urgently needed to run away. Chen Feng said that there was no way for the opponent to escape now. It was too late. The valiant warrior was not ceremonious and inflicted multiple sword wounds on Red Zhao's body. The wounded dragon was bleeding and losing strength. Chen Feng said that doom always comes unexpectedly. As a long-lived dragon, the dragon should know this. The warriors were once again surprised. Chen Feng had destroyed a red dragon at the third level of the divine realm, with just a few moves. Since the birth of the raining sword technique, no one had practiced it like Chen Feng did now. Mullen, holding the flower in the box, once again thought, how is this possible? A dragon of such strength couldn't do anything against this Chen Feng. Han Yue thanked her brother and said that she believed in him, and knew that everything would work out. The young man was glad that he didn't let his sister down, and was able to become stronger. The girl reminded them that the competition was almost over, and suggested that they should rather find the ice lotus. When they got it, their clan would be victorious. Chen Feng told his sister that there was no need to rush anywhere. They wouldn't even have to look for this flower. Han Yue inquired, does her brother really know where he is? Chen Feng replied that he doesn't know, but he knows someone who does. Looking at the tree, Chen Feng said that this person had kindly already brought them an ice lotus. Sister inquired, who was it? Such a kind person. Mullen, still sitting in the tree, thought he had been discovered. He couldn't understand how it had happened. Chen Feng shouted towards the tree. Didn't Mullen get bored of continuing to build this drama? Mullen realized that he was discovered for sure. He decided to hide until the end of the contest. Then, he would still be the winner. Chen Feng said that his opponent would not be able to escape. He threw chains towards Moline and caught his opponent by the leg. Mullen fell to the ground but tried to resist. Resistance proved pointless. The brother and sister looked at Mullen lying at their feet. Chen Feng said that just as he said, the lotus had already been delivered directly to them. The girl thought that this guy had been watching the battle the whole time. Chen Feng said that he wasn't just watching the battle. Apparently, he had lured the dragon here himself. Mullen said that indeed it was him. He wanted to destroy Chen Feng. But unfortunately, he miscalculated. He did not expect that even Red Zhao would not be the youth's equal. This time, Chen Feng was surprised. He thought that Moline would deny everything. Mullen said he knows that Chen Feng wants to destroy him, but his chance has already passed. Mullen added because time was up. It's time for everyone to go back. Mullen told Chen Feng that when they left the Blessed Lands, Elder Yuxue would be with them to protect him. Mullen, smiling, said that Chen Feng would never be able to destroy him. When all the warriors returned from their mission, Sect Elder King Kong rushed to his disciple, Sanshan. Ran Yuxu thought that not only did that rascal get out of there alive, he also ruined her plan to capture the Ice Lotus. Elder Li thought that this guy was able to defeat a red dragon of the third level of the Divine Realm. His strength surpassed that of many. Mullen comes up to our hero and tells him that he can't destroy him because all the elders are standing there watching them. Chen Feng noticed that Yuxue was actually watching and reached for his sword. Mullen said that Chen Feng would be able to deal with him, except in the next life. Chen Feng replied that it was a long wait until the next life, so he would do it right now. Chen Feng drew his sword and chopped Moline into 2 pieces. Moline wondered, how dare he do that? After all, the elders are watching. Chen Feng stated that he wanted to do it in front of Yuxue. Everyone thought, did Chen Feng really destroy Moline in front of the patriarch and elders? Although Moline actually deserved it, but this way, Chen Feng would be severely punished by the sect. Han Yue thought that she would be punished along with her brother. Ran Yuxiu pounced on our hero and shouted, how dare he destroy a disciple of his sect? He would pay for it with his life. Ran Yuxiu thought that this guy had given her a great reason to attack. Therefore, she would be able to seize the opportunity and destroy him. Mullen's death was worth it. The sect head Zhou Bufan said for Ran Yuxiu to stop, she shouldn't do that. Yuxiu turned to the sect master and said that Chen Feng had just destroyed his comrade and should be punished for this crime. The sect head Zhou Bufan said that Chen Feng destroyed a sect disciple without permission. How come he didn't see this? When Chen Mulin teleported, he was already dead, wasn't he? Chen Feng thought that the patriarch was helping him. Yuxiu stated that Chen Feng committed a serious crime and destroyed his comrade. Why is the patriarch covering for him? It is impossible to believe that Zhou Bufan is acting in such a manner. The sect head said that the elder should have chosen his words properly. He did not see Chen Feng committing a Yuto offense. In that case, what kind of covering up can we talk about? Ran Yuxiu said, if the patriarch didn't see, you should ask the people around you. That way, they would know whether Chen Feng was guilty or not. The patriarch said that it was only about their sect members. Elder Ran replied that she understood. The woman added that she just wanted the 3 clans to act as witnesses. After finding out, the decision would be made by their sect. Yuxue wanted to see how the patriarch, in the presence of the elders of the other 2 clans, would be able to save face while trying to justify this guy. Yuxue turned to Elder Wang and said that she would like to ask him to be the first witness. After all, sect leader King Kong had to see everything. Yuxue wanted to see what would happen to Zhou Bufan's confidence after Elder Wang's words. Elder Wang said that he didn't see anything like that. He was busy with his disciple. Yuxue was sure of what Elder Wang would answer. She didn't even listen to him. Elder Wang's answer shocked her. Wang said he was focused on San Shan. All this time, he wasn't paying attention to anything. Yuxue didn't understand anything. San Shan was defeated by that rascal. Why is Elder Wang helping him? Elder Wang thanked Chen Feng for leaving San Shan alive. Our hero thought that Elder Wang was reciprocating. Chen Feng said to Miss Yuxue that this person did not see anything. Is it not time for a verdict? Yuxue walked over to Elder Li and said that he hadn't said his word yet. Perhaps he had seen the whole truth? Yuxue thought that Chen Feng had destroyed Elder Li's son. Therefore, no one would help this rascal now. Elder Li said that he had seen everything. The woman asked what exactly he could tell. Elder Li said he saw Molin's corpse being teleported here. Chen Feng had nothing to do with it. Elder Li told Chen Feng that he had been rude to the young man in the past and asked him not to take it personally. Chen Feng wondered, didn't Elder Li care about the fact that he had destroyed his son? Elder Li laughed and said that it was excellent. His son was a loser who had caused the anger of the gods, and he was only grateful for this action. Chen Feng said that in that case, the conflict between them was over. The guy thought that after his return, it was as if the elder had become a different person. The old man rejoiced and said, it is good that the young man is not vindictive. Chen Feng is not only amazingly talented, but has a broad outlook. His future is limitless. He will manage to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Yuxue thought that Elder Li is bowing down to this guy. Zhou Bufan asked Yuxue if she had finished. The woman said she wasn't yet. Elder Ran turned to the warriors. Had they seen Chen Feng destroy Moline? She warned them that they should think hard about the answer, or else the consequences would be very serious. Ran Yuxue thought that these misfits had always been timid and afraid of trouble, so they shouldn't dare to go against her. Some of the warriors remembered that Molin had been destroyed by a red dragon. He must have died after being wounded while being teleported back. The woman thought that it was unbelievable. Even this bunch of losers were helping Chen Feng. The sect head said that no one present had seen Chen Feng destroy Moline. Elder Ran Yuxue thought that this guy was good at winning the hearts of others. Since everyone was now on his side, it was only a matter of waiting for the right moment to strike a striking blow. Ran Yuxue recognized, if no one saw it, perhaps she was too exhausted by practice and was hallucinating. It was a misunderstanding. The sect had said that in that case, Elder Ran should pay more attention to resting. If the future of talented disciples is jeopardized because of some illusions, that person has no place in the sect. Elder Ran said that she understood the sect head and thought that Zhou Bufan was threatening her again. Chen Feng thought that Yuxue could wriggle and deny in every way possible, and yet her intrigues were very deep. Elder Zhou Bufan said that they would now summarize the 3 clans' competition. The Qianyuan, Vajra, and Qingmu sects would send out 10 disciples who competed for the right to the Blessed Lands. The Vajra sect had 4 disciples left, Mu Qing, none, and Qianyun 6. The Ice Lotus was obtained by Chen Feng. Patriarch Zhou Bufan announced that he was declaring the Qianyuan sect the winner of the competition and the recipient of the right to the Blessed Lands. The Yuta sect warriors rejoiced and said that they had won. All the glory went to Qianyuan. Han Yuer said that it was all thanks to Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought that they had won, and he was able to reach the divine realm. Sect head King Kong said that Chen Feng had won today, but he shouldn't relax. Sanshan wouldn't just give up. Chen Feng replied that when Sanshan came to his senses, for the elder to tell him that he was willing to accept the challenge at any time. The elder said that he would be sure to warn Sanshan, and they said goodbye. Elder Li said that it was also time for him to return to the clan. He didn't expect that he would establish such a deep relationship with Chen Feng, but now he had to leave him. Chen Feng suggested that Elder Li come to their sect, where they could still have a proper talk. Elder Li said some other time. It was time for him to return to his clan. The sect head told our hero that he had done a good job. Chen Feng thanked him for the praise. Zhou Bufan announced that they were returning to the clan. Elder Ran Yuxue was already making plans for the Ice Lotus. After all, it was in this guy's hands. She must find a way to retrieve it. At the outer gate of the Chen Yun sect, they announced that the grand competition for the blessed land of Bamboo Mountain had ended. The clan had asked if there was anything else the elders wished to know. One of the elders said, falling off the cliff, returning as king, and defeating Sanshan and Red Jiao. This Chen Feng had dramatically achieved similar successes. The Qingmu sect lost all of their disciples. At the Vajra Gate, half of them were injured or destroyed. Even Qin Molin had been destroyed. This Chen Feng is like a ferocious werewolf. 6 yellow levels, the ancient demonic god of martial arts, as expected of a young Qingyu disciple. The degree of stunned is greater than ever. Without so much hard work, this guy finally got what he deserves. Yuxu thought that there was some way to make this guy part with the lotus. The sect head said since the elders had nothing more to add, he would make the announcement that the elders wanted so badly. The sect head listed the disciples who had performed well in the past 3 sect competitions, as well as the conquest of the blessed lands. Therefore, it was decided that from that day onwards, they would all become disciples of the inner sect. The warriors were ecstatic. They had become disciples of the inner sect. It was simply unbelievable. Many thanked Chen Feng and said that they wouldn't have achieved this without him. Han Yueser happily told this news to her father. She was now a disciple of the inner sect. Her father said that he was proud of his daughter. Chen Feng mentally told his master that he had joined the inner sect that his master had once been in as well. The sect head Zhu Bufan said that everyone could be free. Tomorrow he would take them to the inner sect gate. Our hero was stopped by Elder Ran Yuxui. Chen Feng asked, "Did Elder Ran still need anything else?" The woman told Chen Feng to give her the Ice Lotus. This is the prize of a grand competition that belongs to the Chen Yuan sect. Chen Feng said, "If this is what the sect wants, then he as a disciple will fulfill the sect's will." The young man added that an elder could not represent the whole clan. Moreover, he remembered the patriarch saying that everything found in the blessed lands belonged to the warrior personally, so he was not obliged to give it away. The woman was angry. She is an elder, after all. Why can't she represent the clan? The sect leader who suddenly appeared said that Elder Ran seemed to be very strong. After all, she seems to dare to go against the rules. Zhou Bufan said that it was clearly stated that all the treasures obtained by the disciples would belong to them. The Ice Lotus was among them. If the elder wants it, however, she must make arrangements with the disciple. Chen Feng said that if some person wanted to buy this lotus from him, he would hardly refuse. Yuxue said that she was willing to buy this flower and wanted to hear the price. Chen Feng said that he wouldn't sell to her specifically, she doesn't count. The woman was indignant. Chen Feng said if that was it, they would end the conversation. The young man turned around and headed for the exit. Ran Yuxu thought that this guy was humiliating her in front of everyone. She thought again that she hated him. The clan had said that once the disciples pass through the gate, they officially come out as disciples of the inner sect. The disciples saw a majestic gate in front of them. The clan had said that they were in place. The inner sect is different from the outer sect and encourages competition between disciples. There are often cases where disciples fight each other and get killed or injured. Everyone must act according to their abilities. The disciples said they understood and thanked the patriarch for his advice. The young man thought that encouragement and competition was something he was looking forward to. The head of the clan told our hero that his future path would depend only on himself. Zhou Bufan warned Chen Feng. Since Yuxue is from the inner sect, she has a lot of connections there. We should be cautious. The head of the sect said in parting that the young man had a bright future ahead of him and had great potential. Han Yuer suggested her brother to hurry up. The girl couldn't wait to enter the inner sect. The young men were stopped by Lu Chenyun. He said that it was because of these warriors that their sect had won the competition, and for that, they were allowed to join the inner sect. Chen Feng asked who was in front of him. It was explained to the guy that this was the elder of the Xiling courtyard, Lu Chenyun. Chen Feng wondered, is he really that famous? He had never heard of him. Lu Chenyun thought, is this guy trying to humiliate him? Chen Feng good-naturedly said that he really hadn't heard of him, and asked his colleagues if they had heard of this disciple. Everyone replied that they had never heard the name. It turns out that he is not famous at all. Lu Chen got angry and said, how dare they, the lowlifes from the outer sect, bully him? His eyes lit up furiously, and his spirit beast, a huge bird, appeared above him. Lu Chen said that it seemed like it was time to teach this upstart the rules of the inner sect. Everyone was frightened. Here was Brother Lu's 5th, yellow-level spirit power, a purple eagle with an iron claw. This is worthy of a rank that only comes once every 50 years. The outer sect must have never even heard of the 5th yellow level. Lu Chen told our hero to kneel down and beg for mercy or else he was about to die. The warriors didn't realize, does he do this to everyone or is this the first time? Perhaps he was just showing off his fighting spirit. Lu Chen wondered, Why didn't these warriors kneel down? Judging from the expression on their faces, not only were they not afraid, but they even had contempt. Chen Feng said that the 5th level, it was already not bad. Lu Chen became even more angry. Was that really all he could say? He must be bored with his life, right? Chen Feng revealed his spirit beast. It was a serpent with 9 heads. The young man said that his opponent could now understand the level of his martial spirit. Lu Chen was startled. This was a strong momentum. Was this really the 6th level? Chen Feng said, after all, he did mention that the 5th level is not bad. What complaints could there be? Lu Chen said that, surprisingly, this guy possesses the 6th yellow level of the divine realm, and it is like an ancient demonic god. How could a disciple from an outside sect be gifted more than him? Chen Feng said, if the 5th yellow level is a genius in the inner sect, then he is a little disappointed in the inner sect. Chen Feng noticed that someone was fiercely approaching him. This someone said that the guy was very talkative, like for a newcomer. Chen Feng thought that this stranger was far above the divine realm. Who could it be? Everyone shouted that it was the head instructor for new disciples in the inner sect, Elder Zhao Duanliu. All the students who knew the elder bowed and greeted the instructor. Zhao Duanliu turned to our hero and said, "Is he disappointed in the inner sect? In that case, I wonder what he himself is capable of." Chen Feng asked the elder to have him tested. The elder said there is a certain momentum felt in this guy, and he is not afraid. Elder Duanliu told Chen Feng to follow him, and he would take the test for new inner disciples. Someone said that the inner sect had a list of newcomers, who were divided by rank based on their test results. Everyone wanted to see how high the result would be. Lu Chen thought, how could this be possible? An outer disciple whose level of martial spirit was even higher than his. Didn't the clan say that he was a genius, who appeared once every 50 years? Lu Chen was told by his colleagues not to be discouraged. That guy might have been lucky enough to obtain a 6th yellow-level martial soul, but that still didn't mean much. After all, he can't be perfect in every aspect. Elder Duanliu said that the test consists of checking the 3 elements, blood and ki, meridian and mind. The result of the test will determine their rank among the others. The rank will mean the amount of resources they can get in the inner sect. Elder Duanliu said that he wants to start with Chen Feng. He wants to see what the guy is really like. The colleagues pointed out to Lu Chen that Chen Feng would be performing the first test, lifting the tripod. Lu Chen said that unlike martial spirit, which can be obtained through luck, qi and blood must be practiced and tempered. If you look at Chen Feng's physique, you can see that his blood is weak, so he has little strength. Everyone thought this guy could only lift 50,000 pounds. Lu's brother was lifting 80,000 pounds. Chen Feng thought that his body had been transformed by dragon blood, so it wouldn't be difficult to lift 150,000 pounds of weight. But the secret of dragon blood shouldn't be revealed. Chen Feng walked over to 100,000 pounds worth of tripod and decided that it would be enough. Those watching wondered, is he really going to lift a tripod weighing 100,000 pounds? He certainly couldn't do it. Lu Chen thought that he couldn't wait for that guy to fail. And then he would strike. He had already prepared the perfect phrases for such a moment. Our hero tensed and lifted the tripod. He held it at full height on his outstretched arms for just the right amount of time. Lu Chen opened his mouth in astonishment. How was this possible? Elder Duanliu thought, obviously this brat hasn't used his full strength. Our hero was noticed by someone from the crowd. This guy whose face was scarred was staring intently at Chen Feng. It was the #1 on the list of new ones in the inner sect. Yang Jing Tian. He thought that the person in front of them was the one Yuxue asked them to keep an eye on, but he looked more just like a strongman. Elder Duanliu announced that Chen Feng, the blood and ki test, the highest result. Next, the meridian trials. The elder thought that this boy knew how to hide his true strength, but it would be interesting to see how he would also succeed with the meridian test. Lu Chen spent his entire youth polishing his body in medicinal baths, but even so, he only lifted 80,000 pounds. On the face of it, this guy's completely weak. How can he be stronger? Colleagues said to Brother Lu not to lose heart. That guy might have been born like that. After all, the main thing is cultivation, not strength, so it's not a decisive indicator. Lu Chen said that this guy, just with brute strength, he is a dumb barbarian. Meridians, on the other hand, are the foundation for a cultivator. In this, he clearly can't be stronger than him. Chen Feng thought that every meridian in his body had been transformed by dragon blood, which was several times wider than ordinary humans. He should be more careful this time, but still, it's not easy. The young man took the hand of the huge figure that stood in front of him. An exchange of energies took place, with a bright flash appearing. Chen Feng thought that this bronze statue had a great strong suction ability. His inner ki was out of control. Elder Duanliu thought, would the guy manage to hide his true strength this time? We'll have to take a look at his meridian level. Lu Chen, smiling, said that surprisingly that guy turned out to have the lowest level meridian, bronze level. His meridians, the most ordinary ones. The other warriors said that the fighting spirit and strength was just luck. Chen Feng's meridians can't boast like that. Lu Chen has silver meridians. It's a whole level higher. His future has already been decided. Someone noticed that the color of the line started to change. It seemed very strange. Could it be that this guy has silver meridians? It's like Lu Chen's brother. Have the gods been so kind to him? A rare soul, incredible physical strength, as well as high-level meridians. Is he really a genius who is even higher than brother Lu Chen? Chen Feng couldn't understand what was wrong with this statue. The exchange of energies continued. Why was the suction so strong? It didn't stop. Elder Duanliu thought that this wasn't all. That guy's inner ki was so strong and fierce that it could reach the legendary golden meridians. If it continued like this, the secret of his body would be revealed. Chen Feng tried to free himself from this statue. The boy screamed for the statue to let go of him. With his best efforts, he was able to break free and free his arm. Lu Chen couldn't believe it. Golden lines appeared on the statue. He even has golden meridians. No one can compare to him. Elder Duanliu thought that this fellow had forcibly released himself from the suction of the bronze statue. Even like this, his meridians have a golden level. The scarred guy thought that Chen Feng surprisingly possessed golden meridians, although he lacked to the heavenly bridge level. But that wasn't bad either. Chen Feng thought that he had almost revealed the secret of his body. This scared the hell out of him. Lu Chen thought that this guy's martial spirit, blood ki, and meridians were stronger than his. Lu Chen stated that he had been crushed by a newbie disciple from the outer sect. How would he now show himself in front of an elder brother from the Siling Court? The colleagues began to comfort Brother Lu and told him to hold on. He should not give up because there was still a test left. The next one would be a test of the mind, showing the strength of the heart. Brother Lu's heart would clearly be stronger. His opponent was sweating after measuring the meridian. He had exhausted all his potential. Lu Chen cheered up and thought, to find out how far Chen Feng could go in the path of cultivation, the heart was important. Colleagues said Brother Lu is right. No matter how good the talent is, without a strong heart, it is not destined to go far. Lu Chen said he admits that Chen Feng is stronger than him, but as for the heart, Lu Chen will not lose to anyone. Lu Chen said that his heart is a magic sword. Everyone said that brother is powerful. I wonder how Chen Feng will perform in the final test. Elder Duanliu announced that Chen Feng, the meridian test, the highest score, the mind test was left. Elder thought that this boy was doing well, but the last one would finally give him away. Chen Feng told the elder that he would like to give up on the final test. The guy thought if he finally lost control of his koi, he might reveal his secret. Lu Chen's colleagues cheered, Chen Feng is actually giving up. This means that his heart is not as strong as Brother Lu's, so he is a weakling. Lu Chen knew that there was no person in the world who could be better at everything than him. The scarred man thought that Chen Feng didn't even want to take the tests. Could it be that his heart could be below the minimum? The warrior thought that Yuxui's eyesight was getting worse. If she said to pay attention to this guy. Elder Duanliu thought, why would Chen Feng be scared? He's just laughing at everyone. This guy is so ruthless that he won't even take a test just to hide who he is. Chen Feng said to the elder, if that was the end of it, he wouldn't mind leaving, and thought that it was a good move to be able to leave in time. Duanliu told the young man to stop. No one would allow him to give up. Chen Feng inquired, couldn't he give up and not be tested? The elder stated that others naturally might, but not him. There was a heightened interest in him, so he wouldn't leave so easily. That's not going to happen. Chen Feng was covered in cold sweat from the tension. Why can't he leave this place? Elder Duanliu said, because he is the chief instructor here. Actually, the guy can surrender, but then he will be expelled from the inner sect. Now the choice is up to him. Chen Feng became alarmed and told the elder that this was unreasonable. Where did such rules come from? Elder Duanliu said that the rules allow such a thing, so everything is reasonable. Chen Feng thought that this was a strange matter. Was it because he said that he was disappointed in the inner sect? Was that why the elder had turned against him? Chen Feng scratched the back of his head and thought that there was nowhere to go or else he would be kicked out of here. This can't be allowed to happen. The elder thought that this guy was cocky. He was still too young to play intellectual games with him. The observing disciples said that Chen Feng didn't want to hit his face in the mud, but the head instructor drove him back. The head instructor probably wants to make fun of him too. Now he won't even have an excuse. It's going to be a huge spectacle. Lu Chen understood everything. Chief Instructor Duanliu made this guy take the test to help him. This way he wants to cheer him up. He is actually the favorite disciple of Chief Instructor Duanliu. It is so touching. The scarred warrior thought that even the head instructor was targeting him. It seems he really is insufferable. After passing the test, he would fully understand Chen Feng. This way, he would be calm and finally understand what Yuxue was saying. Chen Feng thought that they would just keep their minds, needing to be careful not to reveal their secret. Elder Duanliu asked, "What is Chen Feng waiting for?" He should turn around and kneel down with his back to the heavenly tablet. Chen Feng complied with everything that was asked of him and muttered that he wasn't even allowed to prepare. The elder told the student to close his eyes. One of the students asked if this guy could have a dharma body. He probably didn't even compact his heart. How could he be so powerful? Colleagues said that Brother Lu's magic sword was 3 meters tall. The opponent's is probably not even 1 meter high. Lu Chen thought that he was already anticipating his triumph. All his glory is coming back to him. Chen Feng was sitting in the lotus posture near the tablet. A strange transformation was taking place over him. Powerful spirits ascended over our hero. Lu Chen couldn't believe it. A whole 10 meters. How could this be? Everyone was really surprised. It was extremely rare for Brother Lu to be above 3 meters. But here, all 10 meters. I couldn't believe it. This guy also has a cruel and vicious heart. He's clearly ruthless, and there's no others like him. He didn't want to take the test, not because he was afraid, but to avoid scaring the people around him. Elder Duanliu said that this was a great Asura Dharma body. He did not expect the heart of martial arts to be like this. Chen Feng asked, "What does Asura Dharma body mean?" The elder explained that the heart of martial arts had several traits. The great Asura body is the lord of killing, meaning that Chen Feng is not only hard-hearted, but also fierce and aggressive. Our hero obediently listened to the verdict and said he was clear. The guy figured that as long as it wasn't related to his body's secret, there was nothing to worry about. Elder Duanliu said that a boy who possessed the great body of Asura would not destroy for the sake of the land, lead people, or tread on the countless bones of the dead. He must not let his heart down. Elder Duanliu said that the boy was fooling him. Still, he decided to reveal his ambition. The elder added that young people are crazy, but how can they be called young if they are not going to be crazy? The old man kept laughing. He said he was so glad he couldn't control himself. He didn't think that in character the young man would be so pleasant to him. Chen Feng thought that this old man was sentimental. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions against him. The scarred disciple thought that Chen Feng appeared to have a 10-meter-long Asura body. This is even stronger than his martial arts heart. Now it was clear why Yuxue had asked him to keep an eye on him. Lu Chen thought, great body Asura Dharma, lord of killing, incredible aura. He had crossed the path of a ruthless person. Colleagues said it's still no reason to lose heart. It doesn't mean anything. You have to fight him to the very end and show who is a real man. Lu Chen said for everyone to shut up. Cultivators of their generation must be down to earth to recognize the reality. If he lost, there is no changing that. One must accept that his opponent is stronger. After Lu Chen's aggressive reaction, everyone asked, why did Brother suddenly become such a person? Is Big Brother really afraid of Chen Feng? Lu Chen said that he was not afraid. He just wanted to show this guy his respect. Lu Chen thought, considering that that guy has a great body, Asura Dharma Lord killing body, Chen Feng must have destroyed many people. He should not be provoked. Otherwise, he would suffer the fate of the bones under his feet. Elder Duanliu said that it was time to announce the result of the test. Chen Feng, Blood and Qi, highest score. Meridians, highest result mind, special result. 19th place in the current overall list. The students were cheering. This guy ranked 19th as soon as he got here. Chen Feng is a pride for the outer sect. Lu Chen said that Chen Feng could be proud of himself. He received approval from him, Lu Chen. Elder Duanliu said, if the guy didn't hide his talent, he would definitely make it to the top 10. Chen Feng replied that he was satisfied with this result as well. 2 warriors appeared, one of whom said he would like to speak on the result of the test. They were Su Yi as well as Yang Jingtian, the scarred disciple. The disciple said that this guy is the grandson of an intersect elder with outstanding talent. He has a special result in almost all the tests, and he ranks first among the new disciples. The elder asked, what's the matter? Did he really have something to say about the results? Chen Feng thought that this guy was ranked first among the new disciples. Yanjing said that he had some doubts regarding Chen Feng. The young man said that he had heard something about that guy. Almost single-handedly, he had helped the sect win the 3-sects competition, because of which he had become very famous in the outer sect. However, Chen Feng is not known best for that. It's for being called a lowlife. Chen Feng realized that this guy came because of him. But he doesn't even know where he came from? Elder Liu asked, did Yanjing really think he was an idiot? How could a lowly person have such a result? Yanjing said that the reason why he was called a lowlife was because he couldn't cultivate normally half a year ago. And his Dantian was like iron. So how did he achieve such results in such a short period of time? Yanjing said that was why he had doubts about this guy. The elder wondered, was it possible for a Dantian to be like iron? Everyone thought, couldn't this guy have cultivated half a year ago? Wouldn't a person with such a Dantian be barred from practicing for the rest of his life? How did this Chen Feng guy manage to do this? Han Yuer stated that her younger brother isn't nothing. Those who say that can look at themselves. Elder Duanliu asked Chen Feng, "Is this true?" Yang Jing asked the guy to tell everyone the truth. Elder Ran Yuxue told him everything in detail and asked him to keep an eye on the guy. Chen Feng stated that what he said now was true. His dantian was indeed like iron before. The guy thought that in this situation, it was better to speak the truth. The elder was perplexed. How did this disciple manage to continue cultivating? Chen Feng said that in any case, he shouldn't reveal the secret of the dragon blood. Su Yi, Yangjing's colleague, said, "This guy will not tell the truth. After all, everyone knows that such a thing is given from birth and is almost impossible to change." Su Yi introduced himself and said that he was ranked 20th on the list of new disciples. Everyone assumed that Chen Feng had taken some forbidden medicine. Otherwise, how would a person with an iron dantian be able to reach the divine realm in half a year? Those around him said that it was now clear to them where this guy got his powers from. He had taken illegal drugs and would now inevitably face hidden consequences. Such people have no future. Yanjing thought that this was only the first step to Chen Feng not being able to hold his head high in front of everyone. It would only get worse from here. Elder Duanliu asked, "Was it true that Chen Feng was taking something like this?" Chen Feng told the elder that it was useless to explain anything right now. Let time better judge. Yang Xing asked, "Did Chen Feng really want to avoid answering? How could he rank 19th without taking forbidden medicines?" Even the genius, Su Yi, ranked 20th. Chen Feng said, "So Su Yi is such a genius." Su Yi was offended by our hero. He felt that he was being wrongly stigmatized. Su Yi said, "In that case, why doesn't this guy right now fight him here?" Yanjing thought that everything was going according to plan. If he refused, he would be looked at with contempt. If he accepts, he'll get the crap beaten out of him. I wonder what he would choose. Chen Feng asked the elder, "Didn't the intersect forbid fights between disciples?" Our hero thought that he was looking for a reason to teach his opponent a lesson, but he didn't expect that he would be the first to incite a fight. Elder Duanliu said that the law of the jungle is in force in the intersect. The weak go to feed the strong. Survival of the fittest. If both sides agree, they can use any methods for the upcoming fight. Sui asked his opponent if he had heard the rules of the intersect. If it frightened him, he could kneel down and ask for mercy. Chen Feng said that he was misunderstood. He asked the rules to find out what he could do to his opponent. Chen Feng added that he agrees to punch his opponent in the face. Sui said, if Chen Feng dares to strike, then he can expect no mercy. Sui said that he had changed his mind. He wouldn't just destroy his opponent's meridians. He would make him a cripple. Chen Feng said, Su Yi at least looked in the mirror when rehearsing such a speech. His face was like that of an idiot. Su Yi said that he was fed up with his opponent and clenched his fist and rushed to attack. The audience said that it was the 4th yellow class skill, Ghost Fist. No one expected that Su Yi would immediately use his main trump card. Ghost Fist is a spiritual level attack. If a person is struck by it, he or she will either lose his or her soul or become stupid. Some disciple had heard that when cultivating the Ghost Fist, the victim's soul would be absorbed into the fist and thus improve the skill itself. Su Yi had practiced it to the point where there was no equal. Yang Jing thought that even if he faced such a fist, he would have to use a couple of powerful techniques. Chen Feng put his hand forward and said to let the Devil Road destroy his opponent. Su Yi was terribly frightened. His ghostly fist scattered and disappeared somewhere. Yang Jing thought, how is this possible? The Ghost Fist dissipated due to the difference in strength. Now our hero went on the attack. The opponent was deactivated. Elder Duanliu thought that such a vigorous and violent palm technique clearly could not be obtained through forbidden medicines. Chen Feng definitely didn't take anything like this. Su Yi said that his opponent must have such strength because of the forbidden medicines. Otherwise, how else could one explain such incredible strength? Chen Feng said that there are many things in the world that his opponent does not know about. Chen Feng continued to attack his opponent and said that he would now become a useless person. Sui cried out in fear and said that he was giving up, and there was no need to hurt him. Chen Feng's furious fist could no longer be stopped. His fist hit his opponent's forehead directly. Chen Feng said that in the law of the jungle, there was no such thing as accepting defeat. Su Yi realized that his opponent had destroyed his dantian. Su Yi sprawled on the ground and lay defeated. Someone said, Chen Feng must be hiding his true strength. His rank is clearly above the 19th rank. This kind of strength that could defy the heavens could not be obtained by something like forbidden drugs. Han Yuer asked everyone to calm down. Because it was a normal thing for her little brother, there was no need to make a fuss. Yang Jing asked how Chen Feng dared to push Su Yi hard in his presence. Chen Feng asked, what is the difference? Is Yang Jing present nearby or not? Chen Feng added as the chief instructor had just said. They could use any means other than destruction. Yang Jing said that he has seen many crazy people, but such a crazy person, being a rookie of the inner sect he sees for the first time, how dare Chen Feng speak to him in such a tone? Yang Jing is his friend, and Chen Feng dared to mutilate him. Does he not take Yang Jing seriously at all? Yang Jing shouted that Chen Feng was the only one who didn't take him seriously. Elder Du Yunliu shouted, did Yang Jing really think that his status was above the rules of the entire inner sect? Yang Jing said that the chief instructor misunderstood him, and he apologized. Yang Jing, pointing his finger at Su Yi, said to take this trash out of here. The elder added, if he found out that Yang Jing was trying to break the rules of the inner sect, even if he was the grandson of an elder, he would never forgive a disciple for such a thing. Yang Jing replied that he understood everything and added that Chen Feng was pretty good. Yang Jing said that he would wait for his opponent in the qualifications in 3 months. In 3 months, he would crush Chen Feng's bones and dignity in front of everyone. Chen Feng asked the elder, what kind of qualification are we talking about? Duanliu said that it was about the qualification for new disciples, and it would take place in 3 months. The main purpose is to check the results in cultivation and rank revision. Well-performing disciples can be accepted and approved by the inner sect elders and become directly disciples. Chen Feng thought that Yang Jing wanted to destroy him in front of everyone. Elder Duanliu asked, is Chen Feng really afraid? Although the opponent is arrogant, but he is still the first in the rookie list. He has good talent and strength. Chen Feng remarked that Yang Jing is only the first among the newcomers. His goal is not only that. The elder said that the guy was hiding more strength. Chen Feng started to make excuses and said that he wasn't that talented. Duanliu said that Chen Feng was pretending to be a pig that could eat a tiger. In that case, he would just not allow his disciple to do whatever he wanted. Chen Feng asked the elder what he was up to. The elder, turning to the disciples, said that he had something to announce. Chen Feng has good talent and incredible strength. And because of that, as the head instructor, he recommends this guy as the 10th special participant in the selection group. He doesn't need to participate in the preliminaries. The elder added that this disciple would immediately fall into the top 50 of the top sect. Everyone was surprised. He doesn't have to go through the preliminaries. In the past, the 10 special participants were from among the top 10 new disciples. This is a record. Chen Feng undoubtedly harbors an incredible strength. Su Yi, who was defeated by a punch today, would not be below the top 10 in strength. But this way, those who were overtaken in rank by Chen Feng might not be happy, especially Zhao Hu, who was ranked 10th. Chen Feng said that the head instructor threw him to roast on a slow fire. Why would he do that? Elder Duanliu said that he and this guy had finished negotiating. He still had other disciples to evaluate. Chen Feng said that the seniors like to push the juniors to victory. Han Yer shouted to her brother that she would approach him afterward. Chen Feng replied that he had faith in his sister. Inner sect. The young man said, as I expected from the inner sect, the aura concentration was not comparable to that of the outer sect. Chen Feng said that he had cultivated for less than an hour, but he had achieved a similar effect in 2-3 hours in the outer sect. Chen Feng noticed that his sister had not returned. He decided to go check. Chen Feng saw the unfamiliar people and asked who was in front of him. It was explained to our hero that it was Zhao Hu's brother, ranked 10th among the newcomers. Chen Feng thought that Zhao Hu came because of the special group dropout. This was not good. Everyone thought that there was a serious battle brewing between Zhao Hu and Chen Feng. It must be because Chen Feng took his place in the special group. Zhao Hu said that this boy dared to take his place in the special group. Did he really deserve it? Chen Feng explained to his elder brother that this problem did not arise because of him. The head instructor had forcibly put him in this position. He had no choice. Zhao Hu said that he didn't believe it. This guy must have taken this place by bribery. Otherwise, how could the head instructor put some weakling in 10th place for no reason? Everyone said that Zhao Hu had a point. Even if Chen Feng is a genius without bribery, he wouldn't have gotten a spot in the special group. They had never heard that in the Chen Yuan sect. A newcomer in the inner sect was immediately put into a special group. Even disciples with achievements were not treated the same way as this guy. Zhao Hu said, everyone present taking his side. Chen Feng grabbed his head. It seems that in order to unleash his full strength, the head instructor is deliberately creating enemies for him. Zhao Hu said that despite such audacity, he would give his opponent a chance. He offered to play a game, and the loser would automatically get out of the special group. Chen Feng thought that a fight could not be avoided. He said if Zhao Hu wanted to fight, he should hurry up because he still had to go after his elder sister. Zhao Hu was red hot. He told the guy not to think that he was easy to handle. After straightening out Su Yi, the difference between the 20th and 10th place is just huge. Zhao Hu swung and said that the opponent would now feel the power of his iron fist. Chen Feng said that if his opponent wanted to match his strength, there was no need to waste time. The young man blocked his opponent's punch. Everyone was surprised. Was Chen Feng really going to fight Brother Hu? What is he thinking about? He didn't know that Brother Hu was lifting a 150,000-pound tripod. He thought he was someone special. They could fight any way they wanted. But Chen Feng's arms wouldn't be able to withstand it. After a series of punching punches, Zhao Hu was frustrated and depressed. Why was he weaker than his opponent in terms of strength? Everyone saw that Chen Feng had actually pushed Zhao Hu away. How could he be so strong? He must have hidden strength. Chen Feng is too good at pretending to be a pig that can eat a tiger. Chen Feng asked if Zhao Hu had any grievances as a member of the special group. If that was it, then Zhao Hu could leave. Zhao Hu told Chen Feng that it was not enough. He was summoning his opponent to the life and death arena. Chen Feng inquired, "What else is this?" One of the students raised his hand and said that he was willing to tell Chen Feng about it. He even had a presentation ready. The intersect encourages fighting, but killing is forbidden. Another thing is when the issue is a life or death arena. Once the participants are in that arena, the only way to end the fight is to eliminate one of the participants. Chen Feng thanked the speaker and said that he understood everything. Chen Feng asked Zhao Hu, he couldn't defeat him now, but why does he think he will do it in the life and death arena? Zhao Hu said Chen Feng must not know yet. His strength is unleashed when the battle is not for life, but for death. Only at such a moment can he unleash his full potential. The disciples said that Brother Hu had grown up fighting wild animals in the jungle. No one could surpass Brother Hu in terms of killing skills. He had survived many situations where his life was on the line. He had had one foot in the Death Palace several times, but had survived each time. Chen Feng said since his opponent was so focused on it, he agrees. You can choose the time of the battle. Zhao Hu said after 7 days, the arena of life and death, and the death of one of them. Zhao Hu said that his opponent could enjoy his last days of life. Our hero thought that this Zhao Hu is similar to Zhao Sanshen. Both are crazy fighters, and both are straightforward. Chen Feng thought that this guy would also be a good opponent. Our hero was approached by his older sister and asked why he had agreed to perform in the arena of life and death. What if something happened to him? Chen Feng stated to his sister not to worry. He will be fine. The young man turned to his co-workers and asked if they had passed the tests. Han Yue said that it was not good. She ranked 69th on the list of newcomers. One of the warriors said it was better not to remember it. After all, he was not even in the top 100. Another said that he had a 98th place. Chen Feng said that he didn't see anything wrong with it, after all. They hadn't reached the divine realm yet. A low rank in the intersect was also a good thing. When they made a breakthrough, their rank would undoubtedly become much better. The warriors thought that it wasn't easy to break through to the divine realm, let alone break through pills. Because of their ranks, they don't even know how to obtain these pills. Chen Feng said that he would take care of the pills. They would be cultivating, he promised. Get everyone a pill. After saying that, everyone started saying that Chen Feng was their real big brother and he was the best. The sister asked where he was going to get the pills. Chen Feng replied that she shouldn't worry and he would sort it out. He asked that the girl help those disciples. Han Yue looked at her brother and thought that he was becoming more and more manly. Chen Feng thought that more and more people in the intersect were looking at him. To prevent them from attacking his siblings in case, he should help them make a breakthrough to the divine realm as soon as possible, so that they could defend themselves. In Su's palace, the warriors are discussing whether there is any hope of restoring the younger brother. His dantian has been completely erased. The healer said he was sorry, but there was nothing he could do to help this guy. The young man was angry who had brought his brother to this state. What do you mean? Yang Jing told Big Brother Su that this was the work of a new disciple. His name is Chen Feng. He is ranked 19th among the new disciples. Yang Jing thought that there was still a benefit from Su Yi. One could use his brother to get rid of Chen Feng. Elder Brother Su said, how dare that guy dare to give such a terrible blow to his brother? Who did he think he was? He was going to go there right now and destroy Chen Feng. Yang Jing said he didn't know what kind of method that guy used to get the head instructor to favor him. The chief instructor will protect Chen Feng. Elder Brother Su said in that case, he would challenge that guy to the arena of life and death. He longed for his demise. Yang Jing said that Senior Brother Su in the intersect is among the top 100. Chen Feng has always been a bully. If he recognizes Senior Brother Su's strength, he naturally won't go to fight him in the arena. The older brother asked what to do in such a case. You can't just leave things as they are and not touch that guy. Yang Jing said he had an idea. Chen Feng has an older sister with whom he has a very close relationship. You just need to set a trap for her to enter the arena by herself, and then Chen Feng will not go anywhere. Su's older brother said that it was a very good plan. It's a pity he didn't think of it himself. He would first humiliate his sister, and then destroy Chen Feng himself. Yang Jing thought that Chen Feng wouldn't have the chance to face him in the qualification because by then, he would already be annihilated. Chen Yuan intersect, the backside of the mountain. Chen Feng, meditating, activated the spirit beasts, elephant and dragon. After analyzing the situation, Chen Feng said that the Lungxian martial sky formula was unworthy of the magical power manifested in the dragon blood. He would be able to make a breakthrough to the divine realm twice as fast. Combined with the transformation of his meridian and body with dragon blood, his actual combat power in the divine realm is higher fivefold. Chen Feng stood to his full height and raised his hands. He was now specializing in martial arts. In addition, he also had the Lungxiang formula and the golden body formula. These two ferocious and overbearing styles matched his heart of martial arts. Only the rapier flying in the rain refers to a light, elegant style unsuitable for him. Sword wielding tends to be sharp and ferocious, which suits him better if he masters it. Chen Feng heard someone under the rocks say that he couldn't escape now, and he was afraid that if someone saw the Lungxiang of the battle sky, they would think he was too dynamic, so he went behind the mountain. Who could be here? The guy decided to check and jumped down from the cliff using his wingsuit. Our hero landed successfully. Down at the very bottom, a warrior was fighting off armed thugs with his sword exposed. The young warrior said that he had almost returned to the Chenyuan sect. Why is he being treated like this? The masked thug said, did he really hope to escape? Besides, he wanted to hide in the Chenyuan sect. The thugs told Li Lu to give up his sword nicely, and then they promised him a quick death. Chen Feng was in hiding at this time, and he wondered if that guy was from the Chenyuan sect. It turns out that this Li Lu is being pursued because of the sword. Li Lu said that he would not give up this sword. They don't even know what price he paid for this sword. It served their master for 3 whole years. He didn't even hesitate to give the young girl who loved it more than anything to their master as a concubine. That was why he managed to steal the sword. Age 2. Chen Feng thought that this was very ruthless. For the sake of achieving his goals, he even sacrificed the one who loved him with all her heart. What was it about this sword? Why would it be so unscrupulous? Li Lu said that he had endured a sea of blood and deep hatred to get this sword. He would be able to destroy all his enemies. If he accessed the supreme inheritance, he lacked very little. Li Lu raised his head up and shouted, why is the Almighty so unfair to him? Chen Feng realized that there was a legacy in this ball. But simply wielding such a sword would not get far. There was no shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. The masked attackers said it looked like he was done with his last words. So now he could be finished. They would destroy him now and take the sword. The masked men went to attack. Chen Feng decided to come to the rescue of the guy and his sword. Although from the looks of it, Li Lu is not that good, but they are still from the same sect. Our hero decided to save this guy and give him to the sect leader for consideration. Li Lu thought sadly that he would soon be reunited with his little sister. However, cornered Li Lu saw that someone had attacked his foes. The young man was surprised. What on earth was going on? Chen Feng appeared from behind cover and said that it was not the time for big brother Li Lu to give up. After all, he still had unfinished business. Li Lu thought that this guy called him big brother, so he is also a disciple of the Chenyuan sect, so he is saved. Li Lu thought that most likely this guy had heard everything he had just said. One of the attackers asked our hero, is he also from the Chenyuan sect? Chen Feng answered this question in the affirmative. He wondered why the masked man was asking. The masked assailant thought that Chen Feng had destroyed 4 of his men in one blow. One could not deal with him alone, and went to report this to his master. Removing the masked man said that Chen Feng had entered where he shouldn't have. Now, he would inevitably be killed. Chen Feng saw this guy running away and even remembered to say such ruthless words. Chen Feng caught up with that masked man and said that he wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Our hero attacked his opponent and gave him a staggering blow. His opponent fell to the ground. Chen Feng walked over and asked his opponent, where is he from, and who is his master? The masked man said the opponent didn't deserve to know his master's name. The villain ripped the mask off his face and threw a pill into his mouth. He shouted that the master would avenge them. Chen Feng saw how after that the villain began to smoke and turned into ashes, with a sword and some things left of him. The young man thought that this seemed like a message for him. Most likely this matter would not be quietly resolved. Li Lu walked over to Chen Feng and thanked his younger brother for his help. Li Lu introduced himself and asked, what was his savior's name? Chen Feng introduced himself as well. Li Lu, bleeding, said that Chen Feng had saved his life, and so he would like to thank his savior. Suddenly, Li Lu swung his sword and attacked Chen Feng. He said that he was about to destroy him. Chen Feng calmly dodged the attack. Dodging, he kicked the sword out of Li Lu's hands. Surprised Li Lu did not understand why his attack they worked. Chen Feng wondered, Did even after saving his life, this guy turned out to be a scoundrel and decided to destroy him? Is this called gratitude? Li Liu Liu cried out in fear. He was afraid that the savior would take away his sword. He saw no other way out. Li Liu Liu kept shouting, he craves bloody revenge, and therefore this legacy should belong to him. Chen Feng took the sword and said that Li Liu Liu had indeed lost his humanity. Chen Feng added that he had underestimated human nature. A startled Li Liu Liu asked, what was his opponent up to? Chen Feng said, if Li Liu Liu wants this sword so badly, he will relieve him of this heavy burden posthumously. Li Liu begged not to be destroyed. He said that he had already changed his mind. After all, they are both from the same sect. He is willing to share the legacy if he is left alive. Chen Feng said that it was too late and stabbed Li Liu Liu's body through. Blood rushed in all directions. Chen Feng said that this hapless warrior could only blame himself for everything. His greed had led to this, and his life depended solely on him. Our hero didn't have to get rid of Li Liu Liu's corpse and the people in black. When he left, he saw the monsters approaching them. The corpses would be swallowed up by them, so no one would discover anything. The young man studied the things left behind after the masked man disappeared. He was interested in the guy's identity. The guy picked up a jade plaque that had an address on it. It also showed the rank of the master, 178. Chen Feng thought that in terms of strength, he had the second level of the divine realm. If he was only 178th ranked at the same time, then the Jianghe court master himself must be frighteningly powerful. Chen Feng thought that he was in a big mess. He had to get out of the situation somehow. Our hero thought he would handle this case himself. He doesn't need anyone's help. As long as he's strong enough, he has nothing to fear. Chen Feng continued to study the loot. He had a whole bunch of middle-grade spiritual stones and elixirs. The guy figured it was enough to trade for breakthrough pills for his older sister and brothers in the sect. Also among the loot was a level 7 yellow level 7 battle skill book, Lord of Thunder. The guy thought that he only wanted to dismiss the idea of a sword technique, but he didn't expect this. It was a valuable book. Lord of Thunder, fierce and indomitable. You must have the determination of ninja every time you draw your sword. There are 3 techniques for this. The sword stands out brightest among them. After practicing it, it will be struck as 9 consecutive blows, and each one will be stronger than the previous one. The young man thought that this technique suited him perfectly. The man in black had left him a great gift. Chen Feng changed his sword technique to a new one. And after picking up the weapon, he said that it was time for training, somewhere thousands of miles from that place. The warrior in lotus pose is practicing meditation and expecting another breakthrough. Something distracted him. Master saw that it was a message from the 178th. Apparently, he had failed. There was no way that this lowlife, Li Liu Liu, could destroy it. Obviously, he had someone helping him. With the help of the screen and secret abilities, this master saw the dialogue between 178th and Chen Feng. Everything became clear to him. The master realized who was responsible for the failure. Could such a young boy be able to easily destroy the 178th? He could be considered a young hero. The master said, but since this guy provoked him, he's only got one end in mind. The master drew his sword from its sheath. The bright light that reflected from the blade spread out in different directions. The master said that this boy was destined to die. Chen Feng continued practicing with his new sword technique. The first technique was the Thunder Lord, then the Crazy Cut. Chen Feng thought that he had only learned 3 techniques. This is most likely just a simple version. The guy thought if he continued to train hard, he would reach the 9 swords level. Turning his attention to this sword, he thought that the weapon was quite shabby, yet considerably sharp. There is indeed some heritage in that sword, but why can't he feel it then? The guy hid the sword in its scabbard and said, if he couldn't feel this legacy, then it wasn't meant for him, and decided to use this weapon as a regular sword. Chen Feng decided to use the time he had freed up and went to the market to repair his sword. At the same time, he was interested in the breakthrough pills for his sister and fellow clansmen. Yang Jing continued to follow our hero. He told Big Brother Su that Chen Feng had left, and they could begin. Big Brother Su said that it was time for Wang Shutong to come out. Wang Shutong was 18th on the rookie list. She said that Big Brother Su cannot worry, she knows what to do. Wang Shutong said that she needed to find a girl named Han Yue, make her angry, and force her into the arena of life and death. Elder Brother Su said that everything was right, but there was no need to beat her to death. Brother Su said he wants Chen Feng, looking helplessly at his sister in the arena, already morally destroyed. The girl said that Su's older brother is very cruel. She likes him like that. Wang Shutong said that for his sake, she would go to such a favor. She hoped that Su, a member of the top 100, would take care of an inexperienced like her. Big Brother Su said that taking care of inexperienced rookies is his hobby, and he is willing to take care of Wang Shutong for a long time. Wang Shutong said that she understood everything and was leaving for the task at hand. Big Brother Su asked Yang Jing if he was confident that this girl would succeed. Yang Jing said that he had already told this girl everything, and she will act according to the approved plan. This Han Yue is in love with Chen Feng. If Wang Shutong speaks ill of Chen Feng in her presence, this plan will work. Big Brother Su said that it is great. When Chen Feng comes back and sees his sister lying in agony, he will not be able to confidently stand on his feet. Our hero was strolling through the city center. The young man thought that he hadn't been here for a long time. The place had become more lively. The young man thought that he would have to find an opportunity and come here with his sister. She would be very happy. Chen Feng had once heard from his master that the best place to make weapons was Duan Tian Pavilion. It is most likely the same place where weapons are repaired. The young man saw what he was looking for. In front of him was the very pavilion. The boy stepped inside. The setting surprised him. No wonder even the master liked this place. It felt like every weapon here was a work of art. The sales manager asked what he could do to help. Chen Feng asked if they repair and restore weapons here. He had a sword that needed intervention. The manager examined the sword and said that it was in poor condition. Considering this, it would be cheaper and better for the visitor to order a new sword. Chen Feng replied that he was interested in fixing this weapon. He was used to it. And it is very comfortable. He is willing to not skimp. He is interested in the result. The manager said that this pavilion will not let the visitor down. Suddenly, another visitor appeared. He approached the manager without ceremony and said that it was necessary to quickly put his sword in order. It was Li Xiaoqi, 78th place on the intersects list. He repeated that it was necessary to quickly strengthen his sword because he was in the process of completing an important task. The manager said to stand in line. You have to wait for the previous customer. The impatient customer said there was no point in fiddling with this broken piece of iron. He added that his sword is an heirloom made of Arctic blue iron, and just the cost to repair it is enough for an ordinary person to have enough money to last a lifetime. He is a very rich man. He should be treated with understanding. The manager bowed to the impatient customer and said that their Duantian pavilion has its own rules. They don't want to look at a person's wealth or status. Whoever came first has the advantage. Chen Feng thought, now no wonder why this pavilion is so famous. An ordinary salesman wouldn't have the courage to say such a thing to rich people. The rich customer screamed that he wasn't interested in the rules. He was terribly pissed off and demanded extra attention. He demanded to be served immediately or he would raze the place to the ground. The advisors advised Brother Li not to be impulsive, not to make Duantian Pavilion his enemy. The people behind this pavilion had reached the level of the Tianhe Kingdom, and anyone who crossed their path would be unfortunate. Brother Li coughed and said that if they had rules, he wouldn't break them. However, this Li did not calm down, he asked. If the first customer disappeared, would he not break the rules? An impatient customer, Brother Li approached our hero and said he seemed fine with it. Li said, judging from his opponent's clothes, he is an inner disciple of the Kuan Yuan sect. However, he had not seen him before. It must be a newbie disciple. Chen Feng replied that it was correct. He had joined the inner sect not too long ago. Brother Li asked, in that case, did the young man know who was in front of him? Chen Feng replied that he did not know him. Brother Li's advisors laughed. How could one not know Senior Brother Li? This was Li Xiaoqi himself, ranked 78th on the overall list of the inner sect. Our hero indifferently lowered his eyes in respect and said that he would now know that Big Brother Li was in front of him. The impatient young man said that if his interlocutor knew who was in front of him, he could take his sword and get out of here because he had no time. Li Xiaoqi said now he could tell about his sword. Chen Feng interrupted his opponent and said that he was the first to come to this pavilion. Moreover, he was also in a hurry. Li Xiaoqi was surprised. Brother Li's advisors were also surprised. How dare he speak so disrespectfully? The newcomers had completely become insane. Where did their fear go? Li Xiaoqi asked our hero to repeat what he had just said. Chen Feng repeated, he was the first to come here and is also in a hurry. Li Xiaoqi was ready to get into a fight. The manager stopped him. He said that immediately we should stop it. According to the rules of the pavilion, fighting is forbidden here. The counselors held their master back and said that this wasn't the place for fights. They could deal with it later when they returned to the sect. Li Xiaoqi stopped. Chen Feng noticed that it looked like Big Brother Li was still adhering to the rules and suggested that he should wait until he returned to the sect. After that, he was willing to discuss their differences, but for now, he needed to put his sword in order. Chen Feng approached the manager again and asked him to help solve the sword issue. Big Brother said that his patience was breaking. If his opponent wanted to put his sword in order, he was willing to see how he would do it with a broken sword. The enraged Li Xiaoqi struck his sword at his opponent's sword lying on the table. However, the opposite happened. The elder brother's sword broke into 2 pieces. Everyone thought, how is this possible? Chen Feng looked at his sword and thought, apparently it's not so simple. No wonder Li Liu was trying to get his hands on it at any cost. Li Xiaoqi sadly asked, "How is this possible? This is an Arctic iron heirloom sword. Why is his opponent's sword more durable and sharper than this Arctic iron sword?" Chen Feng congratulated Big Brother Li. Now there was no reason to worry about who would be first. In this case, the pavilion would not be able to cater to the guy with the broken sword. Li Xiaoqi swung his broken sword at his opponent and said that he was about to destroy him because he dared to break his sword. Chen Feng took a fighting stance and said, "Is he ready to see how strong Big Brother Li is?" Senior Manager Wang appeared on the doorstep. The man said that someone in the pavilion is trying to break the rules again and again. This is unacceptable and inexcusable. The manager raised his voice. Did this instigator really think this place was his home? Li Xiaoqi felt a strong momentum coming from the senior manager. This Wang must be possessing an 8th level divine realm. Chen Feng thought that he now understood such a reputation of the pavilion. Even senior manager Wang has such strength. Li Xiaoqi told the senior manager that Chen Feng broke his sword. It happened in this pavilion. What will Mr. Wang do about it now? Mr. Wang said they won't do anything about it. The young man is responsible for his own sword. Li Xiaoqi felt sad again. Was this pavilion really doing business with customers like him like this? Senior manager Wang impartially looked at Li Xiaoqi. He said, "This is how the pavilion does business." The manager added, if the young man had no further questions, he could get the hell out of here. If he dared to break the rules again, he could blame himself for the consequences. Li Xiaoqi said that he understood everything and was leaving, and added that he remembered Chen Feng and they would meet again. Chen Feng turned to Li Xiaoqi and said that he was honored to be able to remember Big Brother Li, considering that he was new. The counselor said, "They'll see how this guy's going to sass their master next time." When the young men went outside, the counselor told Brother Li to just forget about the incident. Li replied that he couldn't forget about it. His pride was hurt. After all, this new disciple not only dishonored him, but also broke his sword. He can't rest until that rascal is destroyed. Elder Brother Li's squire thought that this guy just got into the sect and already dares to dishonor the esteemed disciples. He was definitely seeking his doom. The colleague said that that guy's sword looked shabby, yet it was stronger than Li Xiaoqi's. It must be a real treasure. This sword could be a good replacement for the broken one. Big Brother Li said he liked the idea. He wants those two to keep an eye on that guy and let him know when he leaves the pavilion. The counselor and squire said they were happy to try and do their boss's bidding. Li Xiaoqi thought that he would still show that guy how cruel the spirit world was. Smiling, the young man thought he would teach a good lesson, and it would be the last lesson in that upstart's life. The senior manager Van apologized to our hero for the poor hospitality. Mr. Wang said that he would order the best craftsman to tidy up this sword, and as an apology, he will also give a 20% discount on all the materials needed, and he'll offer a membership card. They have free tea at the club. Chen Feng thanked manager Wang and said that it was nothing. He just needed to help with the sword as soon as possible. Senior manager Wang said that a 20% discount was secured and ordered a subordinate to take the sword to Master Liu to tidy it up with the best materials. Chen Feng once again thanked manager Wang and asked if there were any breakthrough organization pills in this pavilion. He would like to purchase a few of them for himself. Wang said that a visitor would not be able to buy such pills in their pavilion. They are not even available in the whole Danyang country. Chen Feng sincerely wondered, why were these pills nowhere to be found? He knew that these pills were valuable, but were they really that valuable? Although the breakthrough pill is not the highest leveled pill, it is a necessary material to break through to the divine realm. Therefore, the demand is high, and the pills are always in short supply. As soon as one is on the market, it will be bought immediately. It can hardly be found in warehouses. Only by pre-order and prepayment. Chen Feng thought for a moment. He had already promised these pills to a lot of people, so he had to do something about it. The guy thought he got his from Elder Sun. He didn't think there would be a problem buying the other pills. How would he get them? Plus, another problem. Manager Wang said, if these pills are really needed, it is quite possible to get them. Chen Feng asked how to do it. Wang said that the pavilion needs to deliver valuable goods to Chenhe City, but he can't do it himself. If the young man helps with the escort, they will arrange for a first-class alchemist to prepare some pills. Chen Feng thought he could get breakthrough pills just for organizing an escort. He considered it to be a favor for him. Senior manager Wang said that he trusted this person. The young man wondered, why is he being trusted? Judging from the potential, there are more experienced people in the inner sect than him. He had only recently made a breakthrough into the divine realm. He is an ordinary disciple in the inner sect. The guy decided to himself that he should remain cautious. Mr. Wang said the young man is very modest if he calls himself an ordinary student. Manager Wang asked, how could an ordinary disciple defeat Sanshan, a once-in-50 years genius, and also defeat Red Zhao, who was as strong as a third-level divine gatemaster? Chen Feng wondered, How did Senior Manager Wang know all this? Wang's senior manager said his surname is Wang. His cousin Wang Chixia is an elder of the King Kong sect. Chen Feng thought that now a picture was beginning to emerge. No wonder his interlocutor knew a lot of things. The manager asked, "Does the young man now understand why he believes in him?" When the cousin came back from the three-sex competition, he constantly flattered the young man, saying that he was a genius who was born once every 100 years. Smiling, Senior Manager Wang said that this was why he decided to bet on Chen Feng. The guy asked, wasn't Mr. Wang afraid that his investment wouldn't pay off? After all, he had just made a breakthrough into the divine realm, and he still had a long way to go in the future. Could it be that he would soon be ridiculous to everyone? Mr. Wang said he is a businessman and understands that early investments are risky, but if they are right, they will pay off handsomely. He is even willing to bet. Mr. Wang said that Chen Feng would be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Chen Feng bowed to his interlocutor and said that, in that case, he would try not to let him down, and agreed to the business proposal. Smiling, Mr. Wang said that he would start the preparation. Once the sword was ready, we could depart. Senior Manager Wang realized that his confidence in Chen Feng didn't just come from his potential. He had even more faith because of the fact that his teacher was Yan Qingyu. Our hero and the two managers proceeded to Master Lu's office. Senior Manager Wang said that his words might sound strange. However, their Master Lu, the best blacksmith, he was always dedicated to forging and never met with outsiders. Mr. Wang said he was surprised, but the blacksmith himself insisted on meeting the owner of this sword. Chen Feng smilingly said, "Perhaps this blacksmith has never seen such a ruined weapon." Manager Wang said that it must be a joke, because this sword, even in this state, was able to break a special hereditary sword. This sword is clearly even more special. Most likely because of such a valuable rarity, Master Lu wants to see the sword master. Chen Feng said, if this is such a good sword, he should thank Master Lu very well for his help. Could the blacksmith really see the magic in this sword? Master Lu held a sword glistening in the sunlight. He said that his technique did not offend this sword. Chen Feng thought that from what he said, this blacksmith seems to know the origin of this sword. One would need to ask him about it later. Mr. Wang said he congratulated Master Lu. It was a great job. The blacksmith asked if Chen Feng was the master of this sword. Our hero confirmed this assumption. The blacksmith handed the young man a sword and told him to be nice to him. It is a valuable relic. Chen Feng thanked the blacksmith and looked at the sword and smiled. He said that he would like to ask Master Lu about the origin of this sword. Next, the blacksmith behaved very strangely. He shouted threateningly for everyone to leave the room immediately and not dare to distract him. Manager Wang, the simple manager, and our hero were all out in the open at once. The young man's surprise was unbounded. Chen Feng thought that judging from the blacksmith's strength, he was at least a 7th level Divine Realm level. Manager Wang said that he asked not to be angry with Blacksmith Lu. He has a strange character. Chen Feng said that on the contrary, he would like to thank the master for his help with the sword. Senior Manager Wang suggested that the guy try out this sword. He pointed to a huge stone in the courtyard. Chen Feng took out his sword from its sheath and said that he was just about to do so. The guy swung that sword and made a crazy cut, and he did it 6 times. The guy just couldn't believe that this sword was a perfect match for the Thunderlord technique. Mr. Wang said this stone was made of iron ore, and the sword cut it like a knife cuts through butter. Now it's a real piece of iron that looks like mud. This sword is priceless. Chen Feng was overjoyed and said that Master Lu was the one to thank. Otherwise, it would just be a simple sword. Our hero thought that this sword could really improve his martial arts level. He finally understood why Li Liu treasured this sword so much. Chen Feng wanted to touch the sword blade with his hand. He heard someone say, "Don't touch it." Chen Feng wondered, who could have said that? Chen Feng thought perhaps he was too happy about it, and he had heard it, and added that, now that the sword was ready, the escort could begin. Mr. Wang said that with this sword, the young man had greatly increased his strength, and this task would now be easy, and asked Chen Feng to follow him. Chen Feng couldn't calm down, for he clearly heard it. But why didn't Manager Wang hear it, given his strength? The blacksmith said that Chen Feng is full of qi and blood. This is the most violent way, but hardly worthy of a sword. He hopes that this sword can shine in his hands just like it shone before. Senior Manager Wang introduced Elder Ma Julong, the representative of Duantian Pavilion, to Chen Feng. Manager Wang said that this elder is in charge of the entire escort. Mr. Wang also introduced Elder Ma, Chen Feng, and said that he was an inner sect disciple with incredible talent. Chen Feng greeted Elder Ma and asked him to take care of him on this journey. The guy thought that judging from his breathing, Elder Ma possessed the 2nd level of the Divine Realm, and everyone else, the 1st level of Hutian Dianfeng. Chen Feng thought that Although their strength was low, their blood was enveloped by evil spirits. It seems that they often lick the blood. Elder Ma said that he doesn't care about this disciple. The only thing he cares about is the cargo. If they run into bandits, the young man will be on his own. Chen Feng thanked the elder for his remark. The elder jumped into the wagon and shouted that the caravan was departing. Saying goodbye to Wang's manager, our hero said that words are superfluous and he doesn't mind. After all, he weighed and considered all the risks. Moreover, Elder Ma said correctly, people in such a matter should take care of themselves. Where will they get the energy to take care of others? Mr. Wang said it's good that the young man understands. Then he trusts him to keep the goods safe. When he returns, the breakthrough pills will be ready. The guy said Mr. Wang could rest easy. He would do his best to make sure the goods were delivered safely to the appointed place. Manager Wang thought that Master Qingyu's disciple had grown up and could now stand up for himself. This guy will rise to the pinnacle of martial arts as the master wished. Senior brother Li saw that Chen Feng had joined the escort of the Duan Tian Pavilion. The helpers of this disciple asked if they would really follow the caravan. Senior brother Li said that this was exactly what they would do. Wouldn't that be great? In addition to this sword, they will also get a lot of goods. The aides asked, would they really steal the goods of the Duan Tian Pavilion? After all, it might not end well. If the pavilion found out, their days would be numbered. Big brother Li said that in that case, they would keep it a secret. In other words, they would just destroy everyone. Moving along the set route, the caravan reached the gorge. The convoy looking at Chen Feng thought that this was the same guy that Manager Wang had assigned to them for more numbers. He seems to be from an inner sect and has incredible talent. The warriors talking amongst themselves said that all the disciples could only swing their arms and legs. If one fought them to the death, no doubt they would lose. Surely he would immediately be frightened when he met the bandits. Chen Feng, listening to this conversation, realized the impression the sect disciples left. But it was understandable since they had less combat experience than these bloodthirsty mercenaries. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng sensed something unusual ahead. There was some strange aura spreading out. The mercenary said that the young man is exaggerating. Elder Ma has the second level of divine realm, and even he can't sense anything. How could this guy know anything? He was just scared because of his first trek. The elder shouted for everyone to be quiet. He senses that something bad is ahead. Everyone must get ready. Strangers appeared at the top of the gorge. One of them said that Elder Ma Zhelong was getting old. After all, he had noticed them so late. Elder Ma saw the two warriors and realized that they were the black and white of impermanence. These two seemed to our hero some unknown personalities. He had not heard such names before. The mercenaries said that they are two well-known warriors in the vicinity of Zhanhe. Their reputation is notorious for robbing, destroying, and committing all sorts of atrocities, and they also have a habit of torturing and destroying. Those who fall into their hands can only hope for a quick death. The mercenary added that they especially like to destroy the young ones with thin skin and tender flesh. Chen Feng said that they must be very strong. The mercenary said that these two are of the first level of the divine realm. Even though they may not be strong in their realm, but they are very good at fighting until victory. The mercenary added that, in addition, their hearts are connected when they hold hands. The people of the pavilion's Duan Tian type pavilion are not a hindrance to them. Chen Feng thought, if these two joined forces, would they be able to defeat a third-level divine realm achiever? Now I could see why they had such a special aura of anger and resentment from them. Elder Ma asked a logical question, black and white impermanence. Are they really here for this caravan? How did they know the caravan would go this way? The attackers said because they are trusted by others, they know exactly what goods are being transported, and at what time. That's all they can say. Elder Ma said that it was Yan Yolu's doing. The two replied, no wonder they call him an elder. Though he is old, he has a mind. Elder Ma drew his sword and made an official statement. Since Yan Yulu was involved, this assignment might be everyone's last, so he ordered everyone to give up their luck and prepare for battle. The mercenaries were indignant. Is it really Yan Yulu again? Why can't he fight honestly with the Duan Tian Pavilion and go the dirty way? Right now, they would all tense up and destroy their attackers. Chen Feng thought that these warriors were very brave. Knowing that they might die today, they still go into battle, none of them running or retreating. This kind of blood is very rare in the body of an inner sect disciple. One of the attackers told Elder Ma that it had been 2 years since their last battle. In those 2 years, he had only gotten stronger, and the elder had gotten older. The attacker said that in that case, they would end the elder's journey today and pounced on the caravan. The elder shouted that he would take care of the white impermanence. On everyone else, he would leave the black impermanence. Chen Feng grabbed his sword and said that he too would go to the black impermanence. The mercenary told our hero that he's not bad if he still has the courage to fight. However, he'd better run away as soon as possible. As a disciple of the sect, he's still young. and there's no need for him to die here with everyone else. Chen Feng thought that the mercenaries were saying one thing and thinking another. He liked these individuals, so he would not let any of them die today. White Fickleness said that Old Man Ma had really aged a lot. Did he really think that he could stop his opponent with just a few moves? Elder Ma said that his opponent was overconfident and dealt a powerful blow to the White Fickleness. White Impermanence repelled this strike and counterattacked Elder Ma in return. The mercenaries were failing. They couldn't understand why they couldn't handle one opponent. Black Fickleness. Elder Ma thought that Black Impermanence had also gotten better over the years. Would they not be able to handle these two? If this continues, all of his people will die. They need help. White Fickleness said he would not allow the old man to assist his warriors. The Black Impermanence jumped up and shrieked loudly. It began to glow like a burning flame and emitted a powerful charge of energy. The mercenaries thought their end was near, but they were willing to die like heroes. Suddenly, one of the convoy's defenders asked, "Had the brothers been heroes enough in this life?" The mercenaries saw that a disciple had advanced towards the Black Fickleness, they wondered. Did he really have blood rushing to his head? After all, they altogether can't handle the Black Impermanence. How could one sect disciple do it? It was better for him to retreat while he had the chance. Chen Feng thanked the mercenaries for their kindness and told them not to worry, he wasn't going to die. He had other plans and had his own planning horizon. The guy added that none of them would die today. Black Impermanence was surprised and decided to unleash all his anger and all his rage on this upstart. The mercenaries said that this disciple wouldn't be able to hold back the opponent's strike. He should immediately retreat. Our hero fended off Black Impermanence's attack. He even counterattacked the attacker. The Black Fickleness lost his weapon. All the mercenaries were astonished. This guy blocked the Black Impermanence and even retaliated with a strike. He has incredible strength. Chen Feng asked the disarmed opponent, was this really all he could do? Black Fickleness whined and asked his coworker for help. White Impermanence asked Elder Ma, where did this guy come from? After all, he was able to easily repel Black Impermanence's attack. Elder Ma understood why Manager Wang recommended this guy. He has a hidden talent. Elder Ma pounced on his opponent with renewed vigor and said that today would be the last day for White Impermanence. White Fickleness said that the old man wouldn't wait for that and struck him hard. The old man, bleeding, dropped his sword and fell to the ground. White Fickleness said that he would deal with that guy first and then return to the old man. Elder Ma shouted for Chen Feng to be careful. The combined martial art of these two people is very dangerous. The two villains said it was too late now. They said that now the young man would have to give up his life. Chen Feng said he now understood what was called unified martial art. In fact, it was nothing serious. Chen Feng dealt staggering blows to both opponents. Both Impermanence, bleeding out, were deactivated. After destroying the enemies, our hero said that if they call themselves Black and White Impermanence, they can go straight to hell, straight to their home. The mercenaries were amazed. Had this guy done away with Black and White Impermanence on his own? Why did they mock this guy earlier? In the end, he was the strongest. Elder Ma approached our hero and said that when Manager Wang introduced him, he thought this guy was just another tramp. And for all that, they were being selfish toward the young man. Chen Feng objected that no one here behaved selfishly, but now they are, a team. The old man added that together with Chen Feng, this escort assignment would be the easiest in his life. Chen Feng remarked that because he was here, there might be more problems. The old man was surprised. The guy warned that there were more enemies on the way and stated that they could come out. The enemy appeared and said, did the young man really feel him? Elder Brother Li, holding up the two swords, said that there was definitely strength in this guy. Elder Ma thought that these people were stronger than the Black and White Impermanence. Where did they come from? The old man asked our hero who these people were. He replied that these people could be classified as disciples of his inner sect. The elder wondered, when did the disciples of the Chen Yuan sect start looting on the roads? Elder Brother Li said that he came here for the sake of destruction, and stealing was just a side occupation. The old man was just unlucky to be around this guy. The elder asked, aren't the attackers afraid that Duantian Pavilion will find out about this? Elder Brother Li said that he was afraid because there are some very strong people at the pavilion. If they find out about it, he will definitely die. The villain said if, however, everyone here died, no one would know about it. Elder Ma was surprised. Does he really want to destroy everyone here? The old man said that he would buy Chen Feng time. The guy should run away and report everything to the pavilion. Our hero thanked Elder Ma for this and said that these people have come for him. He can't just take off and run away. The young man reminded Big Brother Li that he was in the top 100 disciples of the inner sect. Li's aides reminded him that he was ranked 78th. That must be scary for his rivals. Senior Brother Li said that it was too late for his opponent to remember that he was a strong inner sect master. He dishonored him in the Duantian Pavilion and broke his sword. Chen Feng, pulling out his sword, said that senior brother Lee misunderstood him. He meant that this guy would be the first of the first 100 masters to be killed by his sword. Big brother Lee laughed. He took it as a joke. Did Chen Feng really think of massacring him with such an iron? Chen Feng replied that he was not thinking, he knew it for sure. Big brother Lee said that today his opponent would learn the difference between a true master and a beginner. Master Lee let out his spiritual beast, the leopard. Chen Feng was surprised. Is it really a Wuhong leopard? Looks like his opponent is very good at speed. Fortunately, he has a sword that is very fast. Brother Lee said he knows that the opponent's sword is very fast and sharp. Lee added that the opponent's sword would only be useful if he could hit the target. At the same time, Lee moved from place to place very quickly. Senior brother Lee's associates said that their boss had increased his strength again. He can now move in such a way that he leaves behind 5 phantoms. Our hero drew his sword and executed a strike, a thunderlord, a mad slash. Senior Master Lee was split in 2, he thought. How was this possible? Was he really defeated so quickly? Our hero said that his opponent must be tired of moving fast. Now he can take a little break. The accomplices of the defeated Master Lee thought they had to retreat immediately. The elder said that he would not allow it and rushed out in pursuit. The mercenary said that the warriors from the top 100 inner sect are not that good. His colleague said that these warriors are very strong, but Chen Feng is much stronger than them. The elder told our hero that thanks to him, this time everything was without casualties. Chen Feng replied that this person had come for him. Therefore, he could not allow the mercenaries to be dragged into this matter. The young man added that they had already lost a lot of time. It was time to hit the road. Elder Ma commanded that the caravan set off again on its route of travel. The destroyed villains were left lying in the gorge. After returning to the Duan Tiantian pavilion, Manager Wang said that the elder had told him everything that happened on the road. Manager Wang thanked Chen Feng for his help with the escort and safe travel. Chen Feng replied that he had done his best to ensure that the shipment was delivered safely, and inquired about the status of the breakthrough pills. Master Wang said he's prepared everything. The young man doesn't have to worry. Our hero rejoiced. He had a whole bottle of breakthrough pills in his hands. The young man thanked Manager Wang. Mr. Wang said Chen Feng has done a great job. He deserves these pills. Chen Feng said that he should now go back to the sect. If there are any needs, Mr. Wang can contact. Chen Feng was satisfied. He saw that there were enough breakthrough pills for everyone. Now the sect brothers and elder sister would be able to make a breakthrough to the divine realm. Our hero was approached by Xiao Ho and told that he had some information. This information is disappointing. At this moment, Sister Han Yuer is fighting in the arena of life and death. This is happening in the inner Qian Yuan sect. Fighting in this arena, Han Yuer didn't understand why the opponent's skill was so good. It's not even possible to hit her. The opponent said that compared to Han Yuer, she was outstanding not only in body mastery, but also in strength. Her opponent said it was time to finish and rushed straight at Han Yuer. Using her energy capabilities, the aggressive woman dealt a staggering blow to our hero's sister. Han Yuer realized that her rival was hiding her strength. The woman said exactly like that. If she didn't hide her strength, Han Yuer wouldn't have followed her into the arena of life and death. The woman added, if she didn't do that, how would she then help Su Gang's brother lure Chen Feng out? Han Yuer realized what the original insidious plan was. She had deliberately spoken obscenely about her younger brother in her presence to anger her. The woman said that she originally had some doubts about the relationship between her brother and sister. She was worried that the plan might fail. Seeing Han Yuer start sticking up for her brother without hesitation, she felt relieved. The woman added, she is sure when Chen Feng sees his sister being mutilated, then, in a fit of rage and despair, he will rush into the arena of life and death, and then Su Gang will defeat him. Han Yuer said that she would not allow her younger brother to be destroyed and would not allow it even if she were dead. The wily woman said that a great love was unfolding before her. True, that love would not have a good ending. The intruder said that now that she was full of strength, Han Yuer wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Therefore, she could obediently fall to the ground. Han Yuer received a stunning blow. However, Han Yuer dodged and threw a punch at her rival's head. Han Yuer said sarcastically, what a pity. The woman couldn't believe her opponent had hit her and mutilated her beautiful face. Han Yuer thought that despite resisting her opponent's attack, her dantian was damaged. The intruder said that Han Yuer didn't dare do that to her face. Until now, she has relied on her beauty, and now she doesn't know how to live her life. The intruder said that she would first destroy the rival's cultivation base in such a case. Then, she would shave off her head and make her life a misery. The villains thought that Wang Sutong not only wanted to destroy her rival's cultivation base, but also to disfigure her face. Wasn't that too vicious? Why is she torturing her opponent like this? Just how inhuman does one have to be? This woman has the most poisonous heart. Bai Shanshui, ranked 70th on the overall list of the inner sect, thought that Wang Shutong was not worthy of being a nun. However, her boss told her to do it and create torment for Chen Feng. Su Gang said that when Chen Feng arrived, he would not be able to maintain rationality, and then he would have to fight in the arena of life and death. Instructor Duan Liu thought, does he really only have to watch Chen Feng's sister be humiliated? But he can't break the rules of the arena. Han Yuer asked her rival, was her name really Wang Sutong? Han Yuer said, if she wanted to do it, let her do it quickly, or else she would regret injuring only her face. Wang Sutyong rushed at her opponent, and Han Yuer thought that her end had come. Elder Duanlu closed his eyes. He too thought that it was over. He only hoped that when Chen Feng found out, he would not repeat such a mistake. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A young man was approaching from above, shouting for everyone to stop. Everyone realized that it was Chen Feng. Su Gang shouted that the one who had destroyed his brother had appeared. Han Yosher looked up and saw that it was her younger brother approaching. Yu Suqiang shouted, he is finally here. She wants Chen Feng to see her destroy Han Yuer. But in doing so, he won't be able to do anything. Chen Feng shouted for them to stop, while directing a powerful energy charge in the form of lightning at Wang Sutong. The woman receiving the lightning charge, bleeding, thought, how is this possible? Wang Suqiang flew aside. She was lying in the resulting crater. She thought that she must be better than this guy. Chen Feng flew up to his sister and asked how she was feeling. Bai Shanshui thought that this guy had destroyed Wang Suqiang, who was ranked 18th on the list of disciples, with a single move. Undoubtedly, this Chen Feng will become the best in the intersect. The girl apologized to her younger brother. She was emotional, so she entered the arena of life and death. Chen Feng replied so his sister should not blame herself. He understands everything. She entered the arena because of him. He is the one who should apologize. If he had arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. The instigators of the fight were outraged. Chen Feng had hit Wang Sutong to the point of exhaustion. How was this possible? How was he able to do this? Even the top-ranked Yang Jintian was not capable of such a thing. This guy had broken the rules of the life-of-death arena, and now it would end badly for him. Elder Duanliu thought that this guy did not hesitate to save people and valued righteousness. He was right, his address. The elder realized that, for all that, Chen Feng had violated the rules of the life and death arena. Such a case would not be easy to solve. Yang Jin, who was ranked first on the rookie list, thought that Chen Feng's strength had increased again, but such a fast progress would no longer help him. Their goal has been accomplished, and soon this guy will die. Su Gang shouted, Chen Feng finally appeared here. He had been waiting for him for a very long time. Chen Feng realized that Su Gang was the one who had planned all this. Su Gang said that he was the one who planned it. After Chen Feng crippled his brother, he wants to take revenge. Chen Feng asked Chief Instructor Duan Liu, what is done in this case to those who interfered in the life and death arena battle? The elder said that in the arena, everyone has their own destiny. Life and death without regrets. No one has the right to interfere. Those who interfered would be expelled from the sect and then punished by the destruction of cultivation to the lowest level, almost to the point of death. Our hero suggested that there was another option. After all, just punishing Su Gang would not be enough. Su Gang said that this guy was not stupid enough. Another option would be for Chen Feng to enter the arena in place of his older sister and fight against the 3 inner sect disciples. If he doesn't give up on that, the Duanlu elder said to Chen Feng to think properly. If the guy accepted the punishment, then despite the exile and loss of cultivation, he would at least survive. But if he accepted the challenge, the chances were slim. Chen Feng asked, 3 disciples, including Su Gang, would oppose him? Su Gang replied that otherwise he would not be able to avenge his brother. I guess Chen Feng must have been scared already. Chen Feng replied that he was indeed scared. He was scared if Su Gang didn't challenge him, then he wouldn't be able to beat him alive. Our hero said he chooses to replace his sister in the arena of life and death. Su Gun replied that it was great. That guy's got a lot of madness. Now, I wonder who will win. He added that the woman should be removed from the arena. Inspector Duan Liu thought he knew this guy would choose this option. It's a good sign, but it's best not to react prematurely. Han Yuer asked, why did the brother decide to replace her? After all, they had trapped him. He should have listened to the chief inspector and backed off. Chen Feng said that his sister must have faith in him. Right now, she needs to rest, and when he comes back, she will be perfectly fine. Our hero asked Xiaoho to take care of his sister. Chen Feng entered the arena and told the audience that 3 opponents would not be enough for him. Anyone who had a grudge against him could come out and line up. The young man, looking at his sword, thought all or nothing. He decided to end it all today. The people watching thought that a quick death wasn't enough for this guy. 3 opponents weren't enough, he wanted more. Looks like the sight of his sister was a big shock to him. Too bad he won't be leaving the arena alive tonight. Elder Duanliu thought that during the trials, this fellow had behaved with restraint, but now he was starting to act assertive. If he can survive today's fight with his heart, the path to the top of the martial arts will be smooth. The elder hoped to see the miracle with his own eyes. Bai Xinshui said if Chen Feng survived today, he would like to be friends with him. Jin thought that this guy's demise today was imminent, yet he felt quite confident. Su Gang said that Chen Feng wanted to behave honorably, and thought that there would be a line lined up to fight him now. However, he would be the first to destroy him, and this opponent would not get anyone. Suddenly, a young man appeared, who said that he wanted to be the first to do it and asked Su Gang to wait. Everyone was surprised. Is it really Zheng Wu? He is ranked 20th on the rookie list. He was the first to challenge. Everyone thought that Zheng Wu had a beef with Chen Feng. Or maybe he just wanted to make a name for himself. Su Gang asked, what did this mean? Had Zheng Wu decided to steal his opportunity for revenge? Zheng Wu said that he just wanted to teach that guy a lesson. When Chen Feng's strength runs out, he would give up and let Su Gang finish that guy off. Su Gang said that he allows him to practice on Chen Feng, but he should by no means destroy this opponent. Zheng Wu said that he would be gentle with him. He decided to introduce himself to our hero. Chen Feng replied that he did not care who was in front of him. The only thing he wanted to know was, what had he done to him? Zheng Wu said that Chen Feng was the problem. Chen Feng said that in that case, he would keep his first opponent alive. And after kicking him, he told him to get out of here. With one leg kick, our hero sent his opponent away from the arena. Flying down, he thought, how come he was dealt with just one kick? Chen Feng said that this is a life and death arena, not a place for outrage. He was not going to waste time on idle chatter. Everyone was surprised. Chen Feng had handled his opponent with just one punch. No one would want to go up against him now. The people watching thought that Chen Feng's strength had increased once again. He might be able to survive today. Although Su Gang is in the top 100 of the inner sect, Chen Feng is only ranked 19th among the newcomers. As expected, another opponent showed up. It was Su Gang, who said that he didn't see anything outstanding about winning with one punch over some brat on the rookie list. Today, Chen Feng would see a true martial artist in action. The new opponent asked, didn't Chen Feng think that he could be compared to Zheng Wu? The new opponent said that he could destroy the enemy with just one finger. Chen Feng has no idea the difference between the two. Chen Feng took out his sword and said that he felt insecure. The opponent asked why. Chen Feng said that he felt insecure from the stupidity of the opponents. If they want to fight, they can just step up. Why are they wasting a lot of time to say stupid things? The new opponent said that he was about to destroy Chen Feng and swung to strike. Everyone thought it was the Crushing Mountain Fist, a level 8 yellow level martial skill. According to legend, he could crush a mountain with a single blow. No one could practice this martial art for many years, but Su Gang, it succeeded. Bai Shanshui said that this was not a real mountain-crushing fist. It was an imitation of it, however. Even so, this punch was extremely strong. Chen Feng would have a hard time withstanding it. Chen Feng used a crazy cut to block his opponent's punch. Everyone was surprised. Chen Feng blocked Su Gang's punch. It wasn't even blocking, but suppressing. What a martial soul Chen Feng had. Bai Shanshui said that his martial soul turned out to be the ancient god demon Xiangliu. Elder Duanliu thought that this guy had practically blocked a 3 times full Divine Realm strike. Chen Feng clearly had more to surprise the world. It looked like the real show was still going to happen today. Our hero says that if that's all Su Gang can do, he won't be able to avenge his brother. Su Gang realized what his opponent's self-confidence was. The spirit of an ancient demon resided within him, but his cultivation base wouldn't be enough for that. In a fight to the death, he would meet a miserable end. The warriors fought furiously in the arena. The spectators watched them closely. Iron Fist versus Mythical Sword, who would win? The audience said that it was amazing. Is Chen Feng really one of the newcomers? He fights so well against a top 100 sect master, it's unbelievable. Chen Feng should clearly rank in the top 100. With a powerful strike of his Iron Fist, Su Gang knocked his opponent's sword out of his hands. The sword flew off and embedded into the ground nearby. Su Gang said, it seemed like the opponent's cultivation base had dried up. He wasn't even able to hold the sword. Without it, the opponent had only seconds to live. Chen Feng asked, what made Su Gang think that he didn't release the sword on purpose? Su Gang wondered, had Chen Feng decided to accept his fate and expect to perish? Chen Feng replied that it was the other way around. It's Su Gang who's going to die, because his true strength lies not in his sword. It's in his body. Chen Feng swung and said that he possessed the Lun Xiang technique. Our hero was about to deliver a staggering blow to the opponent's forehead. Chen Feng delivered the desired punch. Su Gang cried out in pain and surprise. Blood gushed out in all directions. Su Gang, falling to his knees, asked how did his opponent have so much strength? Chen Feng replied, because he had spent almost nothing. With the blessing of his martial soul. The recovery rate of his cultivation base is 3 times faster than normal. Su Gang fell to the ground incensed. Elder Duanliu shouted that this was an amazing talent. A miracle had happened. The rookie had defeated a 3rd-level Divine Realm Master. Elder Duanliu thought, what kind of strength was Chen Feng hiding from him? Yang Jing asked, how is this possible? Why is Chen Feng so strong? The angry warrior said, there were rumors that this guy was taking some forbidden medicines. The same thing allowed him to destroy a top 100 master. Now he wants to deal with this Chen Feng himself. Bai Shanshui said that by destroying Su Gang, Chen Feng had not used his full strength. It could be seen that Chen Feng had used his crowning blow. It was more likely that he had used his full strength after all. Another opponent said, he didn't expect Chen Feng to dare to enter the life and death arena. Wasn't he afraid of stumbling? Chen Feng inquired, who is he? How does the latter know that he didn't use his full strength? Bai Shanshui said that it was just his feeling, but it told him that he was right after all. Chen Feng is now officially on the intersects list. Someone remembered that it was Bai Shanshui, ranked 7th overall in the intersect. It was not surprising that such a powerful warrior could discern the hidden power within Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought, this interlocutor is ranked 7th on the list. Then it is understandable how he was able to figure him out. Is he really waiting ahead of him? He can rest easy, he won't have to wait long. Chen Feng asked, who is next? Those who wished could come up and receive a well-deserved demise. No one was willing. No one dared after this. No one wanted to be a target for this warrior. It looked like there might not be another fight. Chen Feng stated that it was surprising. After all, he recalled that there were still a few people who had claims against him. If they didn't show up, he himself would call them by name as cowards. Another warrior appeared and said that he was already standing here. It was Zhao Hu, ranked 10th among the rookies. Everyone wondered what Zhao Hu was doing here. It turned out that they had agreed to meet in this arena. But this guy was always getting out of the situation where he was going to die. Our hero said that he did not expect to see Zhao Hu among the opponents. Zhao Hu said, he knows that he is not Chen Feng's rival, but since they had an agreement, he must honor it even if death awaits him. So he entered the arena. Chen Feng stated, if the opponent knows everything himself, he can attack. Zhao Hu executed his best strike. It was a black tiger shaking the heavens. Chen Feng executed his kick, a dragon and an elephant shaking the heavens. As a result, Zhao Hu was defeated and lay sprawled out in the arena. Chen Feng said that this world will be boring without Zhao Chu and Zhao Senshan. Our hero said to let this guy continue his journey. He will wait for his new challenge. The people watching said, as expected, this Zhao Hu is not Chen Feng's opponent. He was lucky now. If Chen Feng fought 3 opponents, then he had fulfilled the conditions of the punishment. Chen Feng asked, is there anyone else willing to fight him? Because he doesn't have much time. No one expected this guy to turn out to be so loving and righteous. He declares to everyone like this, if anyone dares to touch anyone from his entourage again, he will be destroyed. Yang Jing thought that this guy was too strong. He didn't expect this. He wouldn't be able to face off against Chen Feng now. We need to back off and come up with a new plan. Next time, he'll be sure to destroy it. Elder Duanliu said Chen Feng had slain 3 disciples and worked out the punishment. He could stop. Chen Feng stated that this is not enough. He wants it to end today. There's another person who holds a grudge against him and did not show up to the arena. Chen Feng said that this person is Yang Jing, who for some reason now wants to escape responsibility. Doesn't he want to go down to the arena and fight? Yang Jing said that Chen Feng has already managed to challenge 3 masters. He must be tired already, so he shouldn't use such a handicap. He will wait 2 months for the qualifications to start. Chen Feng stated that 2 months, it is too long. He wants to end it here and now. Chen Feng said that he was a little tired, but it didn't matter. His remaining strength was more than enough to destroy all the opponents. Yang Jing said to Chen Feng now, but he will not take this opportunity. He wants a fair fight. He will wait for Chen Feng to rest, and then they will fight to the death. Chen Feng said he knows that Yang Jing set the whole thing up. Chen Feng said, he stated flatly, if Yang Jing dares to attack any of his brothers or sister, he had better disappear from the sect. Chen Feng added that he swore that not even his grandfather, a supreme elder, would save him. Leaving this arena, Yang Jing said that they would still see which of them would die first. Everyone thought that this guy didn't deny everything he said, so he really planned it all out. He actually turned out to be an unscrupulous person. Yang Jing thought that Chen Feng is using a radical method. If he were to oppose him today, he would most likely die. He wants to hold back and preserve the Green Hills without fearing that there would be no firewood. Chen Feng thought that Yang Jing was playing a sneaky game. He didn't even dare to enter the arena. Did he really think that by escaping today he had escaped death? If he touches his sister again, he will get him even at the end of the world. Han Yue turned to her brother and said that she was apologizing. If she hadn't acted impulsively, none of this would have happened. Chen Feng immediately approached his sister. The young man took the girl in his arms and said that he was the one who should apologize. If he didn't have so many enemies, they wouldn't have hurt her. He would take care of Han Yue now. The girl said that she was fine and brother could take it easy. He had just fought 3 strong masters. It was amazing. Chen Feng said that he should first heal her wounds, and then he would accept praise from his sister. Inspector Duan Liu thought it was an amazing talent. Decisive destruction, love and righteousness, heartfelt fetters. Perhaps he could raise their sect to unprecedented, heretofore unprecedented heights. Everyone said that from today, Chen Feng's reputation would spread throughout the sect. This guy is too good. Elder Shu checked the injured girl's condition. Chen Feng inquired, "What could the elder say?" The elder said that Han Yue Air's condition was not good. The person who planned all this wanted to destroy her cultivation base. Chen Feng became very nervous. Elder Shu said that he was not finished yet. Fortunately, the girl had absorbed many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures before, and her body is quite strong. Therefore, there is hope for a full recovery. Our hero asked Elder Shu to help the girl. He is willing to pay any price. The elder told the young man not to worry. His concern is to cure diseases and save lives, so he will do his best. Elder Shu said he would go through the energy channels once more to make sure he didn't miss anything. The doctor said there was a small problem, but it was easily fixable. The elder thought that this young girl's body was actually a rare 100-year-old tree. The physique is extraordinary, and cultivation is much slower than normal. But if one continues to develop certain skills, one will be able to cultivate at higher limits faster. This kind of physique can be compared to heavenly treasures. Should he report it to the sect? Chen Feng inquired. What did the elder find out with the additional examination? The old man said that there were no hidden diseases in her, but that was as long as they didn't cure her dantian. To completely cure this girl, she needs a pill of 17 different ingredients. 15 of them are available, but the remaining 2 are quite rare. Chen Feng wanted to know more about them. The first of these ingredients is a 7 flower that is more than 500 years old. It contains a petal each of different colors and is quite mesmerizing looking. The other is a 300-year-old Tyrannosaurus crystal core. He himself possesses an 8th level of strength at birth. If it manages to live for 300 years, its power increases many times over, so the core is very rare. Elder Shu said that both of these ingredients can be found in the depths of the Aomori Mountains. But there are many horrible monsters in those places. If you go there, you might not return. The young man said that for his sister's sake, there was no way he would back down. Shu said if the boy is morally ready, he will not stop him. The elder stated that he has stabilized the girl's condition. Her energy flow is normal, so she won't be in any danger for a while. Once Chen Feng brings the necessary, then the treatment can be finished. Chen Feng asked why Xiaohuo didn't call Uncle Han, so he could help his daughter. Xiaohuo said that he had searched all the surrounding areas, but he couldn't find Uncle Han anywhere. He tried asking around the others. He was told that a month ago, Uncle Han and a few elders had gone deep into the Aomori Mountains. 2 weeks ago, everyone but Uncle Han came back. Chen Feng wondered, was Uncle Han the only one who hadn't returned? Who was leading this expedition? Xiaohuo replied that Yang Chenfeng and Zhan Yuxue were in charge. Chen Feng thought, were these 2 really involved in Uncle Han not returning? After Master's death, Uncle Han was the only person close to him. If these 2 were really involved in his disappearance, even if he had to pay for it with his life, he would ensure their deaths without the possibility of burial. Xiaohuo asked with consternation, did Uncle Han Moss die? Chen Feng replied to let the guy keep his head down. Uncle must have some business left there, so he will come back later. Chen Feng said if Uncle is not there, then he would like Xiaohuo to take care of Big Sister in his absence. Chen Feng added that he was going out to get the ingredients for the medicine when his sister woke up and asked about it. He should not worry her unnecessarily. Xiaohuo said that he understood everything, he would take care of the girl. Elder Shu thought that this guy was worried about his uncle, Han Kun, but was also comforting the people around him by taking all the pressure. Chen Feng thought that in the Blessed Lands, for the sake of saving him, his sister had also sacrificed her life. Now it was time to save her at all costs. Chen Feng kissed his sister and said that he would definitely cure her. She should wait. The elder thought their affection was very strong. The young man apologized to the old man for making the problems of his sister's treatment his burden. The doctor said, let the young man's luck favor him. He can take it easy and go about his business. No one will disturb the girl. The boy replied that in that case, he would depart immediately. The elder thought that these young people cared for each other a lot, and it was a blessing for both of them. He would not reveal the secret of her body to the sect. Elder Shu hoped that the day when the secret would be revealed would come as late as possible, so that they would spend as much time together as possible. Yang Jingtian's residence, a servant bursts in on the young master and tells him that Chen Feng has left the manor and traveled to the Amori Mountains in search of the right ingredients. Yang Jing thought that Chen Feng treasured his sister a lot. The assistant said that such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Why not take it and destroy this guy? Yang Jing menacingly asked, was the servant really going to teach him? Yang Jing said that he had already sent Zhang De to him to wait outside the sect, and as soon as Chen Feng leaves the boundaries of these territories, he will be destroyed. The servant thought that Zhang De is a ruthless master. He is ranked 20th on the intersects list. The servant said that his young master is very intelligent. If Zhang De agreed to this, then Chen Feng would definitely not live. Yan Jing angrily said that because of this guy, he was now a complete laughingstock in the entire grid. Chen Feng should pay him for this with his life. The depths of the Amori Mountains. Traveling through these places, our hero found a footprint of a giant tyrannosaur on the ground. Judging by the size and depth of the print, it is clearly more than 300 years old. Guy didn't expect to come across his tracks just after entering the deeper regions of the Amori Mountains. It must be his sister's blessing. The young man thought that by following the tracks, he might find this beast. Suddenly, arrows flew at our hero. The young man deftly dodged them and said that the opponent could go out and not hide. The opponent turned out to be Zhang De. It was the mercenary that Yang Jing had sent. The mercenary asked, how did this guy manage to dodge his arrows? Looks like he is not as wasteful as rumored. Chen Feng said that this attacker is a rascal if he attacks stealthily, although he is unsuccessful. Zhang De took out another arrow and said that this guy is sharp of tongue. He added that he hoped that the guy was good at more than just language. Otherwise, it was a pity to waste arrows on him. Chen Feng inquired who sent him. Zhang De said that this young man did not need to know, except for one thing, that his name was Zhang De, and he was ranked 20th. Chen Feng thought that it would be difficult for him to continue dodging such arrows. He drew his sword and decided to take the hit. He wondered, what was the strength of a master ranked 20th intersect? Zhang De fought with dignity against our hero. The guy thought that this opponent was worthy of his place. He was at least a notch stronger than the 90th ranked Sugang. Zhang De said that this guy had strength in him and was able to take his arrow. So destroying Sugang wasn't just luck. Zhang De added that, in any case, this guy would have to die, because he was able to endlessly send arrows like the previous one. How many of them can he block? Chen Feng thought that he had no advantage over his opponent in long-range combat. In this case, he would just be a target. Only at close range would he have the opportunity to fight back. The young man started moving from place to place with great speed, gradually approaching his opponent. Zhang De noticed this and thought that the boy wanted to shorten the distance. Our hero fought by dodging arrows. He fended them off and tried to get closer to his opponent. Zhang De said to stop resisting, he should become humble and accept his doom with dignity. Our hero asked, does the opponent really think that the victory is his? Zhang De replied, he is convinced of it because the guy still couldn't get close to him. Zhang De added, he would stand in one place, but if the opponent forced him to take a step, his death would not be so painful. The guy used lightning blast, the third technique. The opponent was surprised. Could this guy really attack from a distance? The archer admitted that his opponent was able to surprise him. He didn't expect Chen Feng to be capable of a long-range attack. However, he couldn't escape. If he once found prey, there was always one outcome waiting for it, and that was doom. The young man knew, although the thunder blast is powerful in itself, its attack is slow. It is only effective when the enemy is not expecting it. The guy now was more important to find the ingredients to save his sister. When he goes all the necessary, then he would deal with Zhang De. Our hero came across an obstacle. He realized it was a formation. It must have been placed by Zhang De. Chen Feng saw an open area in front of him. There was a waterfall, a lake under the waterfall. A stranger was swimming in the lake. Wow, thought our hero. The girl, startled, asked who was here. It was Lu Yuxuan. Chen Feng turned his gaze away and apologized. He said that he barged in here by pure chance and asked the girl to pretend that he was not here. The guy realized this formation was created by some girl who decided to swim here. But why would she choose to do it in a place like this? The stranger slammed her palm on the water and asked menacingly, was he really just going to leave after peeking at her? Chen Feng once again said that it was an accident and he apologized. The girl jumped out of the water, quickly dressed and took out her bow. Turns out it was an archer too. The girl let loose an arrow at the stranger. The guy dodged the arrow and once again said it was all a misunderstanding. He's being honest. But he can't just stand there and let himself be destroyed over a misunderstanding. The stranger said the guy could gouge his eyes out, and then she would believe it was an accident. Otherwise, she would take his life. Why aren't his words getting through to this girl? But if she's so angry, he can return the favor, show her his body, and then they'd be even. The girl called the guy a creep. How dare he molest her? She sent an arrow towards the boy again. Chunfeng thought that this girl could definitely destroy him this way. However, he had an idea. The stranger wasn't going to settle down. He didn't dare peek at her when she was bathing, so he deserves to be destroyed. The girl released another arrow. She didn't understand what had happened. How did this guy manage to escape? The cautious young man did not expect that this girl would have a very rare weapon, a martial soul and an arrow more powerful than under Zhang Dai's soul blessing. Fortunately, this girl is not that strong. The young man thought that this girl had no logic at all. He remembered that he was late in finding the ingredients, and it was time to keep looking for them. Not far away, our hero heard a growl and saw birds flying up into the sky. The boy thought it was the voice of a Tyrannosaurus. Judging from the intonation of the Tyrannosaur's growl, the young man assumed that the beast had met some sort of opponent. We should hurry up and take a look at it. Looking out from behind the bushes, Chunfeng saw that the Tyrannosaur was fighting with another beast. Chunfeng thought that it was fortunate that he had run here. Now he had to wait for the right moment. After waiting for the giant crocodile to be defeated, our hero realized it was time to act. However, Chunfeng saw that the crocodile was still alive, and he was up to no good. He must have deliberately shown weakness. At some point, when the Tyrannosaurus's vigilance was dulled, the wounded crocodile clawed its sharp teeth into the dinosaur's throat. Chunfeng jumped high up and swung his sword. He decided that the final blow would be for him. In the end, the unfortunate Tyrannosaur was destroyed. Chunfeng said that the first ingredient for his sister had been obtained. The young man held the Tyrannosaurus core in his hands. The boy considered it a great deal of luck. If there hadn't been a battle between the beasts, it would have taken him a long time to find and defeat the Tyrannosaurus. The young man thought that the Almighty himself was blessing his sister at this difficult moment. Chunfeng thought that even if he came here for the core, there was no need to throw away the other parts of the monster as well. The flesh, blood, skin, teeth, all of these were quite valuable materials and could fetch a solid amount of money that could be successfully invested later. The guy leaned with his sword over the Tyrannosaurus and thought it was time for slicing. The next moment, the young man came to his senses. He had completely forgotten, after all, he was being chased by Zhang Dai. He used a strong technique to destroy this monster. Considering Zhang Dai's strength, he must have sensed it and was already heading here. Chunfeng decided to prepare an ambush and surprise the mercenary. He is only strong in long-range attacks. At close range, he would be an easy opponent. The mercenary Zhang Dai rushed through the branches of the huge trees. He sensed where the movements of the battle were coming from, and he felt the breath of the Tyrannosaurus. The mercenary thought that Chunfeng was somewhere nearby since he was interested in the Tyrannosaurus. The archer arrived at the site. He saw the corpses of a Tyrannosaurus and a giant crocodile. He saw no one else. The mercenary applied his special vision. He figured this kid wouldn't be able to hide from him. The mercenary's eyesight gave him no clue. He only saw two beasts that had been destroyed. Zhang Dai thought that he was imagining too much. The excitement was just from the battle between the giant crocodile and the Tyrannosaur. The archer decided to feast on the corpses of these beasts. They were stupid enough to die together. It's easy prey. As she came close, Zhang Dai saw a sword blade mark on the Tyrannosaur. Archer realized this was bad. Then there was someone else here. Chunfeng, who was hiding under the corpse of the beast, gave his opponent a stabbing blow. Zhang Dai flew far back. He was lying there bleeding. Our hero was approaching his opponent with sword in hand, he said, as expected from a master ranked 20th in the intersect. This strike did not destroy him. Zhang Dai said that his rival was a despicable scoundrel. He had cheated him in the most shameless way. Chunfeng recalled that his opponent had recently attacked from the back himself. Now that he had lost the advantage of distance, it was time for him to feel like prey. Zhang Dai jumped to his feet and blocked his opponent's punch with his bow. He said that the newcomer would not be able to destroy him. The rookie was able to do it. He said that Zhang Dai was powerless without a weapon and gave him a staggering, penetrating blow. Zhang Dai cried out in pain. Chunfeng said that this time, he had destroyed a master ranked 20th on the intersects list, who prided himself on attacking from afar. Our hero said that a rival prevented him from looking for the ingredients for his sister's medicine. So this place will be his grave. Zhang Dai fell into the pit. Our hero said that the grave was ready for him and could be finished. The mercenary shouted that the guy couldn't destroy him. In that case, the sect would punish him severely. The young man laughed and said that the sect didn't forbid fighting outside of it. He had learned all the rules already. Chunfeng stepped close to his opponent and said, even if he destroyed him, he would not get anything for it. The mercenary tried different ways of negotiating to keep himself alive. As a bonus, he offered to tell who sent him. Chen Feng stated, even if Zhang De doesn't say, he still knows who it is. He is sure that Yang Jing did it. Seeing from his eyes that he had spoken the truth, Chen Feng declared that his opponent could rest in peace. Zhang Di said, if the young man kept him alive, he would become his younger brother. He was willing to take a poisonous oath for this sake if he was kept alive. The mercenary bowed to the ground in front of the young man and said that he did not want to die. Chen Feng said, quite a spectacle, because voluntarily he could not escape death. Unexpectedly, Zhang De stood up and said that they would now die together. Chen Feng thought that the opponent was using the self-destruction martial art. Chen Feng thought that he was too close, and he wouldn't be able to dodge. He would have to respond with his strongest attack to unlock the damage. Swinging his sword, our hero used Thunder Madness. The lockdown was applied, Zhang De self-destructed, with our hero unharmed. The guy thought, what had happened? Why did the sword abruptly become much stronger and completely absorb the power of the self-destruction martial art? What's wrong with this sword? There's a secret in it. Suddenly someone snapped at him and told him not to be touched and to get his hands off him. Chen Feng thought that he was clearly hearing the same voice again. Chen Feng said, for the owner of the voice to appear, no matter who he was, enemy or friend, one should not pretend to be a ghost. Suddenly, the spirit of a man appeared and said that he wasn't pretending to be a ghost at all. A girl appeared in front of our hero. Was she really hiding in that sword? The stranger asked. Had he never seen a beautiful girl before? Chen Feng stammered in surprise and asked, so it turns out that she is the spirit of the sword? He had heard from the master that some powerful weapons could contain a spirit. Chen Feng thought, no wonder this sword suddenly became so powerful, and that Li Liu Liu had fought so hard for it. It turned out to contain a spirit. The sword spirit said that she used to be a human before, so there's no need to treat her as some kind of spirit all the time. And she has a name, Ying Ziyue. Chen Feng said that it was a good name, Ying Ziyue. Really hard to pronounce, however. She said that she was human. Then how did she get into this sword? The girl cried and said that it was too sudden. She had been warned not to go near that sword since she was born, but she didn't listen. Chen Feng asked, how did this happen? Was it really after she touched the sword? How is this possible? Sword Spirit said she doesn't know how long ago it was, but when she got bored, she went to her father's study, and out of curiosity she found this broken sword from him. Studying the sword, the girl gingerly touched it. After that, she immediately found herself inside the sword. Chen Feng said that a sword that can imprison the spirit within is a devil sword. The young man asked the girl not to worry, he would find a way to free her from there. Yingzhu asked if the young man was afraid that the wind would scatter his tongue when he heard such loud words. She offered to talk about it when he wasn't so weak. Anyway, she was already used to this kind of life. Chen Feng said that in the girl's eyes was the power of the divine realm and thanked her for increasing his sword strength. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have gotten off so easily. The girl wondered, was it really just a thank you? So for him it was nothing? Chen Feng said that he had nothing to offer her except for the Tyrannosaurus core. But he needed the core himself. He needed it to create a medicine for his sister. So he still can't give it to her. Yingzhu said that she didn't need this low-level core, and asked if the downed opponent might have anything of value. Chen Feng said it's time to see what is there to eat. There were a dozen linqi, 100-year-old lingji, and a worry stone to feast on. There were also crystal ligger cores, and a used bow that was made from a storm eagle, which greatly increased the strength of the bow and arrows. Chen Feng thought that Zhang De was in the top 20 sects for a reason. He had many valuable items. Sword Spirit asked, how could he be strong if he had nothing useful? It's just junk. Chen Feng thought, if the strength of the God Realm was something weak to her, then something like this wouldn't be interesting either. Chen Feng discovered a communication badge between Zhang De and Yang Jing among the things. Chen Feng broke this badge. Yang Jing tried to destroy it 3 times. Because of that guy, my sister is badly injured. It's time to settle the score with him. Yang Jingtian Residence. The young man saw that a message had come to him from Zhang De. His communication badge made it known. Yang Jing rejoiced. They had agreed that when Zhang De destroyed Chen Feng, he would let him know about it. It looked like he had succeeded. Still, he was ranked 20th on the intersex list for a reason. He did not disappoint him. Yan Jing wanted to bring back Chen Feng's body and show the entire sect. Let everyone see what happens when they are provoked. Yan Jing arrived at the place where the signal came from. Yan Jing began to explore the area and found a body lying on the ground. Judging from the clothes, it was Chen Feng. Yang Jing thought that Zhang De was becoming more and more arrogant, destroyed Chen Feng, and left before waiting for him. When he returned, he would have to ask his grandfather to give him a beating. Otherwise, he would stop listening to him. Yang Jing approached the body. He was curious to see how Chen Feng had tragically died. He hoped that Zhangde hadn't disfigured him too much so that the sect could recognize him. Grasping his body, Yang Jing said, "Chen Feng, a scum from another sect. Did he really want to challenge?" Now he realizes how unpromising it is. Yang Jing turned the body over and saw that in front of him lay the body of Zhangde wearing Chen Feng's clothes. Horror twisted the young man's face. He realized that he had been tricked. How is that possible? If Zhangde's corpse is here, then where is Chen Feng? Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared in front of the cunning warrior and asked if he was the one he was looking for. Yang Jing was surprised. Was Chen Feng really able to deal with Zhangde ranked 20th in the intersect? How was it possible? Chen Feng swung his sword and said that in a few moments, he himself could ask Zhangde personally. Yang Jing was frightened and shouted for Chen Feng to stop. There was an unfortunate misunderstanding. It was not his doing. Chen Feng turned into a fierce and aggressive warrior. His eyes glowing, he shouted that Yang Jing was about to die. Yang Jing shouted that he wouldn't give up so easily. He pulled out his battle sword, however. It didn't save him. He couldn't even block his opponent's attack slightly. The young man was injured. Chen Feng brought his sword to his kneeling opponent and said that he was willing to listen to his last words. Yang Jing said in fear that his opponent couldn't destroy him. After all, his grandfather is the supreme elder of the intersect. If that were to happen, his grandfather would not forgive it. Chen Feng replied that what he hated the most was such people who try to bargain their lives in a pathetic manner before perishing. If there was nothing more to say, then he could perish. Suddenly, someone tells our hero that he's a little lousy and can't be that presumptuous. Chen Feng turned around and saw Elder Ran Yuxu. She shouted that she was about to destroy him. A confrontation happened between the armed Chen Feng and the unarmed Elder Ran Yuxue. The woman used her magical abilities. Yanjing thought that there was an opportunity to escape. Chen Feng jumped up to his opponent, put his sword on his shoulder, and asked, where was he going? Ran Yuxu said for Chen Feng to let Yang Jing go immediately, or else he would regret it. The woman thought that this guy's strength had once again become higher, and even a stealth attack wasn't enough to destroy him. Chen Feng asked, what would happen otherwise if he didn't follow this order, and added that Yuxue might try to destroy him before this guy's head flew off his shoulders. Ran Yuxu thought, this guy's becoming more and more arrogant. We can't let him live anymore. Yang Jing's death is worth it. All the blame could be shifted to Chen Feng. And even if the chief elder suspects something, he will have nothing to answer for. Chen Feng thought that Elder Ran intended to destroy him. One must be extremely careful. Yang Jing asked, what is Elder Ran up to? Did she really want to destroy both of them? He guessed something like that, he told his grandfather. If something happened to him, it would be Ran Yuxu's fault. Ran Yuxu thought angrily that Yang Jing had tied her hands in this way. I'll have to save him. The woman said that Yang Jing misunderstood everything. She only wants to save him. Chen Feng should let him go, and then she would honor his miserable life. Chen Feng replied that this woman is talking nonsense. Can she not clearly assess the situation? Chen Feng added that it was not for him to beg for mercy, but for her to beg for forgiveness. Elder Ran Yuxu asked what Chen Feng wanted for Yang Jing's release. Chen Feng replied that he had one condition. He asked for help to find a 500-year-old seven flower. Once he got hold of this flower, he would let Yang Jing go. The guy thought that it would be faster to find the right ingredient for his sister's medicine. Elder Ran Yuxu said that she agreed and went in search of the flower. Yang Jing told his opponent that the elder had already gone to fetch the flower. He asked him to put his weapon away. After all, he wouldn't run away. Chen Feng said if his opponent talked a lot, we would have to cut off his tongue. Chen Feng thought, although the elder agreed to find the flower, but she was too submissive. This is not in her character. Perhaps she is somewhere nearby right now, trying to find a moment to attack while he is relaxed. The sword spirit told Chen Feng to be careful. It is the witch who has returned and is hiding nearby. Chen Feng thought that Yuxue hadn't changed at all. Chen Feng asked if Elder Ran Yuxue had returned. Why isn't she coming out? Is she ashamed to admit that she didn't find the seven colors? Yuxu replied that in that case, she would go searching again. Why would she want to hide? Elder Ran threw our hero a flower and said, this is what he asked for. Now he can let Yang Jing go. Chen Feng checked what kind of flower his opponent had thrown to him. Ran Yuxu said that this guy is bullying her. She never goes for dirty tricks or cheating. Chen Feng stated that this was another joke by Ran Yuxu. After all, she is the one who is always up to something. This is indeed the seven colors. No matter how difficult this task is, however, it is easy for the elders. Yuxu asked, is Chen Feng going to let this guy go now? Our hero said, not yet. Elder Ran got angry. Is he really testing her patience? Chen Feng stated that once he released Yang Jing, it would cost Yuxue nothing to immediately destroy him. To avoid such a thing, they will return to the sect together. There he will release Yang Jing. Elder Ran will go ahead. The woman had no other choice, so she agreed. Yuxu thought that this scoundrel was not only strong, but also weaving deeper intrigues. We should find a way to destroy him as soon as possible. Chen Feng told Yang Jing to get up and walk forward. The guy thought that he should heal his sister first, and he would deal with these two later. The three arrived at the sect. Ran Yuxue said that they were in place, and now Chen Feng can release the hostage and advise this guy not to piss her off anymore. Chen Feng said that unlike some people, he always keeps his word, and he added that Yang Jing could thank Elder Ran for saving him. Yang Jing thought that he had survived after all. Chen Feng thanked Elder Ran Yuxue for helping him find the flower. If he needed anything, he would definitely turn to her. The woman thought, no one had ever dared to use her like that before. This guy better not be given a chance to destroy it. Otherwise, he'll be wiped out. Yang Jing said to Chen Feng not to think that victory was left to him. Within a month, there would be a new disciple to put this rascal in his place. Chen Feng thanked his opponent for warning him, and added that they could all come to him anytime. Chen Feng was in good spirits. He had gathered all the necessary ingredients, and could now head to his sister's place, Han Yue's residence. The girl is still in the same deplorable condition. Elder Shu couldn't find a place to be. Suddenly, the trauma in the girl's body began to manifest dramatically. Once a backlash ensued, the consequences would be irreversible. Elder Shu thought that Chen Feng should hurry up. She wouldn't last long. Han Yueter got even worse, and she started coughing up blood. There was less and less time left. The elder realized that the worst had manifested. The body began to resist. It was impossible to allow a negative reaction to develop. The doctor decided to stabilize the girl's spirit first. Suddenly, the girl's body began to resist, and Elder Shu received a response in the form of a kick to the body. The old man flew far back. The old man thought that the backlash was so strong that even his strength was not enough. If he didn't get the Tyrannosaurus crystal nucleus to suppress the response and the 300-year-old semicolor before the treatment was completed, she might not survive this night. All the sects couldn't find any of these ingredients for a long time. One can only hope for Chen Feng's luck. Chen Feng rushed into the room and said that he had returned. Seeing the doctor's condition, he asked, who attacked Elder Shu? The elder said he was fine. It was just that his sister's injury had suddenly manifested itself. Chen Feng asked with horror, how did this happen? How much time did she have left? The elder replied that now only the Tyrannosaur core and the 300-year-old Seven Flower can help the girl. He knows that these ingredients are hard to find, otherwise Chen Feng would not have returned too soon. Our hero replied that he had brought everything he needed. The elder said that now we could only hope for the mercy of the Almighty. After realizing what Chen Feng had said, the elder cried out in surprise, did this guy really find everything? Elder Shu couldn't believe his eyes. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to find it in a lifetime, but this guy had managed it in just half a month. Chen Feng urged the doctor to make the necessary medicine before it was too late. Dr. Shu replied that now that she would take the medicine, she would immediately feel better. The elder added that the lad could rest, he would do the rest on his own. Outside, our hero was thrashing from side to side. Sister still hadn't regained consciousness. After all, Elder Shu had said that she would feel better immediately after taking the medicine. It had already been 2 whole hours. At one point, an elder looked out and asked if the guy really couldn't wait to see his sister. Chen Feng asked the doctor how his sister was feeling. The doctor replied that the girl was fine. Now he could take a look at her. Chen Feng entered the room and said his sister finally woke up. The girl stroked her brother's cheek and said she thought they would never see each other again. Chen Feng told his sister not to cry. Everything would be fine now. He would never let her be in trouble again, and they would always be together. Elder Shu said that this injury ended up being a hidden blessing for the girl. Thanks to the extracted ingredients, she was able to not only heal, but also make a breakthrough to the divine realm. The girl glowed with excitement. Had she really been able to reach the divine realm? Chen Feng was also surprised and said that he hadn't noticed it right away. But judging from the aura emanating from her body, she had indeed made a breakthrough. Chen Feng bowed and thanked Elder Shu, not only for saving his sister, but also for helping with her breakthrough. Elder Shu told the girl to unleash her martial arts spirit. It's interesting to see what kind of spirit has awakened in her. Han Yue decided to unleash her martial arts spirit. The girl did everything necessary to do so. Elder Shu was surprised. He saw that the girl had released a martial arts seed. The girl wondered if it was powerful. After all, she wants to help her brother, not be a burden to him. The elder said that it was difficult to answer this question. This fighting spirit must first be cultivated. Chen Feng wondered, did the elder really mean to say that this spirit would still grow and evolve? The elder said it like this. The martial spirit seed belongs to the stealthy type of martial arts. The current form is not the final form. Only after it absorbs enough energy will it germinate, mutate, and grow into its final form. Han Yuer said that the hidden martial spirit that would grow was so magical. The girl inquired, "What would it look like?" The elder replied that such a seed is similar to an ordinary seed. If it is diligently fertilized, it will grow vigorously. Her martial spirit, it is a divine tree that will grow to the heavens, or it will become a common weed that can be easily trampled. It all depends on her efforts. Han Yuer said that she would definitely cultivate it to a divine tree. And when that day comes, she will be able to help Chen Feng. Chen Feng told his sister he believes that her spirit will become exactly a divine tree. The elder said it was a good thing. There is determination in the girl to do better with her potential, but she shouldn't get too excited. This seed will bring not only great power, but also not so much danger. Chen Feng asked, what kind of danger were we talking about? The elder said that once upon a time long ago, he had traveled the world a lot and heard many stories. Dr. Shu added, one of the stories said that during the Great Qin dynasty, there were families that did not lose their power from generation to generation. They had a secret code that could expose one person's hidden martial arts and embed them into another person's body, creating a strong dual martial art. Chen Feng wondered, is there really such a vicious method? Isn't it too dangerous for a sister to carry such a spirit? The elder replied that that was why. They should be careful not to tell anyone about the power lurking in the girl. The boy wondered when his sister would fight someone. What if he suddenly appeared? Or if the sect asked about him, what about it? The elder replied that in that case, it would be necessary to declare to the world that she had an awakened martial soul and the blood of the Qingyu vine. The elder gave the young men a talisman and said that at the moment of danger, it would activate and form a turquoise mask. Its appearance is no different from the pedigree of the sapphire vine. However, the number of uses of this talisman is limited. If the girl enters the battle and loses, she will have to admit defeat. If there is no need, in no case it is not worth showing your fighting spirit. Han Yuer thanked the doctor for the advice and the talisman. Chen Feng also thanked the doctor. The elder said it was only an expedient measure. The most important thing now is to mature and gain strength soon. The doctor said he was withdrawing because he needed rest. Elder Shu thought, first the emu and now the spiritual seed. This girl is directly blessed by the Almighty. He hopes that this good fortune will not turn into a disaster for her. Han Yuer asked her brother if he had seen her father. Why isn't he here? Does he know that she's gotten better? The young man delayed answering. He didn't know how to present this to his sister. The girl realized something wrong and told him not to scare her. What happened to her father? Chen Feng said that more than a month ago, Uncle Han went to the Amori Mountains with a few elders. In the end, after 2 weeks, everyone returned except Uncle Han. He suspects that Yan Chengfeng and Chen Yuxue should be blamed for his disappearance. The distraught girl asked, how is this possible? Had something happened to her father? Chen Feng tried to reassure his sister. Uncle Han has been reported missing. It doesn't mean that he has died. Right now, it was important to take care of her recovery. Afterward, they can go together to search for Uncle Han. Han Yuer said her brother was right. Her father will be fine. As soon as she feels better, she will find him. Chen Feng gave his sister the medicine and told her to drink it and rest. Han Yuer drank the bitter medicine and said that she wanted to recover as soon as possible. The young man thought that his sister could rest easy. He would find Master Han and bring him back. If he had indeed been killed, the culprits would not go unpunished. Our hero came to visit Elder Shu. The doctor asked why they were meeting again. Shouldn't the young man take care of his sister? Chen Feng said that the sister had fallen asleep. He would like to ask the elder to observe the sister some more. The elder said that it wasn't a problem for him. Did the young man really want to leave the sect again? The boy said that his intuition shows that Uncle Han couldn't have died so easily. He will go to the Aomori Mountains again to search for him. Chen Feng stated that Elder Shu is doing a big favor for him by helping to take care of his sister. He can't trust anyone else. So he sets out to find his uncle alone. The elder replied that the guy could not worry. He would take care of the girl. However, the guy should not forget that he only had 1 month. After that, he should return to the sect. Chen Feng wondered, what would something like this happen in a month? The elder said, had the guy forgotten? After a month, there will be a competition between the newcomers to the sect. Chen Feng replied that he didn't want to get involved and focus on finding his uncle. The elder said that with the youth's current strength, he wasn't interested, but it was the best opportunity to practice. If he didn't rank up, he wouldn't be able to fight in the general rankings and get the sect's resources. The elder added that without resources, the guy wouldn't be able to increase his strength quickly. How would he avenge his uncle and master then? Chen Feng replied that in that case, he would try his best to make it and return on time. Elder Shu said, the young man knows how to advance and retreat, so he will be able to stand up for himself. He must not forget that these mountains are still a dangerous place. The young man turned around and headed for the mountains. On the way, the elder told him not to forget what he had been taught. Elder ran Yuxu's residence. The woman received news from the tracking team. Ran Yuxu, using the information she had gotten, saw Chen Feng set off. His speed was swift. She didn't think that this guy would leave the sect again so soon. He didn't take the sect seriously at all. The woman was determined to make sure he never returned to the cult again. Ran Yuxu heard someone tell her, if this guy doesn't come back, then she herself might not come back. The elder wondered who could be here. Could someone be lurking in her room and she hadn't even sensed it? Uncle Wu was hiding in the room, he said, even though they hadn't seen each other for 8 whole years. She hadn't changed at all. Ran Yuxu said that Uncle Wu was Yang Qingyu's servant. Is he really still alive? What kind of power does he possess? Why can't she see it? The old man said his old bones were still flexible even now. Did she really want him to be dead now? The woman replied that Uncle Wu must be joking. It's just that after the incident with Yang Qingyu, he also disappeared, and she thought such a thing. She's glad Uncle Wu is fine. Uncle Wu said that he really knows what Ran Yuxu is. He doesn't have time to talk. She has to understand what he told her. The woman wondered, is Uncle Wu really trying to protect this guy? Would he be able to protect him forever? The old man replied that he was better off finishing this guy off himself. But the master still had one last wish to fulfill. This guy must not die now. He must not be touched until the competition of the newcomers to the sect. Elder Wu added, if Yuxue disobeyed him, she would feel his anger. Ran Yuxue replied, if Uncle Wu asks for it, she won't lay a finger on this guy. She was surprised. Even Yang Qingyu's old servant has such tremendous strength. Uncle Wu said she'd better stick to what she said, but if she wanted to know the consequences of a broken word, she could always do so. Elder Ran Yuxu didn't think that this old man would not only survive, but also be so strong. She would try not to approach Chen Feng for a while. The woman decided that this guy could die without her intervention. As far as she knows, in a few days' time, the beast tide will begin in the mountains. Considering Chen Feng's level, there is no way for him to survive this tide. He will drive himself into the grave. Our hero arrived in the Aomori Mountains. He knew that Ran Yuxu had secretly sent for people to follow him. However, he did not understand what she was up to now. Chen Feng knew that whatever this woman was up to, he would always be at the ready. So far, his path was going smoothly. At the moment, it was important for our hero to find any trace of Uncle Han. Judging from what he had heard, the elder's assignment was in this area. Stopping in an unfamiliar place, Chen Feng saw many monsters approaching him. Was this really Yuxui's trap? Chen Feng didn't do anything because the beasts ran past. This was astonishing. Sword Spirit Yingziyue told our hero that this was the foreshadowing of the beast tide. Chen Feng inquired, what does it mean? The Sword Spirit said that this season, the Beast Lord is going crazy, causing many animals to follow him to human habitats, destroying everything in their path. This is the tide of beasts. The weaker monsters sense the approach and flee in fear. The boy realized that the tide would be here soon. Now I see why Yuxue didn't follow him. She thought the beasts would do everything. Chen Feng stood to the side and watched the monsters rushing past. A little later, bigger beasts appeared. Ying Ziyue said that the Beast King was leading a whole army of beasts. It was necessary to retreat. The guy thought that he couldn't handle so many monsters. Suddenly, our hero saw Master Han's sword. The master never parted with it. The sword was near a huge stone. Uncle Han was really dead, he thought angrily. He can't retreat now. He must make sure first. The monsters will destroy everything in their path, so he must take the sword. The sword spirit said that the beasts were moving too fast. If the guy didn't hurry, he wouldn't get away alive. Had he gone crazy? Chen Feng apologized to the girl and said, he promised his sister, by all means find out what happened to her father. He can break his promise. Chen Feng thought that Yuxu's subterfuge had worked again, but even that wouldn't stop him. Our hero drew his sword. 1 month had passed. Chen Yunzhong has once again appeared on the big stage. I wonder who will be the newcomer this year. It might be Wang Jintian. Although there is a guy named Chen Feng among the newcomers, he is also very good. Han Yue was very worried. Why hadn't brother still returned? If he didn't show up within 2 days, he would be treated as a dropout. Yanjing walked up to the girl and asked, isn't that Han Yue who is waiting for her brother? The young man heard Yuxue say that Chen Feng had gone to the Aomori Mountains some time ago. There had been a huge beast wave in the mountains. Chen Feng was apparently buried in the belly of some beast. Han Yue was scared. What beast wave are we talking about? The girl said that her brother wasn't dead. He would be back soon. Yang Jing said that after a month of reclusiveness, this young master still hasn't broken through to the 3rd level of the Cursed Realm. He advises the girl to pray that Chen Feng dies in the beast wave. Otherwise, he will torture this cripple in the arena. The audience shouted that Yang Jing is mighty and powerful. Chen Feng is a loser and just a stepping stone for young Master Yang Jing. Han Yue said, This guy only dares to say such things when her brother's not here. The girl tried to be calm. She can't do anything at will. She can't give Chen Feng any more trouble. One of the youths said that compared to young Master Yang Jing, Chen Feng was nothing at all. Yan Jing said, young Master Song knows what he's talking about. Han Yuer told that scumbag to get out now. Compared to Chen Feng, his second-generation ancestor, nothing. Shang asked the girl, doesn't she know what to do? He and Yang Jing are willing to accept her, and it will be her blessing. If she doesn't want to today, they will help. He doesn't see someone who can save her. Xiang saw some movement above and raised his head. At that instant, Chen Feng, who was descending to the ground, kicked the rogue Xiang in the forehead. Shang couldn't believe that it was Chen Feng. No one was expecting him to return. Yang Jing wondered, why is Chen Feng still alive? Chen Feng said, as long as Yang Jing is alive, he will not die. Chen Feng said that the beast wave is nothing but a bunch of monsters. If one destroys these monsters, one can naturally survive. Yan Jing said that Chen Feng's refinement had slightly increased, but his bragging skills had greatly increased. How could he talk about destroying the beast wave? Everyone began to wonder, how could one say that one had handled the beast wave alone? Chen Feng must have been hiding somewhere to save his life, but shamelessly came back to brag. Han Yuer was very happy that her brother had returned. Chen Feng asked if his sister was worried. The young man asked, didn't those scoundrels do anything to her? The girl said she was fine. Han Yuer asked if the guy had any news about her father. He offered to step aside and talk to her. Xiang told our hero that he just dared to attack. Once he is in the ring, he will not survive. Chen Feng said he knew that Xiang would be his opponent in the first round. That's why he left him alive now. Xiang should treasure his last moments before the arena.